At this hour, international news. An international team of scientists held a press conference and announced a sensational discovery. In the permafrost of the far east of Siberia, a prehistoric supervirus has been found. This giant virus has already become the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Previously, scientists had discovered another similar specimen in the same region. According to experts, the discovery was made a year ago, but the information had been kept secret until now. Research is still ongoing, and at this moment it remains unknown whether the virus is capable of infecting humans or animals. Some specialists note, as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no reason for concern.
I jumped up, everything matched. The star seed had warned me, in 10 days, a viral outbreak would begin. Without wasting a second, I studied survivalist forums, gathered supplies, and in just 2 days turned an old minibus into an armored shelter, removed the seats, installed a bed, reinforced the doors, and upgraded the engine and body. When the world collapsed, I was ready. Then they appeared, frightened, desperate girls begging for shelter. One in a torn dress, another covered in blood, and a third crying by the roadside. "Please, take us with you," they begged. I opened the door. Together, we drove through the dead city, toward a world where a new life was beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Brother Jiang. Li Yusin grabbed Jiang Liusher's arm, her eyes filled with worry and pleading. Last time, it was Jiang Liusher and the army of the Zhonghai safe zone who had rescued her family trapped in the nuclear power plant. This time, she came to the Shayuan safe zone also because of her family. Li Yusin really couldn't bring herself to ask everyone to go rescue her family, especially since Zone A was now too dangerous, and the army wouldn't let them pass. But when it came to her grandfather and mother, Li Yusin couldn't just sit by and do nothing. So, she could only helplessly hold on to Jiang Liusher's hand, not knowing what to say. Facing Li Yusin's gaze and feeling the slight tremble in her hands, Jiang Liusher reached out and gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. We will definitely find Professor Su and the others," Jiang Liusher said. He didn't need a reason, he had already planned to enter Zone A for the serum. Besides, after everything Li Yusin had done for Jiang Zhuing these past few days, Jiang Liusher could never ignore this. During the time Jiang Zhuing had been unconscious, Li Yusin had often stayed by her side without leaving, checking her condition regularly. Meanwhile, she herself wasn't eating or sleeping well. Jiang Liusher saw it all. This former campus beauty, usually quiet like a fragrant lily, had always been silently contributing to the Zhuing squad. Though she came from a privileged background, she had taken on almost all the chores, cooking, cleaning. She even thought she wasn't of much use. When Jiang Liusher tried to give her an evolution crystal, she refused, thinking it would be a waste to use it on herself. But in Jiang Liusher's eyes, even though Li Yusin always quietly stayed on the sidelines, she was indispensable to the team. As a team doctor, if she had to work non-stop, that would actually be scarier. A team doctor's role is to step up at critical moments. You, stop overthinking all the time. You turned down 2 safe zones just to stay with us. Since that's the case, why keep worrying about everything else? Jiang Liusher sighed and shook his head. Li Yusin froze. Hearing Jiang Liusher speak in what sounded like a scolding tone, she suddenly felt like a child being comforted by someone close. She had been holding it together, but when he spoke, her nose began to sting, and tears started falling without her realizing. "Okay." Li Yusin bit her lip, trying not to sob, and nodded. "We can't go through the main gate. Let's find another place to sneak in," Jiang Liusher said, turning his head. The army's main firepower was focused on areas heavily populated by infected. The fact that some infected were still getting out showed the army couldn't cover every corner. Rat-tat-tat. At that moment, a burst of gunfire rang out again. In the distance, Jiang Liusher saw over a dozen figures rushing out of Zone A, attacking the soldiers. Among them were not only soldiers in uniform, but also regular survivors. Each one was acting just like Commander Wang had, completely irrational, attacking like madmen. Jiang Liusher looked at Ran Shiyu. "Shiyu, it's up to you." "Okay." Ran Shiyu's psychic vision expanded and spread out silently in all directions. Zone A and Zone B were completely separated by barbed wire and walls. Ran Shiyu's psychic vision extended along the wall, and one by one, mental light spots appeared in her vision. The area with the fewest light spots was where the defense was weakest, which also meant fewer infected. Very soon, Ran Shiyu's gaze seemed to withdraw from a great distance. "I found the closest possible entry point," Ran Shiyu said. Jiang Liusher nodded with satisfaction and said to Ing, "Drive." The minibus started up and quietly avoided the soldiers without alerting them. At this moment, inside Zone A, The once peaceful streets now looked like they had gone through another apocalypse. There were signs of destruction everywhere, blood stains and infected corpses littering the ground. Ah! An infected person let out a low growl and ran wildly through the streets. In front of him was a building. Inside that building, more than 10 people were hiding, along with a small squad of soldiers. One of them, full of fear and anxiety, couldn't help but lift a corner of the curtain to peek at the approaching infected. At that moment, the infected person suddenly lifted his head and locked eyes with the man. Immediately, his speed shot up, and he charged straight at the building. Ah! The man who peeked let out a scream he couldn't suppress, and the small group of soldiers instantly pulled their triggers. Bang! A loud noise came from the entrance. Everyone trembled, huddled together, staring nervously at the door. Slowly, blood began to seep through the gap under the door, but no more movement followed. It was killed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, including the small squad of soldiers. At this moment, from among the ordinary civilians, an elderly man stood up, sharp-eyed, and sternly said to the man who peeked through the curtain, "Don't act on your own. If there had been more of them out there, you could have gotten us all killed." I didn't know he could see me. The man looked frightened. No one knew how these people got infected. They were just like zombies, contagious, extremely strong and fast, and with eerily sharp senses. The only non-advantage they had was that they didn't eat people, but if they bit or scratched you, you'd become a monster just like them. Even in the apocalypse, lives like ours, just ordinary people, can slowly evolve. "Don't underestimate how terrifying the virus is," said the sharp-eyed old man. He was Su Guangqi. The building they were hiding in was relatively solid and hidden, yet even so, the infected had tracked them here. These creatures were like lingering ghosts. Mr. Su is right. This outbreak came so suddenly. Maybe it was brought back from a beast nest. "Don't we already know how far those mutant beasts have evolved?" another person added. They were all from a research institute. As soon as the chaos started, someone came to evacuate them, but they were attacked by infected on the way and had to scatter. They were holding out here, waiting for rescue. "Professors and experts, don't worry. Someone will come to pick us up soon," the squad captain reassured them. Most of these people had been protected before the apocalypse broke out. Few had actually witnessed it and had no experience dealing with it. Many people died early on, not from the infected, but from fear and panic leading to fatal mistakes. Just pulling back the curtain had alerted that infected. At that moment, the infected's growls came again from a distance. Everyone in the room instinctively tensed up, and the soldiers raised their guns immediately. Not many bullets left. "I hope the rescue gets here soon," the captain thought anxiously. "Hurry up and think of something," a middle-aged man urged. The captain glanced at him. This man had already urged them several times. His slightly overweight body was sweating nonstop, pacing back and forth anxiously. The captain patiently explained to him once more, "It's not that we don't want to do anything, but we must prioritize your safety." That line again. If you really prioritized our safety, then why are we in danger now? What was that monster just now? Safe, huh? The middle-aged man interrupted the captain angrily. The fear of death made him nearly burst into profanity. Su Guangqi frowned and said, "Section Chiefly, you can't say that. If it weren't for these soldiers, could you fight monsters on your own? You'd be dead already. Dead or not." That word, dead, hit a nerve with the middle-aged man. He glared at Su Guangqi and snapped, "Su Guangqi, don't think you can talk down to me just because you're older. In the research institute, I never restricted your research. Do you think I'm actually afraid of you? I've just been giving you face out of courtesy. Today, I won't give face to anyone." "You!" Section Chiefly then shouted at the captain, "Your superior, Zhang Gaoa, that's my brother-in-law, did you know? Get him for me now." Section Chiefly was losing his mind. His brother-in-law was the security captain of Zone A, yet he wasn't the first to be evacuated. Instead, he was trapped in this damned place, and there was no sign of rescue. Su Guangqi had spent his whole life in the lab. He was furious at what Section Chiefly said but couldn't bring himself to curse, only pointing angrily at him. "You!" Section Chiefly didn't care about Su Guangqi or the other experts watching him. All he cared about was getting out alive. He had never known how terrifying a situation like this could be, until now. In such a moment, he could abandon anyone, as long as he survived. He hadn't experienced the horrors at the beginning of the apocalypse and had lived safely in a secure zone ever since. He didn't want to die now. "Dad, don't be angry anymore," Su Tong said to Su Guangqi. "In the apocalypse, part of human nature is always laid bare." Su Guangqi sighed and stopped looking at the agitated Section Chiefly. This kind of situation was indeed hard to bear, but he had endured even darker and more desperate days before. "Let's hope rescue comes soon. Otherwise, who knows what might happen." A moment ago, an expert had already drawn attention from infected, and now Section Chief Li was acting up. As fear increased, people's rationality and emotions would collapse further. With Ran Shiyu's sensing ability, Jiang Lushi and his group quickly found a possible entry point. Zones A and B, located halfway up the mountain, were originally made up of a large villa area, scenic spots, and a resort before the apocalypse. After the outbreak, many new buildings and especially defensive structures had been added. Zones A and B were completely separated by barbed wire and walls, with firepower points everywhere. Normally, it would be very hard to get through. Behind the barbed wire was a large cafeteria. There weren't many people there during the outbreak, and it wasn't affected afterward either, so only one squad was assigned to guard it. Jiang Lushi had waited in an alley for a while, then suddenly accelerated and instantly broke through the barbed wire at lightning speed, disappearing behind the cafeteria in the blink of an eye. The soldiers guarding the area were stunned. The speed of the minibus was so fast that they had been focused on the other side of the fence and didn't react in time. But now, Zone A was a quarantine area. Everyone inside wanted to escape, and yet someone had chosen to rush in. "We're in," Jiang Lushi exhaled lightly. Li Yusin's face didn't show any relief. Instead, the unease in her eyes deepened. Zone A now had a heavy and grim atmosphere. Not long after driving in, they already saw bloodstains and signs of battle on the road. As two important researchers, Li Yusin's grandfather and mother had been assigned a yard in the resort as their residence. Jiang Lushi had visited once. But in the current situation, Jiang Lushi felt there was no point in going there. The chance they had stayed was too small, and going would only waste time. The infected probably broke out most in the military zone and the hospital, both are located on either side. Li Yusin tried to stay calm as she spoke. She had stayed here for a while and knew a bit about the layout of Zone A. Zone A had been heavily guarded to protect important facilities and people, but this time the infection source happened to be the soldiers who returned from the beast nest. The wounded among them were probably in the hospital. "Let's search nearby, it shouldn't be hard to find," Jiang Lushi said. Sitting in the minibus, they didn't have to worry about infected suddenly jumping out. As the minibus turned a corner, Jiang Lushi suddenly told them to stop. He jumped off the vehicle and walked to a corpse on the roadside. The corpse's eyes were wide open, bloodshot. Bulging veins covered his body and face, and his skin had turned bluish. Jiang Lushi had already noticed the corpse earlier. The starseed had sensed a special mutated energy from it. With his sharp eyes, he had scanned the corpse and seemed to spot something. "Brother Jiang, what's wrong?" Zhang Hai also got out, holding his gun as he stood guard beside Jiang Lushi. "Let me take a look first," Jiang Lushi said, staring at the body. There it was. He suddenly drew his dagger and sliced into the corpse's arm. A spurt of blood shot out immediately. "Brother Jiang, what are you doing?" Zhang Hai was stunned. This person was already dead, and infected weren't like mutant zombies. Could there be a mutated blood core? But before he could finish speaking, he choked up. On Jiang Liushi's dagger, a worm was wriggling. This worm was completely blood red, about 10 centimeters long and very thin. It had been moving through the blood vessels, and Jiang Lushi had spotted it earlier. With his precise cut, he stabbed the worm and dragged it out of the blood vessel. The worm kept wriggling and even tried to burrow into Jiang Liushi's hand, but he pinned it into a crack in the ground. "What the hell is this thing?" Zhang Hai's eyes widened. The worm looked terrifying. "Stay away," Jiang Lushi said. Zhang Hai replied quickly, "Brother Jiang, no need to worry. I just think it's creepy. It's like this, can it still burrow into me? I meant stay away from the corpse. There are probably more of them inside," Jiang Lushi said. Even though the worm had been pulled out, the starseed still detected special energy in the corpse, proving there were more inside. Looking at its shape, if it were short enough, it could enter a body without being felt. As long as it broke the skin, infection would begin. Zhang Hai's scalp tingled, and he jumped several meters away. "This might be a kind of parasite," Li Yusin said from the vehicle window. "Many parasites can control their host's behavior. This one makes the infected much stronger, faster, and more aggressive. But it's not because of a virus mutating cells. It's overusing the host's life and stamina. That's why Shiyu said if we left Commander Wang alone after his transformation, he would have died in a few days." "So it wasn't a virus," Jiang Lushi nodded. He knew a bit about parasites manipulating hosts. For example, toxoplasma can affect dopamine production and remove fear, making rats unafraid of cats, thus helping the parasite spread again. There's also horsehair worms, often found inside mantises, that drive them to drown themselves so the worm can lay eggs in water. Even certain fungal spores do this, like zombie ants. Their behavior mimics movie or game zombies from before the apocalypse. Looking at the worm on the ground, Jiang Lushi felt a bit emotional. If the apocalypse had started with this kind of parasite, humanity would be doomed. At least with the virus, some gained powers and a sliver of hope. But these parasites were also a product of post-apocalyptic mutation. They came from the beast nest, meaning there might be a giant or a swarm of them inside. Just imagining it gave people goosebumps. It was terrifying. And these parasites clearly acted in coordination, activating at almost the same time across hosts. "Give me the worm," Liusin said. "Okay." Jiang Lushi could sense special energy from it, but it was useless to him. He told Zhang Hai to get a glass bottle and put the worm inside. Even though it had been nearly cut in two by Jiang Lushi, it was still wriggling with tenacious vitality. "Here, be careful," Jiang Lushi said. "If this worm got into a living body, it would be a nightmare." "I will." Liusin nodded. She was clearly afraid and disgusted holding the bottle, but her hand stayed steady as she held it up to examine the parasite inside. Bang! 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 After shooting and killing 2 more infected drawn by the noise, the soldiers protecting Su Guangqi and the others looked even grimmer. If this continued, more and more infected would keep coming. Their ammunition was already limited and would soon be depleted. The best option now was to break out, but they were responsible for so many expert professors. People like Professor Su Guangqi were already quite old, and there were 2 other elderly individuals among them. These people had no strength to resist even a chicken. They were all researchers who worked carefully in the lab. Asking them to confront monsters like infected was far too risky. The death of any one of them would be a huge loss. At this moment, Su Tong came to Su Guangqi with a bottle of water. "Dad, drink some water." Su Guangqi glanced at it but didn't take it. Although he had seemed calm before, seeing everyone around him anxious and tense made it hard for him to stay composed. Ever since Liusin had left Zhonghai, they had been worried about her. Now they had only spent a few days together again, and suddenly this happened. What Su Guangqi worried about wasn't himself, but Liusin, who was near the beast nest. The fact that so many infected had appeared confirmed that the initial outbreak came from soldiers returning from the beast nest. "Dad, don't worry too much. Yusin is with Xiao Zhang's team, they'll be fine," Su Tong said, knowing exactly what her father was thinking and trying to comfort him. Su Guangqi nodded. Indeed, with Jiang Liushi's team's strength, escaping from the beast nest shouldn't be too difficult. It's just that even Xiaoyuan's safe zone was now in chaos. There's still no rescue. "We've decided to send 2 soldiers to look for help," the captain said, walking over. "Going for help?" Su Guangqi and Su Tong were both surprised. The other experts and professors were stunned as well, but some nodded. "All right then, go quickly." "Go for what?" "Bookworms. Only know how to do research, your brains are broken." Section Chief Li yelled, glaring at the captain. "You only have 6 people. If 2 go for help, how do the remaining 4 protect us? I bet they're taking ammo too, right? I saw it. You were counting ammo just now. Not much left, right?" Section Chief Li had lost all control, but had been closely watching the soldiers. After all, his safety depended on them. "My suggestion is, just send 1 person. Use less ammo. He's going to ask for help, not fight. Be careful, avoid those monsters," Section Chief Li said. "That's impossible," the captain immediately replied. "You make it sound easy, but no one can predict the real situation. If 1 person runs into even 2 monsters, he's dead. Even 2 soldiers is risky. If anyone needs to hide, it's us. Everyone stay quiet and be careful." Section Chief Li was extremely frustrated. He already felt unsafe, and now 2 more soldiers would be gone. But the captain didn't plan to listen to him. While he kept complaining, the 2 soldiers were already getting ready to leave. "Fine then, bring Zhang Gaohe back," Section Chief Li said. All he wanted now was to be under Zhang Gaohe's team's protection. That way he'd feel truly safe. Being stuck here with these old, weak, sick, and frail people was making him lose his mind. Section Chief Li only said those words because he couldn't stop them, while the captain had already made arrangements. Soon, under everyone's watchful eyes, 2 soldiers opened the door and walked out. As the door closed and the 2 soldiers disappeared from sight, everyone felt their hearts tighten, both anxious and hopeful. The minibus drove along the road. Inside the vehicle, Ran Shiyu's psychic sense kept extending outward, searching for human mental light spots. Then Ran Shiyu suddenly spoke, "I sense 2 people moving." But just 1 second later, she added, "Only 1 left, there's an infected chasing the other from behind." Go check it out," Jiang Lushi immediately ordered. There weren't many scattered survivors in Zone A. Jiang Lushi had guessed that perhaps everyone had been evacuated to some relatively safe location right at the start. Now, they had finally found someone. Don't know if we'll make it in time. Ran Shiyu sensed that the remaining person's mental state was very unstable, likely in bad condition. Meanwhile, the infected was rapidly approaching. Speed up, Jiang Lushur said. Bang bang. A young baby-faced soldier turned and fired 2 more shots. One bullet hit the infected's belly, but the infected only swayed slightly and kept charging forward at full speed. The young soldier's face was pale. They had already been careful, but this infected still managed to launch a surprise attack. His comrade died on the spot, and it seemed he couldn't hold on much longer either. These infected were more sensitive to living humans than zombies. But if he couldn't find help, then he and his comrade would have died for nothing. Just then, a gunshot rang out. The young soldier's body jolted. He saw the infected fall while running, a hole in its forehead, blood spreading across the ground behind its head. V-room. An engine roared from behind. The young soldier turned around in surprise, only to see a minibus, not his own people. But as long as it was someone, it was enough. The minibus stopped in front of him. Jiang Lushur looked at the corpse. With his sharp eyes, he noticed worm-like parasites wriggling in the puddle of blood, dense and hair-raising. May I ask, who are you? The young soldier saluted and asked Jiang Lushur. At this moment, Li Yusin had already rolled down the window and urgently asked, Excuse me, do you know where the scientists are now? Professor Su Guangqi and Su Tong, do you know where they are? The young soldier froze. What a coincidence. Our squad is protecting some scientists, among them are the 2 Professors Su, the young soldier quickly replied. Ah? Li Yusin was overjoyed. They're okay? They're fine. But everything happened so suddenly. The number of infected keeps increasing, and the surviving civilians are mostly non-combatants, and very important. So the situation is unfavorable to us, and we've been scattered. The young soldier shook his head. The safe zone was continuously sending reinforcements to Zone A. But just sealing off Zone A to prevent the infected from escaping already took a huge manpower toll. They still needed to hold out until the army came to clear the area. But without ammo, how could they hold out? Brother Jiang. Hearing that her grandfather and mother were safe, Li Yusin breathed a sigh of relief. But the young soldier's words also made it clear the situation wasn't good. She looked to Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur told him to open the door and said, Take us there. All right. The young soldier immediately got in the vehicle. With a guide, the minibus drove directly toward the building where the Professor Su were hiding. Inside the building, everyone was anxiously waiting. They followed the captain's instructions and made no noise, quietly waiting in the room. All the curtains were tightly drawn. But in this eerie silence, hearing their own and others' breathing and heartbeat sounds, amplified countless times, made it even harder to stay calm. Section Chief Li was especially anxious and restless. Not being able to see outside was like sitting and waiting for death. The 2 soldiers had only been gone a short while, but it felt like a very long time. Su Tong sat beside Su Guangqi. Neither spoke. At that moment, the eerie silence was broken by a gradually approaching engine sound, followed by the screeching of tires at the door. Everyone was startled from their unease. Section Chief Li jumped up first, shouting excitedly, Someone's here. So soon, the captain was surprised. Actually, they were all just temporarily trapped. He hadn't expected help to arrive this fast. At that moment, Section Chief Li rushed to the door in excitement. As the door opened, the soldier who had gone for help stood at the entrance with several people. A young man stood at the front, with a cold and petite girl behind him and a graceful and pretty woman at his side. Hurry and get me out of here. Where's Zhang Gaohe? Why didn't he come himself? Never mind that, just take me to Zhang Gaohe, or get me out of this damn place. Section Chief Li blurted out in a rush. The young man looked deep and calm, with bulging gear at his waist and a sniper rifle slung on his back emitting a chill. The petite girl behind him gave off a cold-killing aura. Just one glance felt like she had locked onto your throat. Seeing these people, Section Chief Li naturally assumed they were Zhang Gaohe's subordinates, otherwise, why would they be here? Seeing Section Chief Li blabbering as soon as he appeared, Jiang Lushur and Zero were both stunned. Who is this guy? Jiang Lushur didn't bother with him. At that moment, Li Yusin bypassed Section Chief Li and entered the room. Mom! Grandpa! Li Yusin immediately saw Su Guangqi and Su Tong. Yusin, why are you here? Su Guangqi and Su Tong had also spotted her the moment she walked in. They had been worrying about her, and now she appeared, and right when they were in danger. Section Chief Li was stunned. No matter how clueless he was, he could see now, these people weren't Zhang Gaohe's people. They had come to rescue Su Guangqi and Su Tong. With the captain of the security team as his relative, Section Chief Li had always thought he should be the one rescued. But to his surprise, it was Su Guangqi who got saved. Yusin, if this place isn't safe, then let's leave immediately, Jiang Lushur said. This place was indeed too dangerous for scientists like Su Guangqi. Just then, the captain stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, who are you? Are you a survivor squad?" This captain was also an ability user. He sensed strong ability waves from the petite girl. In the minibus, there were several other different ability signatures. The young man in front had no strong ability wave, but that sniper rifle on his back clearly wasn't for show. If he wasn't a good sniper, ordinary survivors would prefer rifles, machine guns, or pistols. A strong sniper could be terrifying, especially to a soldier like this captain. In short, this was a powerful survivor team. "My name is Jang Lusher said. "Well, there are many scientists here. Would you be willing to take them out?" "We just need to follow your vehicle," the captain asked sincerely. The young soldier had only brought back this survivor team. They could no longer wait for uncertain reinforcements. Jiang Lusher glanced inside the room and nodded. Sure. He had great respect for scientists like these. Since the captain had asked, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Su Guangqi and Su Tong both smiled. The other experts and professors were also overjoyed. Even Section Chief Li couldn't hide his delight. Though he wasn't a scientist, as a management figure in the research institute, his importance wasn't less than theirs. "But I still have somewhere I need to go. You can follow me for now or stay here and wait until I come back," Jiang Lusher said, not giving the captain a chance to thank him. The captain froze and asked, "Where to?" "The hospital," Jiang Lusher replied. He still needed to go to the hospital to obtain the serum and wake up Jiang Zhuing. "The hospital? You're going to the hospital now," the captain said in surprise. Jiang Lusher said nothing. If he didn't go now, and the military regained control later, it would be much harder to get the serum. Section Chief Li's excited expression instantly turned sour. The hospital? He didn't believe Jiang Lusher would return. Even if he did, who knew how long it would take? But the hospital, that was where part of the infection started. "In that case, let's go to the hospital first," Su Tong said. She didn't know what Jiang Lusher's goal was, but she trusted him. If he was going, he must have confidence in dealing with the danger. "No. The hospital is too dangerous." Section Chief Li couldn't hold back anymore. Seeing Su Tong agree, he said, "This little Jiang, my brother-in-law is Zhang Gaohe. If you take us to him, you'll surely be rewarded." Jiang Lusher finally looked directly at Section Chief Li. "I've already said, if you think it's too dangerous, stay here and I'll pick you up after I return." Section Chief Li was stunned. Everything he just said, about his identity, about the reward, was completely ignored. Jiang Lusher's calm response left him dumbfounded. Section Chief Li stood there dumbfounded, and Jiang Lusher naturally didn't bother saying more to him. He walked over and helped Su Guangqi up. "Mr. Su, get in the vehicle." The notebook Su Guangqi had provided was very useful during the trip to the beast nest. All right. Su Guangqi nodded, smiling. The other experts and professors now looked at Su Guangqi and Su Tong a little differently. They had benefited from the connection with these two, otherwise, who would have charged into Zone A to rescue people at a time like this? Su Guangqi and Su Tong got into the minibus. At the same time, two soldiers nearby found two vehicles and drove them over. "Everyone get in, we'll follow behind," the captain said to the other experts and professors. Jiang Lusher saw this and didn't say anything. The space inside his minibus was limited. It would be hard to fit all the experts, and since Jiang Zhuing was still unconscious, he didn't want to pack the vehicle full of people in this situation. Besides, these soldiers didn't seem to fully trust him. If he had offered, they might have refused, and even the experts might not have wanted to get in. Seeing that they were really about to set out, Section Chief Li felt both angry and bitter. These people were completely ignoring him. Everything he said was like hot air. But how could he possibly stay here alone? With a gloomy face and no words, Section Chief Li silently followed and got into one of the vehicles. Going to the hospital, doesn't he know what the hospital is like right now? Section Chief Li muttered and complained. He's putting everyone's lives at risk. "When I see Zhang Gaohe, I'll definitely report your captain." He said this to the soldiers in the car. He couldn't boss around Jiang Lusher, a survivor, but these soldiers had agreed to follow Jiang Lusher's orders. The two soldiers in the front seats turned their heads and glanced at him. The one in the passenger seat was the soldier saved by Jiang Lusher's team. He glared at Section Chief Li and angrily snapped, "What right do you have to report us? If we could still hold on, of course we'd have tried other ways, but we're nearly out of ammo now. Staying back would be even more irresponsible. And to protect everyone, one of our comrades just died, his body's still lying out there. And you still want to report us?" Section Chief Li had been shouting the whole time, and the soldiers had tolerated him because he was from the research institute. But now, even after all that, he was still complaining. If it weren't for running into Jiang Lusher's group, he wouldn't even be alive now. Section Chiefly hadn't expected the soldier to talk back. The young soldier's face was flushed red, and his eyes were bulging like a bull's. That scared Section Chiefly, who wouldn't even know how to kill a chicken, and he backed off. He muttered weakly, "Protecting us is your duty." The young soldier exploded, jumping up as if to hit him. Section Chiefly turned pale and shrank back in panic. "What are you trying to do?" "Stop it," the soldier in the driver's seat pulled the young soldier back. Section Chiefly was now pale as a sheet, curled in a corner without making another sound. But seeing the way the other experts and professors looked at him, and thinking about how cowardly he had seemed just now, he felt furious inside. "You're all in it together." At that moment, the minibus had already started, heading toward the hospital. After arriving at the Xiaoyuan safe zone, Su Guangqi had been assigned to the hospital for checkups, and a doctor had been put in charge of monitoring his health. He was very familiar with the route to the hospital and now guided Jiang Lushi and the others. "By the way, Xiao Jiang, why are you going to the hospital? Is it because of Miss Jiang?" Su Tong had already seen Jiang Zhuing lying in the bed. Although she looked like she was sleeping peacefully, it was obvious something wasn't right in such a situation. And Jiang Lushi insisting on going to the hospital only made it easier to guess. "Yes. I heard that Xiaoyuan Safe Zone developed a type of serum that can be used when level 2 ability users evolve. Zhuing is currently in the process of evolving," Jiang Lushi said frankly. There was nothing to hide from Su Guangqi and Su Tong. They might even know more about it. Sure enough, Su Tong nodded as soon as she heard it. "Yes, it exists. Though it's not my father's or my project, I've heard about it. This serum can stimulate cellular mutation and evolution in level 2 ability users and speed up their advancement. But it's very difficult to produce, so it's scarce and can't be widely used." Jiang Lushi nodded. It made sense it couldn't be widely used. Having something like this at all was already impressive. Thanks to the large number of scientists protected in the early days of the apocalypse, many research achievements had already been made. Whether it was evolution crystals or this serum, they were very helpful to ability users. Even the fact that safe zones now had vegetables, fruits, and rice to eat, it was all thanks to these scientists. More research results might come in the future. Jiang Liushi's own biological lab and alien plant research facility would gradually unlock new capabilities as well. Earlier, Jiang Lushi had found a scientist's notebook. The writer had a pessimistic view of the apocalypse. But at this moment, Jiang Lushi felt there was still hope in the apocalypse. At least for him, the starseed and his mobile base vehicle were his hope, his guarantee for survival. Herg. The 3 vehicles drove down the road boldly, soon attracting several infected. Not only that, more infected began emerging from nearby buildings and alleyways. They came from all directions, their blood-red eyes locked onto the moving vehicles. "Don't worry about them. Head to the hospital first," Jiang Lushi said. "Firing guns here would only attract more infected. Better to get to the hospital first." V-room. The minibus in the lead sped ahead without stopping. The 2 vehicles behind quickly accelerated to follow. Herg. Over a dozen infected charged forward. One of them jumped onto the vehicle with a muffled bang, its ferocious face pressing against the window, as if staring intensely at the people inside. "Ah!" Section Chiefly screamed, and the other experts and professors were also terrified. Jiang Lushi silently watched these infected. Up close, their eyes were completely empty, not like zombies, who at least had a strong hunger or desire. Zombies still retained some instinct or awareness. But after being turned into hosts for parasites, they were just puppets. The distance from Zone A to the hospital wasn't far, but with so many infected around, crossing this distance was like taking a trip through hell. If it were a normal ability user team trying to pass through this area, they would have to be extremely careful and move in hiding. But Jiang Lushi was driving a base vehicle, followed by 2 military vehicles. Driving like this on the streets, hiding was no longer an option. The result was more and more infected. Seeing the crowd of infected surrounding and chasing them, the experts and professors were filled with fear. If the vehicle got stuck and couldn't move, and they were surrounded and torn apart by the infected, just imagining it gave them chills. They were already riding a tiger and had no way to retreat. Infected kept leaping up and crashing into the vehicles. With the high-speed collisions, even the heavy military vehicles were constantly jolting, as if they were about to flip over. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. An infected jumped down from a tall building and landed directly on the windshield of a military vehicle. The force of the fall from the tall building, combined with the vehicle's speed, made the impact terrifying. The infected smashed itself into a pile of bloody flesh, and at the same time, the windshield, resistant even to pistol bullets, shattered completely. "Ah!" The people inside the vehicle screamed. They hadn't expected that the infected would launch such suicidal attacks to break into the vehicles. The soldier driving the vehicle was also shocked, but fortunately, he reacted quickly. He stabilized the car immediately and swerved, flinging the pile of meat off the front. But right after, with no windshield, the infected began to rush at the military vehicle like starving wolves. Although the soldiers on the vehicle had good aim, they couldn't withstand such a wild attack. If even one infected got in, the entire vehicle would be doomed. I said we shouldn't go to the hospital. I said we shouldn't go to the hospital. See? They're all going to die. Section Chiefly wasn't in that vehicle. He was scared out of his mind, but also secretly glad it was the vehicle behind that got hit first. If that vehicle got destroyed, it would draw a large number of infected away and buy time for them. That way, maybe they could break through the encirclement in one go. Stop that vehicle, use them as bait, then we'll survive. Section Chiefly trembled and muttered to himself. He watched as the vehicle shook violently, and the scattered gunfire couldn't hold back the tide of infected. Just as he thought that vehicle was done for, suddenly, bang 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 bang. A burst of bullets swept across. The infected in front of the vehicle were hit one after another, blood and flesh flying everywhere. This. Section Chiefly jumped in shock. He turned his head and saw Jiang Lushi standing at the back window of the minibus. In each of his hands, he held a Type 95 automatic rifle, firing continuously. Using automatic rifles like handguns? Even though Section Chiefly wasn't a soldier, he knew that automatic rifles weren't meant to be used one-handed. Their weight and long barrels made it hard to hold even with two hands, let alone aim with one. Not even war dramas showed things like this. Single-handedly using rifles, shooting accurately at infected on another moving vehicle, while on a bumping minibus at high speed, how difficult was that? Bang bang bang. Gunfire kept going. Another 7 or 8 infected were taken down by Jiang Lushi. Even the soldier driving the vehicle was stunned by his accuracy. It was terrifying. What are you all staring for? Clear the corpses off the hood now. Switch places with the front vehicle. Stay within 3 meters of my vehicle. Jiang Lushi shouted. Keeping that close of a distance would prevent infected from slipping in. And with the minibus in front shielding them, the military vehicle wouldn't need a windshield to be safe. But 3 meters was a very tight gap, giving the driver almost no time to react. One wrong move and they'd crash. It required serious driving skills. Eru, can you do it? An old soldier said while using his gun stock to push the corpse off the hood. The driver was a young soldier, probably in his early 20s. His shooting wasn't great, but he was a skilled driver, that's why he was in the driver's seat. Eru didn't say anything, just nodded heavily. 3 meters it is. That guy could shoot infected with one hand from that far away. If Eru couldn't even drive properly, he might as well jump out and die now. He hit the gas to follow Jiang Lushi's vehicle. Seeing this, Section Chiefly panicked. Even though he hated Jiang Lushi for taking them to the hospital, he knew clearly, sticking close to Jiang Lushi's vehicle, in the middle of the convoy, was the safest place. He originally thought letting the rear vehicle act as bait would be perfect. But Jiang Lushi, that bastard, actually went and saved them, and now even let their vehicle move ahead? Did that mean he, the research institute's leader, would be left behind? Section Chiefly quickly shouted, Driver. Block the vehicle behind. Don't let them pass us. The soldier driving their vehicle showed a trace of disgust on his face. He completely ignored Section Chiefly, turned the wheel, and let the rear vehicle pass. You. Section Chiefly was furious. He wanted to grab the wheel and drive himself. He thought of yelling some harsh threats, but when the words reached his mouth, he didn't dare say them. He still remembered how that soldier looked when he almost punched him. These rough military guys, not all there in the head, might really do it. Damn it, if I'd known, I would have gotten in that Jiang guy's vehicle. I thought he was crazy, turns out he's brutal. Along the way, Section Chiefly saw it clearly, Jiang Lushi's minibus was in the lead, taking on more infected than the other 2 vehicles combined. And yet wherever the minibus went, the infected were knocked away like bowling pins. Jiang Lushi even had the time to support the rear vehicle. That vehicle was insane. Gunfire echoed again, attracting even more infected. They swarmed forward, surrounding and chasing the convoy. This terrifying wave of infected was even larger than a typical zombie horde. It showed that infected were far more sensitive to sound and living people than regular zombies. Looking at the massive black wave of infected, Jiang Lushi also frowned. No matter how strong they were, ants could kill an elephant. Killing all these infected wouldn't be easy. The spread of the infected was also terrifyingly fast. Fortunately, it was still confined within Zone A. If not, the entire safe zone might be doomed. Brother Jiang, look. At that moment, Ing reminded Jiang Lushi. He turned his head and looked forward. Through the blood and flesh smeared on the windshield, he saw a tall building with over 10 floors. On top of the building was a bright red cross. The hospital. They had finally reached the hospital. Xiaoyuan Hospital, formerly known as the First People's Hospital of Sanxiang Province, was a renowned top-tier hospital in central China before the apocalypse. It was backed by the nation's most authoritative human disease gene research center. Every day at 4 or 5 in the morning, a large crowd would line up to register. Even so, they could only manage to get an appointment with a chief physician. Trying to book a top expert? That was nothing but a pipe dream. Still, before the apocalypse, Xiaoyuan First People's Hospital could at least offer some medical services to ordinary people. However, after the apocalypse, Xiaoyuan Hospital became a private hospital exclusively for the privileged class. The extreme shortage of medicine and doctors made it impossible for ordinary people to seek treatment. If you got sick, you were left to fend for yourself, no food to eat, and you still want medicine? Even before the apocalypse, losers couldn't afford to get sick. With the establishment of the Xiaoyuan Safe Zone and the development of post-apocalyptic biochemical science, Xiaoyuan Hospital became an important biochemical research lab in the Safe Zone. Many experts and doctors here were seen as national treasures by the government, not to mention that the hospital's labs contained a wealth of original research data, including valuable serum samples. This plague broke out too fast, and even ability users could be infected. If it spread completely within the military, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire safe zone would be doomed. With no choice, the main forces hastily retreated and naturally couldn't manage to evacuate the hospital's scientific data and biochemical medical experts in time. But these people couldn't just be abandoned. Commander Peng Dinglong of the Xiaowu military base happened to be in Zone A when the plague broke out. He personally led a special forces unit from Zone A to the hospital for rescue. But once they arrived, they got trapped. They had underestimated the speed of the plague's spread and the number of infected. After the special forces entered the hospital, the number of infected rapidly increased. On top of that, communication signals were completely cut off. Peng Dinglong couldn't even call for backup, and he had no idea what was happening with the main force. Watching the growing number of infected, it looked like a second mini-apocalypse for the Xiaoyuan safe zone. Commander, we still have a decent amount of bullets and some military rations like compressed biscuits. We can hold on for a while, but we're out of water. We have nothing to drink. Although the Xiaoyuan safe zone had established a water purification system, the limited tap water was only supplied to the government, high-ranking military officials, and a few research institutions. Xiaoyuan Hospital used to have tap water, but since the sudden outbreak of the plague, no one dared to drink it. Not long ago, the special forces brought an infected corpse to Xiaoyuan Hospital for research. Experts quickly discovered the cause of infection was a mutated parasite. This mutated parasite was incredibly resilient and highly infectious. It could lay eggs outside the host's body, and these eggs likely contaminated the water supply, so no one dared to drink the tap water anymore. Understood. Peng Dinglong listened to his subordinate's report expressionlessly. You're dismissed. The communications officer saluted and left. Beside Peng Dinglong stood his trusted aide, Zhang Gaohua. Commander, what should we do? If we retreat, the brothers might be able to fight their way out. But if we have to take these scientists and the valuable lab equipment with us, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Peng Dinglong shook his head. The goal of this mission was to rescue the scientists, and ideally the rare experimental equipment as well. If they just evacuated and left behind all that after sacrificing so many soldiers, what was the point of coming to Xiaoyuan Hospital at all? Hold on a few more days. Have the experts focus on developing a method to purify the water and kill the parasite eggs. Peng Dinglong said grimly. These mutated parasite eggs were extremely resilient, killing them was no easy task. If even one egg slipped through, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Just as Peng Dinglong was speaking, a sudden rattling sound came from outside the window, gunfire. Then came a loud boom, like the explosion of a grenade. Peng Dinglong instantly flared up. Who fired? Didn't I say no shooting? And someone even threw a grenade? Are they looking to die? Just the infected gathered around the hospital were already enough trouble. If they fired more shots and attracted hundreds or thousands of infected, and those creatures broke into the hospital, they'd all be doomed. I'll go take a look. Zhang Gaohua rushed to the window. He'd been holding back his anger these past few days. If someone disobeyed military orders now, he'd shoot them on the spot. But when Zhang Gaohua reached the window and saw the scene outside, he was dumbfounded. He saw a dense crowd of infected, at least several thousand. So many infected were chasing and charging, and leading them was a small convoy. Crazy. Completely crazy. Driving through a horde of infected while shooting and throwing grenades, this convoy was clearly doomed. But then, Zhang Gaohua noticed something that terrified him. The convoy was heading straight for the hospital and was about to crash through the gates. Damn it, they want to die and take us with them. Zhang Gaohua was furious. If that swarm of infected rushed in, how could they possibly hold them off? At that moment, Peng Dinglong also quickly came to the window. Seeing the situation, he felt his scalp tingle. He noticed the leading minibus, it looked familiar. He had previously investigated that vehicle. In the whole safe zone, there was only one team that drove such a minibus. That's Jiang Liusher's vehicle? Jiang Liusher? That brat? Damn, he's going to get us all killed. Zhang Gaohua was about to continue cursing when he paused. Thinking it over, a convoy smashing through a horde of infected like that, it was basically suicide. But Jiang Liusher's minibus had been charging through for a while now, and the thousands of infected gathered behind him proved it. This Jiang Liusher's vehicle is actually this powerful? The more Peng Dinglong watched, the more shocked he became. Wherever Jiang Liusher's minibus went, infected were sent flying. Most astonishing of all, the vehicle's front end had extended several thick, sharp V-shaped ramming horns. With the minibus's speed, the ramming horns were like a meat grinder, any infected in the way were cut in half or even torn to pieces. It was like a super battle vehicle straight out of a sci-fi movie. Even the investigation he'd conducted before hadn't revealed this. In fact, Ding Kuan and others had witnessed it firsthand, but hadn't had a chance to report back before the plague broke out in the safe zone. He's almost at the hospital gate. Peng Dinglong saw that Jiang Liusher's vehicle was less than 100 meters away. Open the gate. Jiang Liusher shouted inside the base vehicle. Peng Dinglong's brow twitched. The hospital gate was heavily fortified, one of their main defensive lines. Open it and let Jiang Liusher in? Wouldn't a chunk of those infected rush in as well? Even if they didn't get in, they'd know Jiang Liusher entered the hospital and launch a frenzied assault on it. Commander, if we let him in, we're done for. Zhang Gaohua said urgently. But Peng Dinglong already ordered through the radio, open the gate immediately. Commander, you think we can stop him? He's not even slowing down. If he crashes into the gate, the consequences will be worse. Peng Dinglong was furious. Being trapped here was bad enough, and now someone had led thousands of infected straight to them. Were they not dying fast enough? Boom boom. The soldiers guarding the hospital gate moved the obstacles aside and opened the gate, raising their guns and preparing for battle. The infected outside would soon swarm in together with the minibus. Crazy, crazy, totally crazy. Section Chief Lee was trembling in the car. Their vehicle was at the rear, surrounded by infected on all sides, and he was sitting by the window. Every time an infected banged against the car, he would shudder all over. Seeing the hospital gate open, Chief Lee didn't feel relieved at all, he was even more scared. If they went in now, they'd be blocked and trapped by the infected. Not to mention the cowardly Chief Lee, even the soldiers guarding the gate felt intense pressure. Thousands of infected were charging at them, how could this defensive line hold? Whether it was regular soldiers or ability users, getting touched meant infection, certain death. Just when the soldiers thought Jiang Liusher's minibus was going to charge into the hospital and start a bloodbath, suddenly, the tires screeched against the ground. With a drift and tail swing, the minibus didn't rush into the hospital, it actually rammed into an old nearby building. Not only were the soldiers guarding the hospital stunned, even the two military vehicles following Jiang Liusher were dumbfounded. Did Jiang Liusher accidentally turn the steering wheel the wrong way? At nearly 100 kilometers per hour, crashing into a building should mean total destruction and death. Boom! With a loud explosion, the wall of the building was smashed through. The minibus was incredibly heavy, and at that speed and weight, the momentum was too much for the building to handle. You keep driving. At that moment, the soldiers driving the two military vehicles suddenly heard Ran Shiyu's voice in their minds. They hesitated for a second, there was no time to think about where the voice came from. They could only follow her instruction and keep heading toward the hospital gate. Is Brother Jiang okay? The young soldier who had been rescued by Jiang Liusher earlier looked back nervously. After Jiang Liusher charged into the building, a large group of infected turned to chase him instead. After all, Jiang Liusher was their main target. The minibus had just plowed through and killed who knows how many infected. Ram spike damaged. Damage percentage, 5%. Front windshield damaged. Damage percentage, 12%. Base vehicle alloy shell damaged. Damage percentage, 8%. In an instant, a string of data appeared in Jiang Liusher's mind. At this moment, the base vehicle had already smashed through 3 walls using its terrifying impact and the sharp ramming spike on the front. This building was an old brick concrete structure, originally planned to be demolished and rebuilt into a resort. But because of the apocalypse, that never happened. The brick concrete walls were made of red hollow bricks and weren't nearly as strong as reinforced concrete. Still, even so, the collision caused considerable damage to the base vehicle. At that moment, the ramming spike on the front retracted, and a black cannon barrel appeared. Before entering the building, Jiang Lucier had already been charging the air cannon, and now it was fully powered. Air cannon, full energy blast. Whoosh! A terrifying supersonic air current exploded in the confined space, sweeping through everything. The second floor's floorboard was lifted clean off, and the walls collapsed outward. Engines full power. Base vehicle, second form, activate. In the cockpit, Jiang Lucier gave a decisive order. With clanking sounds, the cockpit began to rise, and the base vehicle transformed into its mining truck form. A massive 160-ton giant suddenly appeared in the crumbling building. The height of the mining truck exceeded the building's ceiling height, directly smashing through beams and floor slabs. What is Captain Zhang doing? The soldiers in the vehicles were anxious. Many infected were already drawn to Jiang Lucier, and now he'd rushed into a crumbling building. Even if he didn't die in the crash, he'd definitely get trapped inside and torn apart by infected. Jiang Lucier had saved them all. Saving a life was the deepest kind of bond to a soldier, no need for anything else. But right now, they had no choice but to push into the hospital and look for another way. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Automatic rifles and heavy machine guns spat fire, wildly shooting at the infected. The infected in the front were blasted into bloody bits, but these infected were even tougher than zombies. A zombie would die from a headshot, but these infected kept charging forward even with their heads blown apart. Even with broken legs, they could crawl forward using their hands. The infected were controlled by parasites. These parasites were their brains, controlling their muscles and nerves. Even severed limbs could keep twitching for a long time. Earlier, this trait hadn't fully shown, but now that the parasites had matured, the infected had changed. The line is breaking. We can't hold on. The soldiers shouted. And that was with Jiang Lucier having already drawn away a large portion of the infected, otherwise, it would have been even worse. What is Jiang Lucier trying to do? Peng Dinglong was furious. Opening the gate was to let Jiang Lucier and the two military vehicles in, but Jiang Lucier rammed into an old building instead, delaying everything. We have to close the gate now. The soldiers can't hold it anymore. Zhang Gaohua grabbed the radio to give the order. At this point, protecting the main force was the top priority. Jiang Lucier likely wouldn't make it out anyway. But just as he was about to speak into the radio, he suddenly saw the old building shaking violently. Huge chunks of walls fell off and crashed down. It looked like the building was experiencing a massive earthquake. What is going on? Zhang Gaohua was stunned. Peng Dinglong's eyes went wide too, and the radio almost slipped from his hand. Boom boom boom. One column after another was smashed down by the mining truck like toy blocks. The second floor's structure was riddled with holes and looked ready to collapse. At that moment, Jiang Lucier had already taken over the driver's seat from Ying. He gripped the steering wheel, fully focused, flooring the gas pedal. The massive wheels crushed the staircase, and with sheer power, Jiang Lucier's mining truck broke through the floor and climbed to the second story inside the crumbling building. Seeing a collapsed balcony right ahead, Jiang Lucier turned the steering wheel hard, drifting with a 160-ton mining truck. Bang! 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 The last three support columns were directly smashed, and the mining truck burst out of the entire building. While in the air, Jiang Lucier had already deactivated the base vehicle's second form and reverted it back to the minibus's first form. The minibus soared through the air, and behind it, the old building completely collapsed. Boom boom boom. The building toppled over, crushing who knows how many infected beneath the rubble. The infected screamed miserably, buried directly under tens of thousands of tons of debris. Besides that, the collapsed building left massive piles of dirt and rubble on the road, blocking most of the original 8-lane road, leaving only a narrow pedestrian-width path passable. In an instant, the horde of several thousand infected was cut off. The pressure on the soldiers defending the hospital was drastically reduced. What's going on? The soldiers at the hospital gate were dumbfounded. They watched Jiang Lucier drive the minibus into the building, thinking he was doomed, but the result, he brought down an entire building? How did he do that? After the base vehicle disappeared into the building, they couldn't see anything, so they had no idea about the mining truck form. They only saw the building violently shaking, then collapsing. They couldn't imagine what Jiang Lucier's vehicle did inside. A minibus, while it looked high-tech, was tiny compared to a whole building. A minibus collapsed a building. Was this really a vehicle and not a missile? Did I see that right? What the hell happened? Zhang Gaohua muttered. His previous impression of Jiang Lushi was just that he was a survivor from a fairly elite team. How was his car this powerful? Attack. Keep attacking. Peng Dinglong saw the hospital soldiers slacking a bit from the shock and immediately shouted into the radio. The soldiers snapped out of it and resumed full-force shooting. Unlike the earlier panic when facing a flood of infected, this time the soldiers were full of morale. Kill these sons of B** cheese. Damn it, I've been holding this in for days. Die, all of you. Brothers, use every last bullet. The Special Forces soldiers shouted. One by one, they stood up in the trenches, wielding heavy machine guns and firing madly. For the past days, they had guarded this place day and night, watching the infected wander around but not daring to fire a single shot, not even make a sound, barely breathing. They were already driven mad. Now they could finally fight freely. On one side, morale was soaring among the soldiers, on the other, the infected were buried by the collapsed building and cut off. The difference turned the tide. Soldiers quickly suppressed the situation with heavy firepower. As the infected were pushed away from the hospital entrance, now they just needed to close the gate to be relatively safe. Close the gate. Zhang Gaohua gave the order via radio, but Peng Dinglong immediately rejected it. No. Keep firing. Hit them hard. The collapsed building had blocked the main road, severely slowing the infected's advance. This was the best time to counterattack. Otherwise, staying trapped here was just waiting for death. Even if rescue came later, the price they'd pay to save them would be enormous. Now was the perfect moment to strike back. This Special Forces unit, although small in number, had plenty of ammunition and were firing like it was free. Buzz. Jiang Liushi's base vehicle charged through the infected like a wild bull, rushing directly into the hospital gate. Screech. With a sharp screech from the brakes, the base vehicle drifted 180 degrees and parked behind the defensive line. The minibus, full of technological and metallic feel, had its front end soaked in blood and now covered in dust from the collapsed building. Blood and dust mixed together, especially on the vicious ramming spikes. The dark, pyramid-shaped spikes had polished, gleaming tips, glinting with sharp cold light and embedded with shattered bones and flesh, full of the cruelty of war and the brutal beauty of violence. Holy sh*t. Is this even a car? Even tanks aren't this fierce. This thing is insanely badass. The soldiers were in awe. They clearly saw countless scratches on the vehicle, even cracks in the windshield, but nothing was truly broken. The entire vehicle was still intact. They had seen it themselves. The car charged into a building, brought it down, and came out mostly unscathed. It was unreal. What are you looking at? Keep shooting. The infected are already climbing over the rubble. Even though the collapsed building blocked them, the infected were agile, climbing over the ruins, trying to flood in again. Jiang Lushi saw this and simply moved a finger, pressing a button. A black cannon barrel extended from the ramming spikes. Air cannon, fire. Boom! Visible shockwaves exploded outward, creating a fierce blast. The infected who had just climbed over the rubble were blown away like paper in a storm. This vehicle. Zhang Gaohua stared at Jiang Liushi's car. This was straight-up black technology. He knew the military well and was sure, in the entire history of Chinese military equipment, nothing like this had ever been built, or could be built. Forget its terrifying power or outrageous weapons, just the body, able to withstand a 100 km/h head-on collision with brick walls, was beyond the limits of any known materials. Modern materials, whether the ceramic composite armor on the Type 99 main battle tank, or the high-strength steel flight deck of an aircraft carrier, weren't this insane. The Type 99's armor could withstand all kinds of large-caliber armor-piercing shells, but it was over a meter thick. A carrier's flight deck could take the impact of aircraft landings, but it was still dozens of centimeters thick. And all these composite armor formulas and special steels were state secrets. How could an ordinary person get their hands on them? But Jiang Liushi's car, its body thickness was just a few centimeters. The most ridiculous part? A good chunk of it was glass. In his whole life, Zhang Gaohua had never seen bulletproof glass with such high transparency that could also stop anti-material sniper rifles. At this point, Jiang Lushi handed the base vehicle over to Ying to drive, then climbed out the window of the minibus. With a hook of his hand on the window edge, he flipped himself onto the roof. In his other hand, he held two Type 95 assault rifles. The bolts were already pulled. Jiang Lushi fired both guns at once. Two streams of flame burst from the muzzles. Rat-a-tat-ta-ta. Jiang Liushi's marksmanship was insanely accurate. Even dual-wielding, even from hundreds of meters away, his shooting precision wasn't affected at all. He didn't aim for heads. Those infected kept charging even after their heads were blown off. He shot their limbs. Break their legs, and if they still crawled, break their arms too. Blood sprayed in all directions among the infected at the hospital gate. One after another, infected had their legs and arms broken, falling and rolling on the ground, trampled by others, a scene of pure slaughter. The 30-round magazines of the assault rifles were emptied in seconds. Jiang Lushi dropped one rifle onto his foot, reloaded with one hand, then kicked the dropped rifle back into his hand, reloaded it too. Reloading the Type 95 with one hand was much harder than with the Type 81, but in Jiang Luxi's hands, it was smooth as water, took no more than 2 seconds. The fire burst out again. Just Jiang Lushi alone provided firepower equal to 2 or 3 machine gun nests. He was much more accurate than machine gunners. Jiang Luxi's marksmanship shocked the soldiers. Not only was the vehicle impressive, his shooting was terrifying too. Just Jiang Lushi alone greatly reduced their pressure. They watched as the infected who had been charging forward dropped one by one. The 2 military vehicles that had just entered also pulled up next to the minibus. The soldiers jumped out one after another and began firing at the nearby infected. They had felt extremely frustrated earlier, cold sweat breaking out several times as they were being chased and surrounded by the infected. Now, it was finally their turn to fight back. Intense gunfire mixed with the roars of the infected into a chaotic scene. "Professors, please get out of the car," a soldier opened the door and said to the experts inside. "Yes, yes." One by one, the professors hurried out. The cars were filled with bloody flesh, and the strong smell of blood filled their noses, turning their faces pale. They helped each other, their limbs weak, as they got off the vehicle. Section Chief Lee also got out of the car, but this time he silently stood at the back of the group, keeping his mouth shut. When the experts all moved toward the rear of the defense line, Section Chief Lee followed behind and secretly pulled at the collar around his neck. His eyes were filled with despair, resentment, and fear. There was a wound on his neck. Earlier, he had been sitting by the window. Infected kept slamming into the vehicle, and the fragile glass couldn't withstand the impact. He had only just realized that he had been injured. Now everyone knew, if you got hurt by an infected, you were infected. Soon, he would turn into one of them, and then the soldiers would shoot him without hesitation. But Section Chief Lee didn't want to die. He planned to use the experts as cover to hide his injury. The brutal, bloody fight lasted a full 10 minutes. Everyone's gun barrels were red hot. In front of them, on the road and the collapsed building ruins, were corpses of infected everywhere. Some broken limbs still twitched, trying to crawl toward the hospital. As the battle came to an end, some soldiers finally relaxed from their intense focus. Immediately, they felt sore and weak, their arms nearly falling off. Looking at the ground covered with corpses, even though they were battle-hardened, they still felt chills on their scalps. The fight had been extremely intense. That was a beautiful counterattack. Peng Dinglong swung his fist with force. His tired face was full of excitement. He had fought countless battles, but this one was a life-or-death escape. Peng Dinglong looked at the figure holding 2 guns. His gaze slightly hardened. "Let's go downstairs." Jiang Lushi put down both guns and jumped off the roof of the vehicle. He noticed many soldiers looking at him like he was a hero. Whether it was the vehicle or the shooting, everything Jiang Lushi had done completely fit their style. Brutal, unstoppable, crushing everything, that was satisfying. At this moment, Peng Dinglong came down the stairs and saw the scene, feeling deeply moved. Jiang Lushi wasn't part of the army, but his reputation among these soldiers was already incredibly high. Before, he had thought Jiang Lushi was a reckless young man. Now, he realized he himself had lost some youthful passion. "Captain Jiang." Peng Dinglong walked over quickly and gave Jiang Lushi a military salute. "We only got out of this mess because of you." Peng, thank you. You didn't just help us, you helped the doctors in this hospital, and those precious medical devices." Jiang Lushi had already seen Peng Dinglong. Despite his age, he still walked with strength and confidence, his eyes steady, his voice firm. He remembered when he had first met Peng Dinglong, he hadn't given him much respect. But that wasn't because of any personal grudge. "Uncle Peng," Li Yusin looked out from the car window. Peng Dinglong looked at Li Yusin and also saw Su Guangqi and Su Tong. He turned to Jiang Lushi and said, "The team I sent to protect Yusin didn't cause you any trouble, right? Though now it seems, I was worrying too much." "Commander Peng meant well," Jiang Lushi replied. "In any case, you rescued these professors and broke the siege, you're the biggest hero." Peng Dinglong extended his hand and said sincerely. He no longer saw Jiang Lushi as a junior. With Zhang's strength, they should be equals. Jiang Lushi had no issue with Peng Dinglong either. He also extended his hand and shook it. In the corner, Section Chief Lee looked at Jiang Lushi with deep hatred in his eyes. But he quickly lowered his head and hid his expression. He looked at his hand, it was already trembling slightly, as if he couldn't control it. No. I don't want to die. It's all Jiang Liusher's fault. All his fault. If Jiang Liusher hadn't insisted on coming to the hospital and made their vehicle follow behind, this wouldn't have happened to him. It was all Jiang Liusher's fault. At this moment, Section Chief Li also saw Zhang Gaohua coming down the stairs. Zhang Gaohua quickly walked up to Peng Dinglong's side. He looked at Jiang Liusher with a somewhat complicated expression. Captain Jiang, Zhang Gaohua greeted him. Zhang Gaohua still remembered how he once made Jiang Liusher wait in the snow for almost 2 hours. It was probably too late to build a good relationship with Jiang Liusher. Zhang Gaohua felt regret. With Jiang's strength, having a good relationship with him would have been a great advantage, especially now that even Peng Dinglong admired him. Jiang Liusher glanced at Zhang Gaohua and only nodded slightly, then said to Peng Dinglong, "No need to talk about merits, I came to the hospital for a reason." "What reason?" Peng Dinglong asked directly. At this point, whatever Jiang needed, he would try to fulfill it. There's a serum in the hospital that can help second-level ability users evolve, along with some related doctors. "I hope they can take a look at my sister," Jiang Liusher said plainly. "Serum? I know about that," Peng Dinglong thought for a moment. The serum was very valuable, but without Jiang Liusher, they'd still be trapped, with no hope. Peng turned to Zhang Gaohua and said, "Go find Dr. Wei and Dr. Qiao." "Yes." Zhang Gaohua turned and headed upstairs. In the corner, Section Chief Li looked around, then quietly followed. "Gaohua! Gaohua!" Section Chief Li whispered behind him. As a psychic, Zhang Gaohua immediately noticed when Section Chief Li followed behind him. "Li Chang?" Zhang Gaohua was a bit surprised, but quickly realized that Section Chief Li should be with the scientists brought by Jiang Liusher. In fact, when the apocalypse broke out, Zhang Gaohua's wife had already turned into a zombie. At that time, Zhang Gaohua personally shot and killed his zombie wife. This incident had always been a thorn in his heart. So after arriving at the Xiaoyuan safe zone and meeting his wife's cousin, Section Chief Li, Zhang Gaohua took good care of him. Section Chief Li was originally a small administrator at Xiaoyuan First People's Hospital. After the safe zone was established, with Zhang Gaohua's support, and because Li was good at scheming, he managed to enter the research institute as an administrator. The research institute was full of scientists who were immersed in experiments and had no interest in administration. So the job landed in Li's hands. "Gaohua," Section Chief Li stumbled up to Zhang Gaohua and grabbed his arm. Zhang Gaohua frowned, sensing that Li was trembling all over. "Are you okay?" Zhang asked. Li froze for a moment, then forced out an awkward smile. "What could be wrong? Just got scared, that's all." "You're going to see the doctors? Let me come with you. I'm a bit scared staying here," Li added. Zhang Gaohua had wanted to ask more, but when he heard mention of the doctors, he remembered the task at hand. "No need for you. Once we're upstairs, find a room and stay there," Zhang said. "I just want to see if I can help." Li followed behind Zhang, glancing back at the hospital entrance. His hateful gaze paused on Jiang Liusher for a moment. There weren't many infected left. The soldiers could easily hold the gate. Jiang Liusher returned to the minibus and carried Jiang Zhuing out. The car was cramped, not suitable for medical treatment, so Jiang planned to take her upstairs. Li Yusin quickly followed. "I'll feel better staying with Zhuing. She had been caring for her all along and wouldn't leave her now." Her grandfather and mother were safe inside the minibus. Ran Shiyu also got out. "I'll go too. I want to hear what the doctors say, it might be useful later." Jiang nodded. Zero in their team was also close to evolving, so it made sense to learn more about second-level evolution. But this close was still an uncertain timeframe. Peng Dinglong called 2 soldiers to lead Jiang and his group to a patient room to wait. The 2 soldiers were excited. Being this close to Jiang Liusher was an honor. Zhang Gaohua arrived at an office door guarded by soldiers. He pushed the door open and found over a dozen doctors and nurses inside. "Dr. Wei, Dr. Qiao, please come with me," he said politely, his gaze landing on 2 older doctors. Dr. Wei and Dr. Qiao followed him out. Zhang explained the situation and asked, "Should I send someone to get the serum?" "No need. All the serum is in the cooler I'm carrying," Dr. Qiao replied. The serum was extremely valuable and scarce. When the evacuation was ordered, Dr. Qiao immediately took it and kept it close. Section Chief Li stood behind Zhang, eyes fixed on the cooler. "Do you need help?" Zhang asked. "No, the serum is in glass syringes, very fragile. If dropped, that would be a disaster," Dr. Qiao said. "Li Chang? Why are you still here?" Zhang turned and noticed Li still following. "You're going to treat Captain Jiang's person, right? I overheard. You know, if not for Captain Jiang, I'd be dead already, wouldn't even be here to see you." I want to help too, Li said with his head down. The two doctors were already walking ahead with a soldier, carrying the cooler and a medical kit. Zhang was a bit speechless. Fine, come along. Li followed. As they passed a glass window, he looked inside. His expression darkened. He tugged at his collar, revealing a wound on his neck. It had stopped bleeding, but he felt something squirming inside it. They were close to the patient room. Li could already hear Jiang talking inside. The two soldiers were excitedly asking Jiang about shooting techniques, repeatedly expressing their admiration. Hearing this made Li feel extremely irritated. His hatred surged, shattering his last bit of hesitation. Dr. Qiao, you look tired. Let me carry that. Li quickly stepped up behind Dr. Qiao and reached for the cooler, a flash of fierceness in his eyes. Startled, Dr. Qiao jerked back. No need. Just then, a chilling voice rang in Li's mind. You better not move. It was a calm female voice, but it made him feel like he had seen a ghost. It echoed directly in his head. Jiang and the others came out of the room. Li immediately saw a gray-eyed girl beside Jiang, beautiful and striking. When she looked at him, he instantly realized the voice in his head had come from her. Jiang looked at Li and said, a coward like a rat still dares to grab the serum? Do you have any idea how useless you are? Li's body turned cold. He had thought through his plan many times, but seeing Jiang again filled him with fear. He had seen Jiang's terrifying power in battle. All the resentment in his heart turned to dread. Zhang Gaohua was stunned. He had been about to scold Li but hadn't imagined he would make a move. But seeing Li's pale, stiff expression, he realized Zhang's words weren't baseless. Zhang immediately grabbed Li's hand. With a clatter, a pistol dropped to the ground. Li Chang. Zhang held his wrist, shocked. Do you know what you were doing? You could be executed for this. Li trembled, eyes full of despair. Jiang watched coldly. If not for Ran Shiyu sensing Li's emotions, this rat might have disrupted everything. I'm dying anyway, Li mumbled. Zhang couldn't hear clearly. Speak up. Why did you do this? Li was the only living relative of Zhang's wife. Zhang didn't want to execute him. But now that the evidence was clear, he had to show Jiang that justice would be served. Li was going to jail at the very least. Suddenly, Li opened his mouth and bit Zhang's hand. Zhang hadn't expected it and cried out, throwing Li aside. Li hit the ground and didn't get up, blood at the corner of his mouth left unwiped. Are you crazy? Zhang looked at his hand and cursed. Fortunately, as a psychic, his skin was tough, just a deep bite mark, no broken skin. He, Li laughed like a lunatic and said nothing. Jiang watched quietly. Li Yusen leaned over and whispered in his ear. Jiang smiled and said to Li, you got injured earlier, didn't you? Zhang's face changed. Captain Jiang, what do you mean? Check him. He's injured. Judging by his actions, he wanted revenge on me. Once discovered, he bit you, hoping you'd get infected and cause chaos. If others died with him, even better. If we died too, that would have been perfect, right? Jiang asked. Li said nothing, just gave a cold smile. He had planned to grab Dr. Qiao and destroy the serum. But his plan failed before it even started. Now he was completely deranged. Zhang's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Li to turn on him. Li Chang, you're not even human. Zhang could barely believe it. Then Li Yusen spoke. I've actually found a treatment, only for newly infected, she said. She had previously experimented on a parasite and tried using her healing ability to destroy or expel it. These parasites reproduced rapidly in the body and soon reached the brain, at which point no medicine could help. But her healing ability could directly affect them inside the body. However, if the parasite had already taken full control, treatment was pointless. Even if cured, the body would be ruined and the person dead. Her words struck Li like lightning. He looked at her desperately. Save me! Save me, he shouted, grasping at hope. He never imagined she'd found a cure. Jiang stepped forward, speaking to Zhang, if you had acted immediately, we wouldn't be in this situation. Then with a flick of his right hand, like magic, a pistol appeared. He pointed it directly at Li Chang. No, all those things Section Chief Li did earlier were because he thought he was going to die, so he completely gave up on himself. But now that he had a chance to live, the desire to survive suddenly reignited in him. However, just as he desperately hoped to live, Jiang Lushur no longer wanted to listen to his nonsense. Bang! A bloody hole appeared in Section Chief Li's head. He twitched a few times and collapsed to the ground, his body still slightly moving. But since he hadn't been fully turned yet, he was a bit different from the other infected who had been killed and still tried to attack. Zhang Gaohua watched the scene in silence. When Section Chief Li died, a complicated expression flashed through his eyes, and he sighed. Jiang Lushur was right. According to protocol, he should have dealt with Section Chief Li immediately, but he had tried to spare his life, which almost led to a major disaster. In the end, Jiang Lushi was the one who finished him off. This made Zhang Gaohua feel even more deeply that he had failed in his duties. "It's all my fault," Zhang Gaohua said in a low voice. He was in charge of security for Area A and held real power, yet now he was apologizing to a survivor in front of his own soldiers. This was a first. "Yusin," Jiang Lushi said. Li Yusin nodded. She glanced at Zhang Gaohua and stayed silent for a moment. Zhang Gaohua felt like every second was dragging endlessly. Finally, Li Yusin spoke. She shook her head. "You're not infected." Zhang Gaohua immediately let out a sigh of relief. Although the bite hadn't broken the skin, it was still a bite. Seeing the gun in Jiang Liushi's hand, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If Li Yusin had determined that he was infected just now, Jiang Lushi might have shot him without hesitation, and with Jiang Liushi's aim, he wouldn't have had a chance to dodge. "Let the two doctors come in first," Jiang Lushi said. The main reason he killed Section chiefly was because that man had tried to sabotage the serum. Jiang Zhuing was lying on the hospital bed. She had been in a coma for a while, and Jiang Lushi hoped she would wake up soon. Okay. Zhang Gaohua quickly brought in Dr. Wei and Dr. Qiao. The two doctors came to the bedside, and Li Yusin also returned to Jiang Zhuing's side. She explained Jiang Zhuing's condition in detail to the doctors. With her abilities, she didn't need a stethoscope or anything similar. She directly described her current physical state. Dr. Wei thought for a moment and said, "She is indeed evolving. As for why this situation occurred, we're sorry, we can't explain it clearly. We're still studying the evolution of ability users." Every ability user's evolution was different, and the process was extremely complex. "But we've tested the serum about 10 times. We're sure it works on evolving ability users under all conditions." Dr. Wei's next words reassured Jiang Lushi. As long as the serum worked, that was enough. Dr. Qiao looked at Zhang Gaohua. After seeing him nod in confirmation, he carefully took a vial of serum from a thermal container and placed it on a table nearby. Jiang Lushi saw that the serum was a translucent light red color, with a hint of purple under sunlight, giving it a unique, glass-like glow. Li Yusin helped lift Jiang Zhuing's hand, revealing her slender, pale arm. The needle pierced the vein, and the serum was slowly injected. Jiang Lushi stood by the bedside and gently held Jiang Zhuing's other hand. "You've slept for so many days. Isn't it time to wake up?" Jiang Lushi said. As if she had heard him, Jiang Zhuing suddenly opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. Her eyes were filled with silver light. But soon, the light flashed like lightning and disappeared, and she lay back down on the bed. While holding her hand, Jiang Lushi felt not only her strength, but also an extremely hot body temperature, so hot that it didn't feel like human skin anymore. Even the hospital bed began to creak softly. At this moment, Jiang Lushi immediately let go of her hand and shouted, "Back off." He pulled Li Yusin back with him. The two doctors and Zhang Gaohua also quickly stepped back. Then, arcs of electricity flashed across Jiang Zhuing's body, like an electric net spread over her. Silver-white lightning danced across the steel bed, lighting up the entire room in a cold white glow. Everyone present saw their hair stand up, and their skin stung. The two doctors and Li Yusin couldn't bear it and quickly left the room. Zhang Gaohua also retreated to the doorway, watching the girl on the bed with shock. He never expected Jiang Liushi's younger sister to have such terrifying power, that such energy could come from such a delicate body. This type of ability user was already strong to begin with, and now she had evolved to level 2. They stood outside the room, looking through the glass in the door, and saw silver light flashing everywhere, with electricity jumping to every conductive metal object. Electric light flickered on Jiang Zhuing's hands, face, and eyes. Jiang Lushi watched silently. Thanks to gene fluid that enhanced his skin's defense, he could endure the pain. Watching the electricity on Jiang Zhuing's body, Jiang Lushi felt deeply gratified. When he first found her, Jiang Zhuing's electric attack had a voltage of 1000 volts. That was already powerful back then. A grown electric eel's max output is 800 volts, enough to kill an average person easily. But now, ability users kept evolving. Many of them, like Lu Changfei and Li Yinqiang, had bodies far beyond normal human limits. For them, 1000 volts might not be a big deal anymore. Back in Wushui County, Jiang Zhuing had already felt that her voltage was insufficient against some physically powerful ability users. But now, she had evolved. Without testing equipment, there was no way to know her current attack voltage. But just by looking at the electric arcs filling the room, even Jiang Lushi felt danger. It was clear her power wasn't weak. Jiang Zhuing's cells had mutated into electric cells. This type of ability user evolved slowly but possessed immense power. Jiang Lushi actually suspected that her prolonged sleep was due to this type of ability. At that moment, Jiang Zhuing finally seemed to fully regain consciousness. She raised her hand, and all the chaotic electricity in the room suddenly seemed to be pulled toward her fingertips. The electric current gathered above her head into a cloud of electricity. Her slender fingers and the terrifying energy intertwined into a breathtaking scene full of strength and beauty. Jiang Lushi quietly watched this scene, and the image of Jiang Zhuing when she was little appeared in his mind. That cute little girl who acted like a little bully in front of other children, but followed behind like a kitten, now had this kind of ability. At this time, the voice of the star seed sounded, detected level 2 mutated energy. Level 2 mutated energy? Jiang Zhuing was already a level 2 ability user. A level 2 ability user could already establish an organization. If they joined the army, they would be a female general. People like Yi Bao, Li Yinqiang, and Lu Changfei, just stomping a foot could make many people feel scared. Jiang Zhuing had just evolved now. Once she fully mastered this power, what level she would reach, Jiang Lushi was very much looking forward to it. Boom! All the electric current instantly disappeared from Jiang Zhuing's fingertips. Jiang Zhuing looked around and then looked at Jiang Lushi, with a feeling like waking from a big dream. Brother, Jiang Zhuing spoke. She hadn't spoken for too long, her voice sounded a bit rough. Xiaoying, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Jiang Lushi helped Jiang Zhuing sit up and asked. No, my body feels very comfortable. Jiang Zhuing shook her head and looked at her own palm. She had already clearly sensed the difference in releasing the electric current just now. Powerful energy surged continuously inside her body. I evolved. Jiang Zhuing's little face was rosy, and she said excitedly. Brother, now I can protect you. Jiang Zhuing said with a smile. Jiang Lushi smiled, reached out his hand, and Jiang Zhuing immediately reflexively ducked her head. But this time Jiang Lushi didn't tap her head, he just patted the top of her head. Then I will rely on you in the future. Jiang Zhuing stuck out her tongue and said nothing. In the apocalypse, she only had Jiang Lushi as family. She and Jiang Lushi had depended on each other before the apocalypse, and after reuniting in the apocalypse they had stayed together. What she just said was all jokes, the one she could really rely on was only Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi gently patted Jiang Zhuing's head and laughed. You're already a level 2 ability user, and you're still acting cute here. What's wrong with being a level 2 ability user? Aren't level 2 ability users human? Jiang Zhuing said with big eyes. The two of them spoke a few more words, then let Li Yusin and the others waiting outside come in. As soon as Li Yusin came in, she hurried to Jiang Zhuing's side, checking her body and asking questions. Jiang Zhuing already knew that during this time while she was sleeping she had received a lot of care from Li Yusin. When Li Yusin came over, she warmly held Li Yusin's hand. A level 2 ability user, and Jiang Lushi, and his car. This team is truly hiding strength, Zhang Gaowa thought with feeling. Soon, the soldiers of the special squad cleared the remaining infected at the hospital gate. They wanted to escort the doctors and equipment out before another group of infected surrounded them again. Peng Dinglong saw Jiang Liushi's group come down and said with a smile, we are going to withdraw. After this group of infected is completely dealt with, your team can go with us to the Xiaowu military base. Area A could not stay at all. Even the ordinary areas of the safe zone were being evacuated. Now Peng Dinglong's military base could just place these important people. When can the infected problem be solved? Jiang Lushi asked. Peng Dinglong's expression turned serious. He said, the insect nest is nearby, and the parasites will hide. With our current methods we can't check them out. But the construction of the Xiaoyuan safe zone has been going on for so long, we can't give up. There are so many survivors, it's impossible to move them all. At that time, the Zhonghai safe zone was forced to move, and the casualties on the way were heavy. And everything that had been built was now a ruin under the ravages of mutant beasts and zombies, a place where the living should not go. We will make a strategy as soon as possible to destroy the insect nest. The military force of Xiaoyuan can't even defeat one insect nest? Peng Dinglong's tone became bold again. Only one insect nest, Jiang Lushi with just one car could make such a big setup to finally rescue those trapped in the hospital. If Peng Dinglong, leading an army, couldn't even deal with an insect nest, then he shouldn't be a commander anymore. By the way, Peng Dinglong's expression suddenly became strange. He said in a low voice, the radio just came back on. We received a piece of news. Li Yinqiang lost one arm. He was infected at the time, immediately stopped up the arm, and decisively gave up that arm. But he was not infected. Maybe it has something to do with him being a level 2 ability user. His physique is stronger than ordinary ability users, not to mention ordinary people, Peng Dinglong said. Jiang Lushi didn't say anything. Back then Li Yinqiang wanted him to be bait. With Jiang Liushi's personality of revenge, hearing this news now he wouldn't say anything sympathetic. Saved one life, got lucky. Jiang Lushur said faintly. Peng Dinglong looked at Jiang Lushur deeply. In fact he hadn't told all the news he heard. On the radio, Li Yinqiang was still looking for Jiang Lushur. Seeing Jiang Lushur's reaction, he really wasn't interested in Li Yinqiang. But Peng Dinglong didn't know why Li Yinqiang wanted to find Jiang Lushur. He had no idea about the matter in the town that day when Jiang Lushur discovered Senior Captain Wang's abnormal condition. It was just that today he owed Jiang Lushur a favor. So he did not tell Li Yinqiang about the news of Jiang Lushur. Consider the radio news as unheard. Peng Dinglong went to his guard and said. He glanced at the radio in the guard's hand, took it, and turned it off. Back in the car, Jiang Lushur told Li Yusen the situation, then said to Su Guangqi and Su Tong, "Old Mr. Su, Professor Su, you can decide for yourselves whether to stay here. Think about it first, then tell me. No matter what decision you make, I will support you." Li Yusen looked at Jiang Lushur gratefully. He had come to Area A, rescued her family, and now said this. Jiang Lushur waved his hand to let Li Yusen not need to thank him. He came to Area A with his own purpose, and he had planned to leave the Xiaoyuan safe zone these days. All the purposes he came for in the Xiaoyuan safe zone had been achieved. The serum, and what he gained from going to the beast nest, Jiang Lushur was already very satisfied. Just now Peng Dinglong mentioned Li Yinqiang. Although he didn't say much, Jiang Lushur actually had some vague guesses. At that time he noticed Captain Wang's abnormality, which must have been noticed by the military, especially people like Li Yinqiang who were present. Although there are ways to explain it, being questioned by the military is still very troublesome. No matter how strong Jiang Lushur was now, he could not openly oppose the army. So he did not want to bring trouble upon himself. Following Peng Dinglong's team, Jiang Lushur's group left the safe zone gate without attracting any attention. Peng Dinglong's military base was not far from the safe zone, it was originally the suburbs of this city. On the way, Jiang Lushur's minibus silently fell behind, then turned into a side road. Peng Dinglong naturally turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. He knew there were two scientists in Jiang Lushur's car, but if Jiang Lushur acted tough, he couldn't stop him. Even if he wanted to forcibly take back the two scientists, it would be like injuring oneself to injure others. Besides, Jiang Lushur's team had Li Yusen, following their own family, hard to stop. So Peng Dinglong just let them go. Zhang Gaowa looked back, pondered, and said nothing. In the minibus, Jiang Zhuing looked at the map on the tablet. The minibus followed the route on the map and drove to the entrance of a manor-style restaurant. Roar! A few zombies leaped out and were immediately shot dead. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan jumped out with guns, dragged the zombie bodies out of sight, covered them with weeds and branches, and sprinkled some disinfectant to cover the blood smell. Although a place like this was unlikely to attract a large crowd of zombies, the surrounding fields were full of waist-high grass. Who knew if some mutant beasts would appear? But if mutant beasts really come, they can just eat fresh meat. Zhang Hai clicked his tongue and said. Now if there were one or two mutant beasts, even Zhang Hai wasn't afraid at all. Brother Jiang is driving the car, handled the mother beast before, why be afraid of ordinary mutant beasts? Zero also jumped out of the car and quickly disappeared. But Jiang Lushur also wouldn't ask about her whereabouts. When not in battle, she either daydreamed by herself or liked to act alone. Let's rest here tonight, Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Zhuing helped Li Yusen start preparing to cook. Soon a delicious smell began to spread. We always make roasted meat soup. Today we'll make a meat hot pot. Zhang Hai and the others got a bag of hot pot seasoning from somewhere, Li Yusen said. That's because you know I love hot pot, Jiang Zhuing said happily. Jiang Lushur couldn't help teasing her. Is there anything you don't love to eat? As long as it's edible, you love it. No wonder you evolved first. Brother, you mean I eat the most? How can you say that? I just woke up. Jiang Zhuing puffed her cheeks and said angrily. At this time Zero came back. Her baby face carried her usual cold proud expression, and in a light voice she said, I looked everywhere, no problem. She had just disappeared to check inside the restaurant. At this time, Li Yusen stuck her head out from the car, Brother Jiang. Jiang Lushur knew it should be that Li Yusen's grandfather and mother had decided. Little Jiang, Su Tong was a woman with intellectual beauty and spoke gently, Rangsen's grandfather and I first thought we should not trouble you and Xiao Ran. But after all something happened in Xiaoyuan. If we stay in Xiaoyuan, you would worry that we might move again like in the Zhonghai safe zone. This time Jiang Lushur came to Xiaoyuan, and Su Guangqi and Su Tong originally felt very guilty. Later they knew Jiang Lushur was also here for Jiang Zhuing, which made them feel better. But if something happened to them again, given how Jiang Lushur treats Li Yusen, would he not come? At that time Jiang Lushur definitely would not hesitate. But this was not what Su Guangqi and Su Tong wanted to see. We are researchers. No matter where we go, the government will protect us. We should try not to add trouble for you. Rangsun's grandfather and I thought carefully. Otherwise, you can send us to Rangsun's old home. The place isn't far from here, and before the apocalypse not many people lived there. Now there is a safe city there. Its scale isn't big, but from what we heard on the radio, they have been building it up. The surroundings are also very barren, relatively it's quite safe, Su Tong said. Su Guangqi nodded, and some experts researching evolution crystals from the Zhonghai safe zone were transferred there. When Su Tong and I were in the Zhonghai safe zone, we researched evolution crystals and zombies and mutant beasts. Originally we thought about moving there. We were protected early by the government, so after the apocalypse we didn't worry about food or clothes, and didn't have to fight zombies. Of course we should do what we can. We can't fight, we can only contribute in the lab, Su Guangqi smiled. Professor and the other experts' research is very important to humanity, how can it be just contributing a little? Jiang Lushur said. On this point, Jiang Lushur truly admired them, otherwise he wouldn't have saved those expert professors today. Even if it wasn't for Li Yusin, he would be very willing to send Su Guangqi and Su Tong there. That Jiang Zhuing could wake up now was also thanks to these scientists who researched the serum day and night in the lab. Besides, going to the old home can help find relatives. Su Tong said. Having someone to take care of them, Li Yusin would have no more worries. Going to that place may also help you. I heard from Yusin that you need some rare metals? Su Guangqi suddenly said. Jiang Lushur was stunned. He did need metal. Originally he had asked Lu Changfei to help inquire about purchasing, but he didn't expect this infected incident to happen. Lu Changfei definitely would be fine, but the Blackwater organization now was probably in chaos. In the apocalypse there are too many uncertainties, no one knows what will happen. Waiting for Lu Changfei's news, who knows how long it will take. That's good then. There are several rare metal material companies there, new material companies. Maybe they have what you need, Su Guangqi said. Jiang Liushur's eyes lit up, that's not bad. But then he also thought, even if those material companies still existed, gathering the needed materials would still be difficult. But getting some was better than none, this would bring the base car upgrade closer. With so many people in the car now, Jiang Lushur really felt that upgrading the base car was urgent. By the way, what place did you say it was? Jiang Lushur asked. Jiangning City. Li Yusin said. Jiangning. Jiang Lushur paused, a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. He glanced at Jiang Zhuing and saw her movement stop too, not knowing what she was thinking. Jiangning City was not far from their former home Jiangbei, just a few hours' drive before the apocalypse. But if they went back from here, they would pass through Jiangbei. Jiang Liushur's car started from Jiangbei at the beginning of the apocalypse, he didn't expect now they would return to Jiangbei again. I've been to Jiangning before the apocalypse too. I didn't know there were these material companies. Jiang Lushur said. Even if a person lives in a city for a long time, they won't know fields they are not familiar with, let alone Jiang Lushur had only been there before. Before the apocalypse, people were already used to traveling with navigation. Just by entering the destination, a sweet electronic voice could guide the driver directly there, even considering traffic rules and lane changes for you. But now, forget navigation, you can't even find a road to drive on. Traveling from Shaoyuan to Jiangning, spanning several hundred kilometers, to find an industrial area, even Su Guangqi, who had been there before, only roughly knew the direction. To avoid getting lost, they used a highway as a landmark, driving along its edge. Of course, the highway itself was already completely blocked by abandoned vehicles. Those once shiny cars had, in many cases, turned into scrap metal from crashes, stained with dark blood. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had been abandoned here forever, and would remain abandoned forever. Underneath the highway, the road conditions were naturally poor. The ride was bumpy all the way. By dusk, it began to rain. The misty drizzle formed a curtain, covering the long road like it was going to drown everything in the rain. So unlucky. The road was already bad, and now with the rain, we're crawling like a turtle. Jiang Lushur looked at the rain pattering on the car window and said unhappily. Brother Jiang, be content. There aren't even proper roads anymore, this is basically off-roading, and it's raining heavily. A normal car would have broken down already. We can still go 30 kilometers per hour, not even a Land Rover can beat that. Li Yusin said with a smile. Having found her family, her mood had improved a lot. Jiang Lushur smiled and said, since it's raining, let's not rush on. It's getting dark anyway. Let's stop and rest for the night. We still have some hot pot seasoning left. Let's do another hot pot and open a few beers to celebrate Yusin's reunion with her family. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Li Yusin said happily. She truly felt that meeting Jiang Lushi was her great fortune. Looking at the rain outside the car window, that was the cold rain of late winter. One could imagine how it would feel on the body. In this post-apocalyptic world with no heating or air conditioning, winters were extremely hard to get through. Who knew how many survivors were shivering in this cold rainy night, hungry and freezing, unable to sleep? But they were in a warm RV, with soft beds, hot pot, and beer. This kind of life, if word got out, countless people would envy it. Oh right, Brother Jiang, Grandpa has been watching Luo these past few days. I told him about Luo before, and he was very surprised, even said that this kind of mutant beast overturned some of their previous understandings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lushi rolled his eyes. Just thinking of Luo made him angry. That was a mutant queen ant egg, and it got eaten by this chubby thing. Jiang Lushi was sure that with Luo's intelligence, it could definitely tell what it should eat and what it shouldn't. But knowing it shouldn't eat it, and still sneaking it down when he wasn't watching, that was just outrageous. That guy is still sleeping. It's been sleeping for how long? Besides acting cute, rolling around, and using its pitiful eyes to win your sympathy, it's done nothing good. Jiang Lushi said unhappily. But just then, he suddenly heard Jiang Zhuing's voice from the bedroom. Brother. Luo just moved a little, it seems Grandpa Su woke it up. Jiang Zhuing's voice sounded a bit excited. Jiang Lushi was stunned when he heard it. What? That thing woke up? It was about time to rest anyway. Ing found a spot and parked the car. Everyone in the base vehicle gathered in the driver's cabin, that's where Luo was kept. Jiang Lushi saw that Su Tong and Su Guangqi were clearly excited. Jiang Lushi could understand, scientists were always thrilled by new discoveries, even in the apocalypse. Old Mr. Su, what happened? This thing, how did Luo wake up? Oh, here's what happened. Su Guangqi took a sip of water and said excitedly, this little guy is really something. Its intelligence is the highest I've ever seen in any animal. I've seen dogs that know over 100 words, chimpanzees that can communicate with humans using picture languages, crows that crack nuts using cars, but none of those animals compare to this little furball. As he spoke, Su Guangqi lovingly patted Luo. Luo drooped its head, looking pitiful. Intelligent life has always been a topic of human research. Many foreign papers have done similar studies. Cough cough. Jiang Lushi had to cough twice, interrupting Su Guangqi. It was obvious that he was very interested in Luo's intelligence, but in Jiang Lushi's view, its smarts only served to act cute and trick girls' sympathy, totally useless otherwise. What Jiang Lushi really cared about was what method old Mr. Su used to wake it up. Had it evolved any new abilities? After eating the mutant ant queen egg, it had to show something, right? Sorry, Xiao Jiang, I got a little carried away. Su Guangqi laughed. Here's the deal. I heard Yusin talk about Luo's story before, and I got very curious about it. I used the few instruments I had on hand to measure various physiological data, and I found that its sympathetic nervous activity was very high. Normally in a coma, the sympathetic nervous system is inactive and responds very weakly or not at all to outside stimuli. So I had an idea and ran a few tests, like the orbital pressure test. Based on some of its reflex reactions, I discovered, this little guy was pretending to be unconscious. After that, it was simple. I heard from Yusin that it loves grilled meat. I deliberately put some sliced grilled meat next to it and walked away. Guess what? At first glance, it looked like the meat hadn't been touched, and I thought I was wrong. But after a closer look, I found that several slices were missing, and this little guy had purposely arranged the remaining meat to look messy and natural, so I almost didn't notice. I heard from Yusin that it could do simple communication, so I called it out directly. At first, it kept pretending. Then I said if it didn't get up, I'd tell Xiao Jiang and have it roasted, and it got scared and got up. After listening to Su Guangqi, Jiang Lushi was stunned for a long time. Pretending to be unconscious. This little guy. Jiang Lushi suddenly understood, it had eaten the egg, knew it did something wrong, and was afraid of being beaten, so even after waking up, it kept pretending to be asleep. This little guy had become a spirit. Looks like when Jiang Lushi said he would roast it, it actually understood. No wonder. I thought there was less grilled meat yesterday. I thought someone else stole it. Turns out it was Luo. Jiang Zhuing said as she happily picked up Luo, not the least bit angry, but full of affection in her eyes. Really now, why pretend to sleep after waking up? You must be starving these past 2 days. Li Yusin also had no resistance to Luo. Luo seemed to have found a protective shield, squeezing hard into Jiang Zhuing and Li Yusin's arms. While squeezing, it also looked timidly at Jiang Lushi, afraid that he would really roast it. Watching this thing act cute and easily escape punishment, Jiang Lushur felt like a million grass mud horses were running wild in his heart. What the hell, it ate the mutant queen egg, and that's it? You little brat, stop pretending. Get over here. Jiang Lushur didn't care and directly pulled the ball of fur out of Jiang Zhuing's arms. Luoluo drooped its big ears, looking at Jiang Lushur with big watery eyes, pitifully. Don't act cute with me. I don't fall for that. I'm telling you, glutton, you ate a mutant beast egg. Did you evolve any new powers? Show me. Understand? Jiang Lushur was a practical man. If you invest, there has to be a return. That precious egg, you can't just eat it for free. Even throwing a gold bar in water would at least make a splash. Seeing Luoluo blink its big eyes without any sign of response, Jiang Lushur was stunned. Damn, did you really just eat it for nothing? Brother, why are you being so fierce? Don't scare Luoluo. Jiang Zhuing quickly grabbed Luoluo back from Jiang Liushur's arms, as if afraid it would get hurt. Jiang Lushur was speechless. Luoluo was clearly relying on its backers. Whether it was Jiang Zhuing or Li Yusen, or Ran Shiyu and the others, in moments like this, they all became unreasonable. Haha, Xiao Jiang, don't be anxious. We're also curious about this. Su Guangqi said, his eyes bright as he looked at Luoluo. This furball was just too interesting. Sensing that everyone's eyes were focused on it, Luoluo, a little fearful, burrowed into Jiang Zhuing's arms. Just you wait, you better not be freeloading, Jiang Lushur warned Luoluo. He didn't know whether this ball of fur understood, its big ears flapped now and then, probably ignoring him. At that moment, a muffled sound came from the barren farmland beside the road, like thunder in the rain, but everyone knew that was definitely not thunder. As the 1-foot-tall straw quickly parted, the ground trembled lightly. A mutant beast. They had been driving on this wilderness all the way, encountering a mutant beast was only a matter of time. Jiang Lushur was even a bit surprised they hadn't met one sooner. Roar. Out of the tall grass rushed a mutant bull, huge like a small car, its skin rough like gravel, 2 horns extremely fierce, its nostrils exhaling hot, turbid breath, and its eyes blood-red, staring at the minibus. Damn! On the minibus, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan saw the mutant bull and their eyes suddenly lit up. They quickly grabbed their guns. Beef. Although all mutant beast meat was tasty, meat from mutant cows, sheep, pigs, etc., was still easier to accept and more satisfying to eat. After all, that was the meat eaten before the apocalypse. Originally hiding in Jiang Zhuing's arms, Luoluo immediately raised its long ears, its eyes wide open, nearly drooling. The mutant bull, rushing out with momentum, seemed to instinctively sense a trace of danger, hesitating and not charging forward at once. In its eyes, this minibus looked like a steel monster holding territory, not some fragile vehicle. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were ready to act. Zero also drew a dagger and came to the window. Wait! Jiang Lushur suddenly said, don't waste bullets. He sharply looked at Luoluo. Oh yes, you're a mutant beast, right? Like this, dealing with a couple mutant beasts shouldn't be a problem. That mutant bull was only a level 1 mutant beast, and Luoluo, although they didn't know what energy level of mutant beast it was, it ate mutant beast meat every day and also ate a mutant ant queen egg. Even if it couldn't beat this mutant bull, it should be able to fend it off for a bit. As he spoke, Jiang Lushur, without another word, grabbed Luoluo and threw it out through the window. The mutant bull was confronting the minibus a dozen meters away, snorting, one hoof kicking back. Suddenly, a ball of fur was thrown from the minibus, along with a furious shout from Jiang Lushur. Go, Luoluo! GG! Luoluo landed several meters away. When it saw the mutant bull right in front of it, its fur puffed up. Although it was also a mutant beast, it boldly went into mutant worm nests to steal eggs for food. When facing a mutant beast head-on, it was extremely timid. Even when Jiang Lushur and the others encountered zombies, Luoluo always hid. As a mutant beast, it never fought head-on. Now, abruptly thrown out by Jiang Lushur, Luoluo and the mutant bull exchanged glances, and Luoluo turned and ran back. What a disgrace, you're giving mutant beasts a bad name. Jiang Lushur was really angry. This Luoluo only knew how to eat. At this moment, the mutant bull let out an angry roar and galloped. It madly charged at Luoluo, its terrifying horns aimed at Luoluo's body, crashing forward. This mutant bull was powerful. This charge could flip and crush even a car. Luoluo was incredibly terrified. It had no time to dodge, and it was about to be hit. At that moment, Jiang Lushur sighed inwardly, lifted his sniper rifle, and aimed at the mutant bull. Although Luoluo was very useless, it had eaten so many things of his, and even if it was going to be cooked, it should at least get some payback against this mutant bull. But then, Luoluo's body suddenly ballooned like a blown-up balloon, instantly turning from a ball of fur into a big balloon. It originally looked like a bear and a cat. After swelling, it looked both funny and somewhat cute, its 4 short legs kicking wildly. However, it suddenly expanded and blocked Jiang Liusher's gun barrel. Just then, the mutant bull had already fiercely collided with the inflated Luoluo. Biff! With a strange collision sound, no horrifying blood and gore appeared. Luoluo was directly knocked flying onto the minibus with a dull thud. It stuck against the car window glass, then shrank quickly, zipping through the window gap, and jumped straight into Ran Shiyu's arms. Jiang Liusher was stunned. Even Jiang Zhuing and Ran Shiyu, who adored Luoluo, were very shocked. That collision looked painful, so how did Luoluo have no injuries at all? Bang! Jiang Liusher sharply pulled the trigger. The mutant bull fell with a crash, its huge body landing 2 to 3 meters in front of the vehicle, shaking the car. Zhang Hai, you guys go handle this. Jiang Liusher said, putting down the sniper rifle and walking to Ran Shiyu. He grabbed Luoluo by the ear and lifted it. After the earlier event, Luoluo clearly had a negative impression of Jiang Liusher. As soon as it was lifted, it drooped like a beaten eggplant, its eyes full of grievance. Jiang Liusher, with great interest, held Luoluo up to look at it. Su Guangqi and Su Tong also gathered around, curious. Su Guangqi even took out his reading glasses and examined Luoluo carefully. On the surface, Luoluo still looked like Luoluo, but everyone had seen it suddenly expand. Jiang Liusher tugged on Luoluo's ear and suddenly noticed that although Luoluo's fur felt soft to the touch, its ear seemed able to change shape freely. So he tried pulling hard. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Even Ran Shiyu anxiously defended the little creature. But in Jiang Liusher's hand, Luoluo's ear was stretched longer and longer, even Jiang Liusher's arm wasn't long enough. Seeing Luoluo's super long ear, everyone was silent. At that moment, Jiang Liusher, holding Luoluo, turned his body, and unexpectedly, Luoluo's ear hit the car door handle. Clang! A sound like metal hitting metal rang out. What the heck? Jiang Liusher quickly looked. The car handle, although not made of special alloy, was still quite hard, but now it had a dent from the impact. And it was just a casual bump. Jiang Liusher, not caring about the damage, since fixing the handle was easy and wouldn't consume many materials, looked at Luoluo, then lifted it again and banged it against the handle 2 more times. Bang bang. The handle gained 2 more dents, almost breaking. Originally, Jiang Liusher's actions could be seen as animal abuse, but the handle's awful state showed that a mutant beast was still a mutant beast, and Luoluo was not an ordinary one. Amazing, truly amazing, Su Guangqi watched Luoluo and clicked his tongue with admiration. After getting Jiang Liusher's permission, he cut a strand of Luoluo's fur for research. After a while he said, although Luoluo's fur feels soft, it is very tough. When it inflated and could block that mutant bull's impact, and its ears can stretch that long, obviously it can deform freely. I think Luoluo isn't useless, its usefulness is very special. Su Guangqi praised without holding back. This mutant beast had high intelligence, and now after evolving, its strength was also demonstrated, making Su Guangqi feel very unbelievable. As scientists, they rarely had the chance to observe a live mutant beast. Those mutant beasts were hard to confine even in special cages, but Luoluo could be squashed and stretched at will. The key was, it really could be pinched flat or stretched freely. Jiang Liusher listened with great interest. He pulled and tested Luoluo a few more times. Indeed, it could be shaped at will, even into something as thin as paper. Its facial features looked printed on, and its eyeballs still rolled around. Not bad, you didn't eat my stuff for nothing. Jiang Liusher felt it was finally not such a loss. Luoluo was indeed quite special. Luoluo seemed to realize that Jiang Liusher no longer intended to roast it. Its eyes became lively again, it wagged its tail to curry favor with Jiang Liusher, rubbing its head against his palm. Alright, I'm not buying it. Go play with Zhuing and the others. Jiang Liusher handed Luoluo to Jiang Zhuing. Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin immediately surrounded it, the girls couldn't resist Luoluo's cute antics. Jiang Liusher returned to the driver's cabin. Ing restarted the minibus, continuing along the broken small road. At this moment, Jiang Liusher saw a road sign appear on the nearby highway. Among several different place names, Jiang Liusher saw one that was extremely familiar yet somewhat strange. Jiangbei City. Jiangbei was approaching. Back then, Jiang Liusher had driven the minibus off this highway, breaking away from the fleeing survivor group. Now on the highway, no living person could be seen. As they continued forward, large numbers of abandoned vehicles began appearing on the road. On the road and guardrails were remnants of past battles. Jiang Liusher remembered that at that time the army ordered everyone to abandon their vehicles and travel on foot. Probably many dangers occurred during the walk. And the rear guard of the army, no one knew if anyone had managed to catch up. Soon, the minibus arrived near the Jiangbei Highway toll station. From a distance, Jiang Lushur saw the army vehicles that had once been stuck at the toll station entrance. After all this time, those military vehicles were rusted and peeling. Although no corpses were visible, the toll booth was covered in dark brown bloodstains, shocking to behold. Above the toll station, the words, "Welcome to Jiangbei City," looked dull and lifeless. Jiangbei has arrived. Not only Jiang Zhuing, but Li Yusen also showed a wistful expression. Jiang Lushur also looked toward the distant Jiangbei urban area. He and Jiang Zhuing had once survived together in a corner of Jiangbei City, living there for more than 10 or 20 years. "We won't enter Jiangbei. Let's go around the city. The urban area is probably full of zombies," Jiang Lushur said. The current Jiangbei city was completely different from the old Jiangbei. The once prosperous city was now filled with zombies. Abandoned shops lined the streets, desolate. Zombies staggered in the streets, their blood-red eyes and dirty, ragged clothes giving a strong sense of danger. For such a Jiangbei city, Jiang Lushur didn't want to look at it. It was better to remember it than to see it again. Compared to when he was desperately trying to escape back then, now Jiang Lushur had solid confidence. Even though the city was close, he had no tension at all. A normal zombie horde couldn't pose any real threat to the minibus, let alone harm those inside. Not going in is good. Li Yusen agreed. She sat beside Su Tong and gently held her mother's hand, clearly a bit emotional. Jiang Zhuing, however, was carefree. Soon she felt nothing unusual and instead began talking with Zero and Ran Shiyu about living with Jiang Lushur. Ran Shiyu was quite interested and listened quietly, nodding from time to time. Zero stood with her arms crossed, silent. "So you two slept in the top and bottom bunks in one room?" Zero suddenly asked out of the blue. Jiang Zhuing blinked and nodded calmly, "Yeah." Zero didn't speak again. Jiang Zhuing showed a puzzled look, "Just ask that? Hey, what's there to it? Now you don't also sleep top and bottom with my brother?" "Not just top and bottom, but left and right too," Jiang Zhuing said with a smile. Everyone was silent. Ran Shiyu's expression didn't change, but her ears were slightly red. Li Yusen's face turned red in an instant. She secretly glanced at her mother Su Tong and was so embarrassed she didn't dare lift her head. Only Jiang Lushur glared at Jiang Zhuing, who had no idea what had happened, then said awkwardly, "The car is too small." The car really was small. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were squeezing together in the driver's cabin to sleep. Su Guangqi had also set up a soft bunk there, so no space was left. With several people and only one small bedroom, everyone looked at each other. No matter how they squeezed, someone had to sleep on the floor with Jiang Lushur. As Jiang Lushur's sister, Jiang Zhuing didn't avoid it and took the side next to him. On the other side, several people silently rotated. This whole thing already made Jiang Lushur feel weird, but since everyone tacitly agreed, now that Jiang Zhuing's innocent words had exposed it, Jiang Lushur suddenly felt the word awkward filling the air. Sigh, to upgrade, we have to hurry and upgrade the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur thought. He didn't know what a level 2 base vehicle looked like, but wondered whether sleeping would be more convenient. Actually, it's nothing. In the apocalypse, to have such a warm, safe place to sleep peacefully, that's already very good. As for the little details, don't pay too much attention, Ran Shiyu said. As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Lushur. In her cold gray eyes, Jiang Lushur saw a hint of a smile. Seeing Jiang Lushur looking awkward, Ran Shiyu lowered her head slightly and pressed her lips into a faint smile. The minibus drove along the country road, planning to bypass the Jiangbei urban area directly. In some places where the road had completely disappeared, the minibus just drove straight over it, forcing out a path. But just then, some fences made of bamboo and barbed wire suddenly appeared ahead. This kind of fence did nothing to stop the minibus. Just as Jiang Lushur was about to drive straight through, Ran Shiyu suddenly said, "There are people here." Jiang Lushur looked around. With his sharp vision, he vaguely saw several people hiding in a farmhouse not far away, looking toward them through the window. "So there are still survivors here," Jiang Lushur said with some surprise. He stopped the car and looked at those survivors who thought they were well hidden but were actually exposed, and abruptly honked the horn twice. Beep beep! The survivors inside the farmhouse were startled. Even at such a distance with so much wild grass and windows blocking the view, how did the people in that car spot them? One male survivor came to his senses and asked, "Maybe they are just honking casually?" But as soon as he spoke, he was glared at by another relatively strong survivor. "Are you out of your mind? Unless you're tired of living, who would casually make such a loud noise?" Whether zombies or mutant beasts, both were sensitive to sound. The strong survivor frowned as he looked toward the minibus. Even if they had been spotted, the minibus's behavior was too careless. They didn't know who was inside. During this time after the apocalypse, any other living humans in the area had long since hidden. The further you go, the harder it was to see unfamiliar faces. Where had these people in the car come from? At this time, Jiang Lushur on the minibus was getting impatient. He honked the horn twice again. If they didn't come out soon, he would just smash through the fence. These people's fence was blocking his way. There was no other road around, and if he drove into the fields, he wouldn't even know the direction. The survivors were arguing when they suddenly heard 2 more car horn blasts. In the wilderness, it sounded especially harsh. The strong survivor's scalp almost exploded. He had just said that only someone wanting to die would make such a loud noise, and in the blink of an eye, the minibus honked again. Now they're honking casually, right? The survivor who was glared at earlier said with some uncertainty. Go out. If we don't go out, they'll keep honking. You two stay behind. Don't all come out, leave some people so they won't know how many of us there are. The strong survivor still had some sense. He picked up a gun and walked out. This gun was a standard Type 95, which they had picked up near a toll station. There were many guns and ammunition near the toll station. Later, when there weren't many zombies, their group of survivors went and collected these weapons, otherwise they couldn't have held their ground here. The strong survivor, with 2 others, cautiously walked out the door. As soon as they stepped out, the car horn sounded again. Fuck! The strong survivor was really about to go crazy. Damn it, can they stop honking? What if a few mutant beasts suddenly charged out? What are you people? This is our survival base, the strong survivor asked. Can you open this fence? Zhang Hai shouted. The strong survivor saw Zhang Hai holding onto the window with one hand, half his body sticking out, and his heart skipped a beat. An ability user? Their survival base also had ability users, which were much stronger than ordinary people like them. Where are you from? Do you want to join our survival base? It's possible, but I need to ask the person in charge of our base first before deciding, the strong survivor replied. In the past, some survivors, more accurately, people fleeing, would come to their survival base seeking shelter. The strong survivor was not surprised by that. Moreover, this group had ability users, and the strong survivor thought that the person in charge would probably welcome these people. You came to the right place. Our survival base is one of the best in all of Jiangbei, the strong survivor said confidently when mentioning their survival base. You must have heard about our base's reputation and came here on purpose, right? However, before he finished speaking, Zhang Hai interrupted in a rough, impatient voice. What the hell, we have to apply just to pass through. Did you make this road? What? The strong survivor didn't react at first. We just want to go through this road. Your damn fence is blocking our way. Zhang Hai shouted. Originally this was a simple matter, but this guy said they needed to apply and then rambled on about some survival base. Brotherly, they seem to be saying they want to pass through here, the earlier survivor whispered to the strong survivor. I heard you, the strong survivor glared at him again. These people were just passing through? Where were they going? Generally, survivors fled because the place they were originally in became dangerous. They had no choice but to move. When they found a suitable place, they gathered and stayed. Why did these people seem to have another purpose? That was rare. So they want to pass through, but if you go forward from here, that's our survival base. There are many people in our base, including many women and children. We can't just let you pass casually. If something happens, it'll be bad. Besides, we're not deliberately blocking the road, but it's the apocalypse. Who still cares about roads? Moreover, this is just a country path. The strong survivor kept a safe distance as he talked with Zhang Hai. Such a hassle. Zhang Hai was speechless. He was already hot-tempered, just passing through, and all this fuss? He was about to swear. Jiang Lushur sat in the car frowning. If it were just these people, he would have driven straight through. But if there really was a survival base ahead, he wasn't that reckless. Zhang Hai. Jiang Lushur called Zhang Hai back and opened the car door. The strong survivor saw a young man of about 20 get out of the car, and his expression relaxed a bit. The rough man seemed too violent and hard to deal with. This young man looked easier to talk to. The person who just snuck out the back door of that house went to notify your base leader, right? When will there be a reply? Jiang Lushur asked. The strong survivor's face changed. He had just secretly made a hand signal for someone to go call for help, but this person already knew? It seemed he was wrong. This young man looked calm, making him harder to deal with. If this young man knew this, he wasn't an ability user, then his car definitely had ability users too. Soon. Very soon. The strong survivor gave up on the idea of fighting. He felt like this young man's eyes were watching his every move. Even holding the gun made him feel uneasy. But the strong survivor wasn't going to lower his gun. Having a gun made him feel at ease. And it was a Type 95, quite intimidating. Then we'll wait. Jiang Lushur said. He could wait a little. Whether they reached Jiangning a little earlier or later didn't matter. These people were doing some sneaky actions, not knowing that all of their movements were within Ran Shiyu's mental vision. Ran Shiyu's mental vision extended forward, and soon even the location of their survival base had been detected. All their information was completely exposed under Jiang Liushur's eyes. That survival base was 1 kilometer away, somewhat densely populated, like a small village. Soon, several motorcycles and a pickup truck drove over. The pickup truck was modified, with thick steel cage around the cargo area. The front of the truck was also covered with iron plates and a cage, giving it a rough look. Several people stood inside the steel cage. Each motorcycle had 2 people. They roared to the fence. What's going on? The pickup door opened, and a man in a leather jacket got out, frowning as he looked at the minibus. He had been told trouble was coming, but when he arrived, all he saw was a minibus and a young man standing there calmly. Brother Linwei, they said they want to pass through here. The strong survivor hurriedly said. Jiang Lushur looked at this man named Linwei, an ability user with decent strength. He might be the leader of this survival base, but whether he was or not didn't matter. As long as he could make decisions. Linwei looked at Jiang Lushur, then at the minibus. Suddenly, his brow twitched. Several ability waves. So many ability users in this car? Linwei had originally wanted to refuse, but now it was not appropriate to decide hastily. He had brought over more than 10 people, thinking that was more than enough for a small problem. But he didn't expect the other side's strength to be quite strong. If you pass through here, it causes us quite a bit of trouble. You need to give appropriate compensation. Linwei hesitated, then said. What do you want? Jiang Lushur asked calmly. If Linwei asked for something unreasonable, he wouldn't bother talking, he would just be blunt. Linwei thought for a moment. He guessed a minibus probably couldn't carry much, especially with so many people in it, but they surely had some necessary food. 20 caddies of rice, Linwei said. Rice? Jiang Liushur's expression became a bit strange. What? Do you think it's too much? Linwei said with some displeasure. Then 15 caddies, no less. Now Jiang Liushur's expression became stranger still, haggling? Actually, Jiang Lushur had quite a bit of rice stored, and rice was not that useful to them. But seeing Linwei, their food must be that scarce? Jiang Lushur didn't mind giving those 15 caddies of rice. He casually nodded, then opened the fence. We'll give it to you when we pass through. All right. Oldly, take people and open a section of the protective barrier first, Linwei said. When Jiang Lushur heard Linwei call the fence a protective barrier, he stopped again for a moment. This thing more broken than bamboo fence was actually called a protective barrier. These fences had no opening, so Old Li and the others had to remove a section by hand and later put it back. Jiang Lushur knew this, and that was why he agreed to give the 15 caddies of rice. Otherwise, even if it were a single grain of rice, he wouldn't give it if he didn't want to. Once Linwei spoke, Old Li and the others immediately worked quickly to take apart the fence. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the minibus finally drove through. Up close, Linwei felt this minibus was quite special. Its surface had a kind of technological metallic look, not quite like the image of a minibus he remembered. However, the windows were completely dark from the outside, so Linwei couldn't see inside. He called out through the car, "Your car, follow behind us." Since there were ability users among the survivors passing through their survival base, Linwei naturally wanted to accompany them. He couldn't take too much risk. But if these people really did something, their survival base wasn't weak. Soon in front of the minibus appeared a small village. Calling it a small village was more than a few 2-story small houses. The rest were makeshift grass huts and the like. Outside the village was a ring of brick and cement walls, with watchtowers built above. The towers had gun barrels aimed outward. This village was expanded and built after the apocalypse, so this road was all occupied. Jiang Lushur and the others still had to go around some farmland to get through. The villagers all saw Linwei suddenly leading people out and then a strange minibus following him. For a moment, many survivors stopped what they were doing and looked over. Jiang Lushur looked around. These survivors were indeed very poor, many not even wearing proper clothes. They were all working, and next to them were people supervising them. From their arrogant manner, they likely bossed these survivors around a lot. But Jiang Lushur didn't care about these things. Even if he found them despicable, he couldn't manage them. Ordinary people's survival in the apocalypse was very hard. Although they lived a tough life, at least they could guarantee basic survival. Even if these people who treated them badly were dealt with, they would still have to depend on others. This is our base. You go around, then I'll lead you out, Lin Wei said as they stopped. Jiang Lushi opened the car window and took out a bag of rice. Since you keep your word, here's the rice. He had crossed over smoothly, and Lin Wei had no intention of playing tricks. Actually, Jiang Lushi was not worried Lin Wei would trick them. If he really wanted to make a move, the only one who would lose was himself. Good. Lin Wei waved his hand, and someone immediately came to take the rice. Just as Jiang Lushi was about to close the car window, he suddenly heard a hesitant shout, Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi. Is it really you? Jiang Lushi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a disheveled person excitedly rushing over. This person's face was black, hair unkempt, looking like wild grass. At a glance, Jiang Lushi didn't recognize him at all. Who was this person? It's me, the man said as he hurriedly pushed his hair aside and wiped his face hard. Jiang Lushi, look at me closely. It's you, Wang Kuei. Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment, unexpectedly meeting an acquaintance here. Wang Kuei was his classmate, and when the apocalypse broke out he should have been at school. You didn't evacuate with other people to the Zhonghai safe zone? Jiang Lushi asked. When he was in the Zhonghai safe zone, he even ran into high school classmates. But college classmates, he hadn't met any in the Zhonghai safe zone. However, the Zhonghai safe zone had hundreds of thousands of people, so not meeting them was also normal. Safe zone? Wang Kuei shook his head. No. At that time everyone was running for their lives on their own. We also barely escaped, hiding in a place without daylight for more than 10 days. Later we met other survivors, and together we escaped the Jiangbei urban area. When Wang Kuei thought about the previous events his expression became ugly. Obviously he remembered many bad memories. Sigh, surviving was really not easy. We grabbed anything we saw to eat. We truly tasted hardships we had never eaten in our entire lives. Wang Kuei sighed. He saw Jiang Lushi dressed clean and with no yellow and thin face, obviously eating well, and his eyes could not hide envy. Just now when Jiang Lushi took out rice, he saw it all. A whole bag of rice, just given away like that. Seems you're living not too bad. Oh right, Luo Ming is also here. Wang Kuei said suddenly. Huh? Luo Ming is also here. Jiang Lushi said in surprise. Luo Ming was in the same dorm with him. When the apocalypse was about to break out, Jiang Lushi urgently needed money to rent a car to scan the base vehicle, and he even called Luo Ming to borrow money. But Luo Ming couldn't produce money at that time, and Jiang Lushi reminded him to stay in the dorm and not go around. I'll go call Luo Ming over. Wang Kuei said. Jiang Lushi nodded, and he looked at Lin Wei and said, your base has my former classmates. I'll go meet them first. The rice had already been received, and Lin Wei no longer had such strong guard against Jiang Lushi and the others. Besides, just watching them was enough. No problem, but don't walk around. Lin Wei said. Jiang Lushi glanced around. Just this broken village-like place, you can see it all in one glance, why walk around? Soon Wang Kuei came back, but he not only brought Luo Ming, but also several people with him. Jiang Lushi was stunned. Actually in college he didn't know many people, and most of the people Wang Kuei brought, he didn't know. But Li Yusin came to the window, looked, and said in shock, Lu Shanshan? And Chen Jing? The people Wang Kuei brought were all from Jiangbei University. Jiang Lushi. It really is you. From a distance, Luo Ming shouted with joy, bro, thanks to you. If you hadn't told me to stay in the dorm, I would have died. At that time he was really playing games in the dorm, so when the apocalypse broke out he firmly blocked the door and hid in the dorm silently for several days, eating whatever he could. Later he found other survivors in the school, and escaped with those people. They finally came to this survival base. It is said that there are other survival bases in Jiangbei, and maybe there are some classmates they know there. But in the apocalypse, contacting others is too hard, and it's impossible to visit each other. Who can care about others? Luo Ming also once thought about how Jiang Lushi inexplicably told him that thing. Now he didn't know how Jiang Lushi was, but he completely didn't expect to meet Jiang Lushi again. What damn fate! Luo Ming's eyes filled with tears when he saw Jiang Lushi. Seeing familiar people after a long time felt really hard to describe. It easily made people think of the peaceful life before. The other few people were not familiar with Jiang Lushi, but one girl named Lu Shanshan looked at Jiang Lushi with a complicated expression. She probably thought Jiang Lushi had forgotten her. Back then a friend of Jiang Lushi jokingly said to introduce Jiang Lushi to her. She disliked and was repulsed, and afterwards always looked at Jiang Lushi coldly, not giving him a proper look. Actually Jiang Lushi didn't put this thing in his heart at all. It was his friend who wanted to introduce, not that he liked this girl. As for the girl's coldness later, he completely didn't notice. Being able to reunite with old classmates, especially Luo Ming, made Jiang Lushi feel many emotions. Luo Ming and he were quite close, and he was a good person, just didn't have money to lend. Get in the car, I'll talk with you. Jiang Lushi felt it was not good to talk standing by the car, so he asked Ting to open the car door. Okay. Luo Ming came to the car door, but just as he was about to step in, his body froze. This car is too luxurious. He originally thought it was just an ordinary minibus, but wow, what's inside this car? Sofa? Carpet? And a bed, a bathroom? This environment is really too good. And with one look he felt his eyes were dazzled. 1, 2, 3, how are there several beautiful girls? Each looked different and had different temperament, but all were very pretty. Their classmate Lu Shanshan looked okay, but compared to these girls it was a world of difference. These girls were too eye-catching, impossible to ignore. Not only Luo Ming, but also Wang Kuei and the others behind were all dumbfounded. When the car door opened, it completely overturned their worldview. If everything wasn't so clearly in front of their eyes, they would think the way the car door opened was wrong. Lin Wei was originally just smoking in the distance, casually watching this side, but in a blink he was stunned. Damn, how is the interior so luxurious? And those beauties sitting or standing, is this a beauty car? Lin Wei also completely didn't expect the inside of the minibus to be like this, and for a moment even forgot to smoke. Compared to the interior of that car and their survival base, it was like a broken grass hut versus a mansion. This really, comparing people, is annoying. Luo Ming stood stiff at the car door for a moment, then pulled his foot back, smiled and said, "This accommodation is good. I won't get up, there are too many people up there." Actually he looked at his feet and body, all covered in dust. How could he get in the car? Too out of place. Seeing Luo Ming unwilling to get in, Jiang Lushi simply got out of the car himself, and then Li Yusin also got out. Lu Shanshan had already seen Li Yusin earlier, but she didn't dare to be sure. Now Li Yusin came out of the car and stood before them. Lu Shanshan truly confirmed it. "Shanshan, and Qin Jing. Didn't expect to meet you here," Li Yusin said happily. Every time she saw someone she knew, she felt very lucky. After all, in this apocalypse there are really too few survivors. And even if alive, at any time you can die from all kinds of dangers. "Yusin," Lu Shanshan stared at Li Yusin dumbly, "I also didn't expect to meet you here." Looking at Li Yusin, she was too pretty, in good mental state, and her temperament even improved. After she got out, people in the survival base stared at her without blinking, even Lin Wei looked at her a bit dazed. In comparison, Lu Shanshan felt deeply ashamed. Why are you with Jiang Lushi?" Lu Shanshan looked at Jiang Lushi and asked. Li Yusin still had a smile, "This is a long story. Jiang Gu, do you know Lu Shanshan and Qin Jing?" Jiang Lushi glanced and smiled slightly, "Hello." He actually didn't know them at all, probably these two were in the same department as Li Yusin. Seeing Jiang Liushi's reaction, Lu Shanshan felt a sudden disappointment. Jiang Lushi didn't remember her. And Li Yusin calling Jiang Lushi so familiarly, could it be that they? Thinking this, Lu Shanshan felt even more bitter. Back then she looked down on Jiang Lushi because he was an orphan with a burdened younger sister. If she dated him it would purely be a burden on herself. But she didn't expect someone as good as Li Yusin in conditions, after the apocalypse to be together with Jiang Lushi, but seeing how well Li Yusin was doing now, obviously she made the right choice. Lu Shanshan knew that after the apocalypse, those girls without combat power mostly became playthings of the powered ones. But as long as one has some brains, it's also possible to survive well by following a powered one. This is sad to say, but Lu Shanshan thought this was normal. The weak survive by depending on the strong. She even took this as one of her goals, a goal to change her current fate. But in this survival base she had no such chance. The powered ones there just messed around, not caring about women, and her life didn't change for the better at all. So when she saw the difference between herself and Li Yusin, Lu Shanshan felt her heart blocked. "Luo Ming, how are you living here?" Jiang Lushi asked. Actually seeing Luo Ming's look, he guessed Luo Ming was living generally. Not bad, food to eat, place to shelter from wind and rain, daily labor and exercise. Luo Ming said with a smile. "And you, are you a powered one?" Luo Ming asked curiously. Jiang Lushi smiled and said, sort of. "That's awesome. Actually we had a classmate who became a powered one, otherwise we couldn't have survived. Sadly, he died." Luo Ming said somewhat gloomily. If that classmate didn't die, they wouldn't have lived so hard in this survival base. That classmate was a good person and took good care of them. At this moment, a bell rang in the survival base. Jiang Lushi saw the surrounding survivors put down their work and hurried in one direction. Luo Ming and the others also looked back. Luo Ming turned and said, "Jiang Lushi, wait a moment." We are serving meals now. I need to get my meal, if late they won't give us supplies. After saying that, Luo Ming ran off. Seeing this, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but show a smile. Back then they also ran to the cafeteria to grab food like this. At that time Luo Ming was a little fat kid, panting behind and couldn't run. Soon Luo Ming returned. Jiang Lushi saw him holding a boxed meal with few pieces of meat and pitifully few vegetable leaves. In the apocalypse, even plants mutated, eating vegetables was truly a luxury. These vegetables were dry and shriveled, like discarded rotten leaves. But Luo Ming obviously didn't mind. He held the boxed meal and was about to sit down to continue talking with Jiang Lushi. Just now Wang Kuei already said that he heard Jiang Lushi and Lin Wei talking. Jiang Lushi and these people would soon leave. After leaving, they didn't know when they would meet again, maybe in this life they would never meet alive again. So Luo Ming wanted to talk more with Jiang Lushi, after all they were once quite close friends. Talking with Jiang Lushi felt like returning to the past, before the apocalypse. By the way, where are you going? Luo Ming asked while picking at his food. You just eat this? Jiang Lushi frowned and asked. Sigh. It's already the apocalypse. I'm satisfied as long as there's food. You know me, I go with the flow. Luo Ming said optimistically. Jiang Lushi smiled. Luo Ming's personality was indeed like that. We are going to Jiangning. Jiang Lushi said. Jiangning? Luo Ming was stunned and said, why go to Jiangning? A bit of business. It would be troublesome to explain specifically, so Jiang Lushi only said vaguely. Oh, speaking of Jiangning, I remember I heard some things about Jiangning. Luo Ming said. In their survival base, there was a powered one who brought people escaping from Jiangning, and mentioned some status of Jiangning. Wait a moment, after I finish eating I'll tell you in detail. Since you are going, you should know about it, right? Luo Ming hurriedly ate. He didn't know if Jiang Lushi and the others were in a hurry to go, and couldn't make them wait. Because he ate too fast, Luo Ming was somewhat choking. He rarely met Jiang Lushi, and that he could still help this former classmate made Luo Ming very happy. Jiang Lushi looked at Luo Ming, suddenly grabbed the boxed meal and said, stop eating. Since it's rare to meet, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's eat grilled meat. Actually they didn't follow fixed meal times. They ate whenever they wanted, and powered ones had terrifying appetites. Now cooking had no problem. Since Luo Ming wouldn't get in the car, they would eat outside. Hearing Jiang Lushi would treat him, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan immediately took the grill out, and took out the fresh mutant beef they got today from the fridge, with all kinds of seasonings complete, and fresh vegetables not lacking at all. Originally Lin Wei had already recovered from his earlier surprise at the Beauties and fancy car, but when he saw Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan swiftly bringing out ingredients, his eyes popped out. This is mutant beast meat, and vegetables and fruits. Lin Wei suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn. He completely underestimated these people, and they even reduced the 20 gene of rice to 15 gene. Now it seemed this amount of stuff was nothing at all to Jiang Lushi. Luo Ming also was stunned. And Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were very quick. Soon they set up the grill and lit a fire, and grilling meat was more professional than those who sold skewers. Sprinkling spices and turning meat, the moves were dazzling. The aroma instantly rushed out. Wang Kuei and Chen Jing and others watched and swallowed saliva. Even Lu Shanshan felt her boxed meal tasted meaningless. Her eyes were fixated on that grilled meat, and her mouth watered unconsciously. Here, Luo Ming, eat meat. Jiang Lushi handed a skewer of meat to Luo Ming. Luo Ming stared at the grilled meat, hesitated, then suddenly reached out and took it, and said with many feelings, haha, old classmate, so generous. He didn't care about the heat, and impatiently took a bite, almost swallowing his own tongue. When had he ever eaten this mutant beast meat? This is really too delicious. Seeing Luo Ming eat meat, even Lin Wei felt a bit envious. He never dreamed that one day he, a powered one, would envy these hard-pressed ordinary people. In this survival base, going out hunting was not easy, and he also had a boss above him. Mutant beast meat was not unlimited. Their meat was not enough to eat, yet these ordinary people could eat mutant beast meat. Looking at Jiang Lushi, he thought this really was blind. Didn't see these people had so much money. To take this meat out to feed ordinary people, they surely had no shortage of mutant beast meat. Otherwise even if classmates, who would be willing to give? Thinking this, Lin Wei's heart moved a bit. These people didn't care that they were on someone else's territory, not knowing that money shouldn't be exposed. If something happens, they have only themselves to blame. Luo Ming ate to the point that he didn't even have time to speak, but after all he was an ordinary person, his appetite was very limited, no matter how much he ate he couldn't eat that much. This meal of roasted meat was completely different from the boxed lunch he ate. But Luo Ming also knew that it was because he encountered Jiang Lushi that he was so lucky to have a feast. After that, he still had to live as before. Wang Kuei, Lu Shanshan and the others watched enviously from the side. At this time, Luo Ming paused for a moment. He walked to the front of Jiang Lushi, smiled and asked, Jiang Lushi, could you? Let them take some. Jiang Lushi said. Thank you, Jiang Lushi. Ah no, brother Jiang. Wang Kuei said joyfully. He knew that Jiang Lushi was doing this entirely for Luo Ming's sake. Although they also knew Jiang Lushi, at school they were not particularly familiar with Jiang Lushi. Wang Kuei called him brother Jiang repeatedly, trying to get closer to Jiang Lushi. Chen Jing also gratefully thanked Jiang Lushi, took a skewer of roasted meat and ate it in small bites. Lu Shanshan hesitated. She really wanted to refuse, but in the end, she could not resist the temptation of the roasted meat. After getting the meat, she began to eat it eagerly. The meat was really too fragrant. Did Jiang Lushi and Li Yusin and the others eat such good things every day? After Luo Ming shared his portion of meat with these classmates, he clapped his hands and stopped eating. Jiang Lushi, where are you going in Jiangning? Luo Ming asked. Also, where did you come from this time? Xiayuan. Jiang Lushi said. Seeing that Luo Ming had no idea where Xiayuan was, Jiang Lushi continued, it's in Sanxiang province. Oh, that's quite far. Luo Ming nodded. Jiang Lushi smiled slightly. If Luo Ming knew they had almost gone around Jiangnan, he didn't know what his reaction would be. The ability user you mentioned, what does he know about things in Jiangning? Jiang Lushi asked. Although Su Guangqi and Su Tong knew from the broadcast that there was a safe zone in Jiangning, after all, the situation learned from the broadcast was very one-sided. The current situation in Jiangning, the safe zone is said to be very strict, but it is not something ordinary people can enter. The surroundings are chaotic, ordinary people and ability users mixed together. The safe zone is the safe zone, the survivor area is the survivor area. In the survivor area, you can buy whatever you want, and if you want to sell something, you can find a buyer. Even some powerful ability users from north of the river go there to trade. But if your strength is insufficient, you might get eaten. Luo Ming said. He was quoting exactly what he had heard, but it was also said personally by someone who came with that ability user, so it was very credible. If it were hearsay, he would not casually tell Jiang Lushi. I see, Jiang Lushi showed no change in expression. He was not afraid of being eaten. But the situation in Jiangning was a bit different from what he had imagined. The military area there sounded very closed. Why not I invite that person over, and you ask him? Luo Ming suggested. That's fine. Jiang Lushi nodded. Luo Ming went to call someone. Jiang Lushi originally wanted to say something to Lin Wei as he planned to stay here for a while, but he found that Lin Wei had already turned and left. However, his subordinates remained in place, staring at them without moving. Shiyu, pay attention. Jiang Lushi said. Okay. Ran Shiyu nodded. Being in someone else's base, although Jiang Lushi was not nervous, he also would not completely let his guard down. Even Wang Kuei and the others, although they were former classmates, after so long in the apocalypse, Jiang Lushi would not easily trust these people. Not to mention now, even before the end of the world, he would not easily trust people he was not familiar with. Among these people, only Luo Ming was someone he understood. Lu Shanshan looked at Jiang Lushi, then pulled Wang Kuei and Chen Jing, let's go too. Inside the survival base, men and women each lived in a large dormitory. Those with a bit of status lived in small multi-person rooms. Only ability users could live in single rooms, and even then it was a suite, a real house, not the makeshift houses built later. The person Luo Ming wanted to find was in one of the multi-person rooms. Actually the person he was talking about was a small overseer. Usually Luo Ming couldn't speak to this person. What he heard was from this small overseer chatting with others. Luo Ming went to plead with him. This small overseer was bald, sitting in the room eating. They were eating stir-fried dishes, plates placed on the table, and there was far more meat than what ordinary people ate in boxed lunches. Seeing Luo Ming enter, the overseer and the others in the room frowned. What do you want? The overseer asked. Luo Ming put on a smiling face and cautiously explained his purpose. As long as Brother Qing agrees, Brother Qing can command me however you want in the future. Luo Ming said. Brother Qing snorted, amusingly asked, command you? What can you do? Wash my clothes and polish my shoes. I can wash clothes, I can polish shoes too. Luo Ming kept a smile on his face. He didn't know what Jiang Lushi and the others were going to do in Jiangning, but in any case, knowing more would be safer. Even this Brother Qing's boss led them north of the river to escape, so Jiangning must be a place full of hidden talents. Luo Ming originally did not intend to ask Brother Qing, but Jiang Lushi at this time treated him to a meal. This meal was not exactly a favor, but it touched Luo Ming. He thought, since he was going to do work anyway, it didn't matter for whom. Working for this brother Qing was nothing. You are quite loyal. Brother Qing stood up, walked to Luo Ming, and slapped Luo Ming's cheek, slapping it repeatedly. Luo Ming felt pain but did not dare move, after all we were classmates. At this time brother Qing abruptly interrupted him, classmates my ass. Look at yourself, do you deserve to wash my clothes? Polish my shoes? You only deserve to lick the soles of my shoes. Your classmate is what? You want me to go tell him about Jiangning? Get out. Brother Qing spit splattered on Luo Ming's face. Luo Ming lowered his head and took a gentle breath. As an overseer, brother Qing often scolded them at will. Luo Ming countless times wanted to shout, I've had enough. But in the end, due to reality, he could only bow his head. This time was the same. No matter how turbulent his feelings were, the difference in status and power made Luo Ming accept reality bitterly. At this moment, Lin Wei came in from outside and said, why not go? Go, and bring Fengyi along. As your leader, Fengyi should know more about Jiangning, right? I heard he made a bit of a name for himself in Jiangning. Brother Qing was stunned for a moment, but then nodded, okay. Seeing brother Qing grab his clothes and go find Fengyi, Luo Ming turned to look at Lin Wei, but suddenly had a bad feeling. Although Luo Ming was cheerful, he was not stupid. Just an ordinary person, how could Lin Wei specially come to say this? And bring Fengyi personally? As for Jiang Lushi? Lin Wei didn't know Jiang Lushi at all, so he had even less reason to do this. Wait, brother Lin, it doesn't have to be like this. Luo Ming hurriedly forced a smile and said. You go get your classmate. Lin Wei said. Luo Ming's heart sank. He completely understood. No. Brother Lin. If my classmate offended someone, I'll help him apologize. Luo Ming shouted. His heart kept sinking because Jiang Lushi treated him to meat? So, it was all because of him? Luo Ming knew the strength of these people. Even if Jiang Lushi was powerful, after all it was just a vehicle and a few people, and here there were quite a number of ability users and so many subordinates, and they were using an ambush. What, you don't want to go? Lin Wei asked coldly. Brother Lin. Luo Ming still wanted to plead. But at this moment Lin Wei had already slapped him away. An ability user's slap sent Luo Ming flying, stars flashing before his eyes, his cheek swelling instantly, his mouth full of the taste of blood. At this time, Luo Ming saw a few more people outside the door. Wang Kuei, Chen Jing, and Lu Shanshan were all there. Actually Lu Shanshan had actively called Wang Kuei and the others to follow. She realized that Jiang Lushi was not a heartless person, he still remembered old classmates. And Luo Ming was a good person. Lu Shanshan wanted to use Luo Ming to speak well for them, to let Jiang Lushi take them away. In this place, they couldn't get ahead, but if they could follow Jiang Lushi, it would be different. At least living in that clean, bright luxury RV would already be heaven and earth. But Lu Shanshan did not expect that upon arrival they would see this scene. Wang Kuei and Chen Jing were so frightened that their faces turned pale, trembling all over. Lu Shanshan also shivered. Seeing Lin Wei look toward them, after a hurried breath Lu Shanshan suddenly said, I can go call Jiang Lushi here. Luo Ming could hardly speak, his eyes full of shock. Wang Kuei and Chen Jing were also stunned. They looked at Lu Shanshan in disbelief. Usually Lu Shanshan gave the impression of being gentle and quiet. They did not dare believe that Lu Shanshan would suddenly say such a thing at such a time. Lin Wei frowned and said, You can call him here? I don't think you are familiar with him. But I know his girlfriend. I might not be able to trick Jiang Lushi here, but I can trick his girlfriend aside. I'll say I have a secret matter and need her help. She told me she is a doctor. I'll say it's a gynecological issue. Lu Shanshan's mind raced. When I get his girlfriend here, if his girlfriend calls out, won't he come? Then it will naturally work. Lin Wei thought for a moment, his eyes brightened. He looked at Lu Shanshan somewhat surprisingly and said, You are a bit clever. This plan works. Lu Shanshan, what are you trying to do? Luo Ming angrily looked at Lu Shanshan, he still wanted to stop her. Lin Wei saw this scene, disgust appeared in his eyes, and in his hand a wide blade a foot long appeared. Brother Lin. Lu Shanshan hesitated and shouted, Since I'm helping you, don't kill him. I heard ability users are very sensitive. If they detect the smell of blood it will be bad. Lu Shanshan, you said we were here to ask Luo Ming for help to follow Jiang Lushi. How do you agree to help Lin Wei harm Jiang Lushi and the others? Afterwards, Wang Kuei and Chen Jing both asked with ashen faces. There was no choice. We heard everything just now. If we didn't help, Luo Ming and we would all be killed. Lu Shanshan now looked calm and said. And thinking carefully, Jiang Lushi doesn't value us at all. He has no friendship with us. If we follow him, maybe he will abandon us soon. He can't guarantee us a good life. So we might as well seek some status inside this base. Didn't you see Brother Qing and the others, even being an overseer they live a good life? Lu Shanshan said. Of course her goal was not just to be like Brother Qing. I can't, Chen Jing shook her head hard. She couldn't do this kind of thing. Just thinking about it made her scared to death. You really are useless. Lu Shanshan shook her head, looked at Wang Kuei, and asked, Wang Kuei, what about you? Wang Kuei hesitated. He looked at Lu Shanshan, feeling this woman seemed to have become a different person in an instant. But maybe this was the real Lu Shanshan. Wang Kuei swallowed and finally nodded, I'll go with you. What Lu Shanshan said did sound reasonable to him. Also he saw that even if they didn't go, Lu Shanshan herself would go. When Lu Shanshan succeeded and climbed to a higher position, if they offended her, would life be easy? Then you go steady Jiang Lushi, I'll go find Li Yusen. Lu Shanshan nodded and said. As they walked toward the minibus, Lu Shanshan's heartbeat gradually calmed. She knew what she did today could change her life. Although she changed from wanting to get on Jiang Liushi's vehicle to wanting Jiang Liushi's life, but fate is like this, Jiang Lushi, you can't blame anyone. Lu Shanshan muttered to herself. At this time, Brother Qing had already called Feng Yi and Lin Wei and the others, and set up an ambush together. A total of 5 ability users and more than 20 people. With so many people, dealing with the people inside a minibus was foolproof. Although there were also several ability users among Jiang Liushi's group, when Li Yusen was brought into the ambush point, when Jiang Lushi and the others heard the noises and came over, they could be shot dead directly from the window. Even if Jiang Lushi and the others had abilities, they couldn't use them. No matter how powerful an ability user is, they can't withstand so much firepower simultaneously firing. After a while, Wang Kuei and Lu Shanshan arrived in front of the minibus. Brother Jiang, Luo Ming went to find Brother Qing, but we don't know where Brother Qing went. Brother Jiang, let me ask you something. Wang Kuei shamelessly leaned in and said. At this time, Lu Shanshan walked to Li Yusen's side and lowered her voice. Yusen, can I ask you to come over and help me check my illness? It's just that I'm a bit uncomfortable. Is it because of poor sanitary conditions? If it's because of that, it's possible to feel uncomfortable. Li Yusen believed her, after all girls are a bit vulnerable in this regard. Now it was the apocalypse, and judging by conditions here, even bathing was a problem. But Li Yusen did not immediately follow. Wait a moment, I'll first tell Brother Jiang. A trace of darkness flickered in Lu Shanshan's eyes. Li Yusen really did listen to Jiang Lushi, even about this. But Lu Shanshan thought it should be fine, after all the reason she gave was flawless. After hearing Li Yusen, Jiang Lushi looked at Lu Shanshan, then came over, checking your health is fine. I'll accompany you. Lu Shanshan's heart jumped, her face changed, this may not be appropriate? Don't worry, I'm not interested in looking at you. I'm only going to accompany Yusen. Jiang Lushi said. Lu Shanshan looked at Jiang Lushi, her uneasiness grew stronger. She felt that Jiang Liushi's gaze at her was completely like looking at a clown. Jiang Lushi said slowly, Wang Kuei, Lu Shanshan, do you think that because I am your former classmate, you feel there is no intimidation? Lu Shanshan's face changed. She looked at Jiang Lushi and suddenly had a strong feeling. This was not the previously silent Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi faintly smiled, but there was a natural contempt in his expression. Lu Shanshan's heart raced, her face extremely pale. Facing Jiang Lushi, she suddenly felt more fear than facing Lin Wei. She forced herself calm, forced a smile. Why not? If you want to go, then go. Then just right, we'll take a look at your survival base. Jiang Zhuing also jumped down from the vehicle and said. Only Su Guangqi, Su Tong, Ying as the base steward, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan remained on the vehicle. Jiang Lushi led Jiang Zhuing, Ran Xiu, Li Yusen, and Zero, following behind Lu Shanshan and Wang Kuei, heading toward the core area of the survival base. Lu Shanshan nervously led the way in front, but her expression showed nothing. Actually seeing Jiang Lushi bring these people following her made her inexplicably somewhat happy. Originally she only wanted to lure Li Yusen over and use Li Yusen as a hostage, but unexpectedly Jiang Lushi actually came on his own, and brought 3 women who never left his side. Brother Jiang, it's just ahead. My illness still needs to be checked back in the room. Lu Shanshan said with a bit of embarrassment, her face showing a trace of shyness. Jiang Lushi glanced at her, a small smile on his lips, but said nothing. At this time, inside a residential house, 5 ability users and more than 20 people were lying in wait with guns, quietly waiting for Lu Shanshan to bring Li Yusen into this room. In the corner, Luo Ming was thrown there. His mouth was gagged. He could only stare wide-eyed at the room door, his eyes full of indignation and anxiety. Once that door opened, waiting for Li Yusen would be a room full of robbers. As the distance to the door grew shorter, Lu Shanshan's heart began to pound uncontrollably. She gently let out a breath and stopped at the door. This is the place. Lu Shanshan turned her head and was about to speak. Jiang Lushur had already cut her off with a half smile. Aren't we going in to see the doctor? Open the door. Lu Shanshan shook her head inwardly. Jiang Lushur, do you think that just because you're doing a bit better now, you can treat her however you want? Originally, she still wanted to say a few more words to Jiang Lushur and let them live a few more seconds, as a favor for having once been classmates. But since Jiang Lushur was so eager to seek death, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. Yusin, I'll go in first to prepare, then I'll call you in, Lu Shanshan said warmly to Li Yusin. Li Yusin nodded and stood where she was. Lu Shanshan walked over and pushed the door open, one foot already stepping inside. At that instant, the smile on Lu Shanshan's face disappeared completely, and a complex look flashed in her eyes, with a bit of pity, and also relief. Jiang Lushur, if you had been even a little kinder to me, instead of not even remembering me, I might still have hesitated a bit when doing this. As for Li Yusin, you were dragged into this, but you've already lived comfortably for so long, it's my turn now, Lu Shanshan thought to herself. She knew that in the next moment Lin Wei and the others would act, and very soon the 4 people outside the door would be riddled with bullets. Bang bang bang. Gunshots suddenly rang out. Lu Shanshan shuddered all over at the sound, but her expression was extremely calm. This was all expected. But just then, she suddenly felt as if struck by lightning, her body instantly stiffened. With a thud, within her field of vision, a corpse slowly fell down. From the doorway where she stood, only the upper body could be seen. She knew that person. He was Lin Wei's capable subordinate, with excellent marksmanship. But now he was clutching his gun, eyes wide open, full of disbelief, and blood was gurgling out of the bullet hole in his forehead. Thud! Thud! The heavy sounds of bodies hitting the ground kept ringing out. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 corpses appeared before Lu Shanshan's eyes. Without exception, they were all the gunmen ambushed by the windows. Lu Shanshan felt ice-cold all over, unable to believe it. Only then did she suddenly realize that the direction the gunshots came from just now was all from behind her. And Wang Kuei, his legs were trembling uncontrollably, even his lips were shaking, completely out of control. He was one step behind Lu Shanshan, closer to Jiang Lushur and the others. He felt footsteps slowly approaching from behind him. The sound was not loud, but to his ears it was like heavy drumbeats smashing into his heart. With each step, his heart convulsed once. Lu Shanshan stood rigidly in place. She watched Jiang Lushur and those girls walk into the room together and move ahead of her. They just walked in openly like this. Inside the room, Lin Wei and the others were all shocked. They had arranged 7 or 8 gunmen at the windows, all the best shots among them. The windows were thick with dust and also covered by curtains, so from outside it was impossible to see inside. But at the very moment they were about to fire, Jiang Lushur suddenly pulled out his pistols. As if without aiming, the 2 guns pointed in different directions and fired at the same time. In an instant, just an instant, the gunmen behind the windows didn't even have time to fire a single shot before they were all dead. Every single one was shot in the head. They had no chance to react before going straight to hell. This marksmanship, and this terrifying judgment of the gunmen's positions, were far too frightening. Lin Wei could hardly believe it. What he thought would be an easy capture suddenly had such a drastic change. So much so that when Jiang Lushur and the others walked into the room like this, Lin Wei felt a chill in his heart. At this time, Lin Wei said from the side, "Hold steady, we still have more than 10 people, and just the number of ability users is greater than theirs. He even has 4 women with him, what is there to be afraid of?" But at that moment, a cold voice sounded by his ear, "Who are you calling women?" Then he saw a black shadow flash past. In the blink of an eye, several people ambushed near the door suddenly clutched their necks, yet blood kept pouring out from between their fingers. They twitched and fell to the ground, and the black shadow revealed its true form. It was just a girl like a cat moving silently in the night. She stood there quietly, blood still dripping from the dagger in her hand, her gaze indifferent and calm as she looked at them. Lin Wei's scalp went numb. Whose voice was that just now? So many people had died one after another, and all were killed instantly by a single person. Feng Yi and the others gradually realized that they had been frogs in a well. They thought everything was foolproof only because they didn't know such terrifying ability users existed. Lu Shanshan's face was ashen. So Jiang Lushur's gun skills were this terrifying, and besides Li Yusin the doctor, he also had such a powerful girl with him. At this moment, Lin Wei suddenly calmed down. "Feng Yi, come with me to deal with that kid. No matter how good his shooting is, once you and I get close, even the scariest marksmanship won't work. You two, go hold down that cat girl. The rest, go grab the women behind that kid." Lin Wei knew that Li Yusin was just a doctor. The other girl who looked very distinctive also seemed gentle and weak, with no strong ability fluctuations. And that tall, pretty girl looked like a high school student, at most 18 or 19. Lin Wei sensed that the ability energy on her wasn't strong either, even weaker than that gentle girl. As long as they could control these three girls, even if Jiang Lushi didn't care about their lives, he would still be constrained. However, before they could move, the tall girl walked forward herself. There was a faint smile on Jiang Zhuing's face as she said, "You want to grab me? Why go to so much trouble?" Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. She heard them? Her hearing was too good. What he didn't know was that not only Jiang Zhuing, but Jiang Lushi also heard everything clearly. Their plotting was basically like saying it right in front of Jiang Lushi and the others. "Zero, you've worked hard, come over here first," Jiang Zhuing said, smiling as she walked to the middle of the room, completely exposing her left and right sides to them. Seeing this, Lu Shanshan, who had already gone cold all over, suddenly felt a spark of hope ignite again. This girl was too careless. Seeing how Jiang Lushi treated her, extremely doting, if this girl were captured. Lin Wei and the others thought the same as Lu Shanshan. Their eyes all lit up. At this moment, Jiang Zhuing suddenly shook the long blade in her hand. The cloth strips wrapped around it instantly fell away, revealing the gleaming blade, and the chain wrapped around it clattered loudly. This weapon alone was already flashy enough, but that wasn't all. Next, thin arcs of electricity suddenly began jumping over the weapon. Boom boom boom. Like thunder exploding, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation burst out from Jiang Zhuing's body. This fluctuation made Lin Wei and the others turn pale in shock. What kind of ability user was this? At the same time, electric serpents coiled around the weapon, and silver currents danced all over Jiang Zhuing's body and hands. Her eyes flashed silver as she looked at Lin Wei and the others as if they were disgusting insects. Lu Shanshan and Wang Kuei both felt intense pain on their skin. They stared at Jiang Zhuing in horror. Flash. Their vision suddenly went completely white. There were no screams. When their sight gradually returned, what they saw were people burned pitch black all over, still frozen in their previous poses. And Jiang Zhuing stood there as if she had done nothing at all. She even curled her lips and said, "Boring." These people weren't even enough for her to use her real strength. After evolving she hadn't fought yet, just now she had only casually released a bit of electricity to stretch herself. But at this moment, someone suddenly jumped up and lunged fiercely toward Luo Ming in the corner. This person was Lin Wei. His ability was defensive, and earlier he had immediately hidden behind a wooden cabinet at the back. Even so, he couldn't completely block the electric attack and was still shocked badly, his hair blown up and his body covered in torn flesh. Seeing that someone was still alive, Jiang Lushi was a bit surprised. It seemed there were people here with at least some strength. But only a little. Bang bang. In such a short moment, Jiang Lushi's shooting speed was like lightning, and the bullets precisely hit Lin Wei's legs. Ah! Lin Wei fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Being shot in the legs was an almost unbearable pain. Jiang Lushi walked over and lifted Lin Wei up. Seeing Jiang Lushi lift a burly man with one hand, Wang Kuei could no longer bear the fear and collapsed onto the ground. Jiang Lushi's terror was not only his marksmanship, nor just the ability users in his team. At this time, Jiang Lushi glanced at Luo Ming beside him and reached out to pull the cloth from Luo Ming's mouth. "Luo Ming, who beat you like this?" Lin Wei was breathing rapidly, his face as white as paper. "Was it him?" Jiang Lushi asked. Luo Ming looked completely stunned and nodded instinctively. "Good." Jiang Lushi glanced at Lin Wei. Lin Wei's heart trembled. Enduring the intense pain in his legs, he said, Brother Jiang. This was all Feng Yi's idea." "Feng Yi? Don't know him, and not interested." Jiang Lushi had no interest at all in Lin Wei's nonsense. A fierce look suddenly flashed in Lin Wei's eyes. His body twisted strangely and he lunged at Jiang Lushi. However, Jiang Lushi merely swayed lightly to the side as if strolling, and a cold flash appeared in his hand. Pft! The triangular military spike accurately stabbed into the back of Lin Wei's head from behind. As Jiang Lushi pulled it out, Lin Wei fell heavily to the ground, face down. "Overestimating yourself." From beginning to end, Jiang Lushi didn't even look at Lin Wei properly. Wang Kuei was trembling all over on the ground. He couldn't believe that in just 1 or 2 minutes, after Jiang Lushi and the others entered the room, everyone inside was already dead. At this moment, Lu Shanshan suddenly burst into tears. She pointed at Wang Kuei and scolded, "Wang Kuei, you're not human. You actually used me. No wonder when I said I was going to find Yusin to see a doctor, you insisted on coming with me." As she spoke, Lu Shanshan ran to Jiang Lushi and cried, her whole body shaking. "Jiang Lushi, I'm sorry, I was tricked. I was really scared to death. If you weren't also capable, you might have been harmed because of me. No, not me, Wang Kuei's voice trembled as he spoke. His whole body felt weak. Jiang Lushi looked at Lu Shanshan crying in front of him. Is that so? You're crying so hard because you feel guilty? Jiang Lushi asked. Lu Shanshan raised her head to look at Jiang Lushi, a trace of joy flashing in her eyes. She hurriedly said, of course, actually there's something I was embarrassed to tell you. I actually hoped you would take me with you, but I was afraid I would be a burden. You might not know how happy I was when I saw you today. Even though you don't remember me, I remember that back then one of your friends introduced you to me. I was really happy, but you never took the initiative to contact me, and I was very angry with you then, but later I regretted it. If I had known the apocalypse would come, I shouldn't have been so passive. I should have gone to find you. As Lu Shanshan spoke, tears poured down again. She believed that men would always be more lenient toward women who admired and liked them. Jiang Lushi looked at Lu Shanshan and really couldn't help laughing. Seeing Jiang Lushi smile, Lu Shanshan was stunned for a moment. Looking at Jiang Lushi now, he was still very handsome, and his smile had a special charm. Back then, she really had misjudged him. But as Jiang Lushi smiled, Lu Shanshan also smiled through her tears. I'm really sorry for telling you all this. Lu Shanshan, I really admire your acting skills. As soon as Jiang Lushi spoke, Lu Shanshan's heart, which had just felt safe, suddenly shot back up. Huh? Lu Shanshan raised her head and looked at Jiang Lushi in shock and innocence. Do you know that there is a kind of ability user in this world called a mental type ability user? From the moment you came over, what you were thinking, what you were plotting, I already knew, Jiang Lushi said calmly. But every word he said was like a heavy hammer smashing into Lu Shanshan's mind. In an instant she felt as if she had fallen into an abyss. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, even her lips shaking, completely unable to control herself. He knew. So he knew from the very beginning. Lu Shanshan finally understood. Jiang Lushi had truly been treating her like a clown, watching her performance. Until just now, she had acted so hard that even she herself almost believed it, while Jiang Lushi was simply watching a joke. And he really was laughing? Jiang. Brother Jiang, I was just confused for a moment. Please spare me, for the sake that we were once classmates. I'm just a helpless woman, Lu Shanshan pleaded, looking at Jiang Lushi. At this moment, her heart skipped a beat. She saw Jiang Liushi's gun move, slowly being raised. Lu Shanshan backed away in terror, eyes wide as she stared at Jiang Lushi, shaking her head repeatedly. Jiang Lushi, don't. Are you going to kill a woman? Bang! As a wisp of smoke rose from the muzzle, Jiang Lushi watched Lu Shanshan's body fall stiffly backward and said coldly, what kind of woman are you? Seeing that Jiang Lushi killed Lu Shanshan without mercy, Wang Kuei was already terrified and had gone crazy. He let out a miserable howl and turned, rolling and crawling as he rushed out the door. Jiang Lushi looked at Wang Kuei's terrified back. From the moment Wang Kuei decided to come with Lu Shanshan to harm them, he was already doomed. Bang! Luo Ming. Jiang Lushi personally helped loosen Luo Ming's bonds and lifted Luo Ming up. Let me see. Li Yusin came over, sensed his injuries, and said, it's just external wounds, there's no problem. Li Yusin could immediately heal this level of external injury. There was a complex expression in Li Yusin's eyes, and she let out a light sigh. It was hard to meet someone she knew in this apocalypse, but she didn't expect the result to be like this. Looks like our arrival has turned things upside down here in your base. Li Yusin said. Luo Ming was also a little regretful. He shook his head, we can only blame them for being too ambitious. Lin Wei and the others saw the money and got greedy. In the apocalypse, being eaten by zombies or by mutated beasts was common. Lu Shanshan and Wang Kuei lived here and at least didn't have to face zombies and mutated beasts, but they still brought death on themselves. That was reaping what they had sown. Luo Ming sighed for a moment and said, luckily, Jiang Lushi, you are too capable, and also the girls in your team. Then Luo Ming suddenly remembered something and awkwardly said to Jiang Zhuing and the other girls, sorry, when I first saw you, I thought you were just very beautiful, but actually not only beautiful but also so powerful. Jiang Lushi just said that there was a mental type ability user in their team who could know what others were thinking. Luo Ming felt his thoughts were probably seen through, so he hurriedly apologized. But at that time he really had not expected that these beautiful women were each extraordinary. At this time Jiang Lushi came to the doorway. The entire survival base was silent, but he knew that the earlier gunshots had already alarmed all the survivors in the base. They were just hiding out of fear and didn't come out. Does your survival base have any other ability users? Jiang Lushi asked. Luo Ming answered, there's one more, but he went out to look for medicine. I see, Jiang Lushi nodded. Luo Ming hurriedly said, this ability user isn't bad. He doesn't get along with Lin Wei and the others, and he treats us okay. At least when Brother Qing hit us, he tried to stop him. Jiang Lushi said in a gruff tone, "Do you think I'm a murderous maniac? If he doesn't provoke me, I naturally won't kill him. It's not that. I just think you're too strong." Luo Ming scratched his head. Jiang Lushi and the others walked out of the house full of dead bodies and headed toward the minibus. Along the way, Jiang Lushi and the others keenly sensed that in the surrounding shacks, pairs of uneasy eyes were anxiously peeking outside. There was disbelief in their gazes. When the gunshots rang out, they thought these outsiders were going to die miserably. But ordinary people like them had no right to interfere in such matters. They could only hide inside and feel sorry for these outsiders for crashing into this place filled with deadly danger. But unexpectedly, not long after, Jiang Lushi and the others swaggered out of that house, not missing a single person, alive and kicking. However, even they could smell the blood and burning smell coming from that house. Seeing Luo Ming following beside Jiang Lushi, and Jiang Lushi walking forward without looking back, some people gathered courage and came out of their houses to the doorway of that house, cautiously peeking inside. Once they saw inside, these people were stunned. What exactly had happened in this house just now? Brother Jiang. Jiang Lushi and the others arrived at the minibus. The Lin Wei subordinates who had been guarding here were all lying on the ground. Lin Wei arranged these subordinates here so that after hearing gunshots they would act, pop the tires of the minibus, and kill the people inside. Unfortunately, he could not imagine how strong ability users could be, nor could he imagine how strong this minibus was. Jiang Lushi had parked the vehicle here without worry at all. Lin Wei and his people in this place were truly like frogs in a well. Moreover, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, and Ying, already knew these people had bad intentions. Before Lin Wei's subordinates could act, they already reacted. With the minibus as cover, they quickly eliminated those people. Seeing Jiang Lushi and the others return, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan laughed and ran toward the survival base. Just looking at these two carrying guns, big and burly walking into the village, anyone who didn't know might think they were the ones here to rob. It's a pity Brother Qing was killed immediately, otherwise he might have told us more about Jiangning. Luo Ming said with some regret. He had his mouth gagged, but he saw those people fall instantly, including that Brother Qing. What can a lackey know about the real inside story? What you said is enough. Jiang Lushi smiled and said. Since the apocalypse, Luo Ming had become more optimistic. He had sighed a moment ago, and now he brought up the topic of Jiangning again. I'll leave this place to that ability user you mentioned. There were still many men, women, and children in the base. But this place was originally remote, with basically no zombie threat. They only needed to watch out for mutated beasts. Even if Lin Wei and his people had died, their lives wouldn't change much. If anything, many pressures would be reduced. Luo Ming, you should come with us to Jiangning. Jiang Lushi said. Today Luo Ming did not betray him, and this gave Jiang Lushi a warm feeling in his heart. Not to mention now in the apocalypse, even before the apocalypse a sincere friend was hard to find. Jiang Lushi wanted to take Luo Ming to Jiangning, to the safe zone. As an ordinary person, if Luo Ming joined his team it would still be too dangerous. He was more suitable to live well in the safe zone. Go to Jiangning? Luo Ming was stunned for a moment. He hesitated, but unexpectedly shook his head. I'm not going. Seeing the puzzled expression on Jiang Liushi's face, Luo Ming said, well, it's actually not anything special. When I escaped with my classmates, I don't know what happened to my family at all. If I stay in northern Jiang, if one or two of my relatives are still alive, maybe one day we can meet again, just like how I met you. It really was something even heaven didn't expect. Luo Ming actually knew his thoughts were just naive fantasies, but meeting Jiang Lushi today had ignited a spark of hope deep in his heart. Don't worry, buddy, Chen Jing is still here. At least I have someone I know. Besides, after what happened today, everyone knows I, Luo Ming, have a powerful brother. Who would dare bother me? Luo Ming laughed and patted Jiang Liushi's shoulder. Jiang Lushi was silent for a moment, then nodded. Since Luo Ming made his own decision, he would not say anything more. At this time, Sun Kuan returned with a gloomy face. I thought those useless bodies would have some belongings. I didn't expect them to be poor. Just these. Sun Kuan took out a small pouch with 2 mutated crystal cores inside. There were also some guns, but Jiang Lushi did not think they were worth anything, not as good as those he already had. Brother Jiang, keep it. A little bit of meat is still meat. Sun Kuan handed the small pouch to Jiang Lushi, still looking disgusted on his face. Damn, after turning over the corpses, these 2 things were the best he could find. It's good to have it. Jiang Lushi said. Where's that Zhang Hai guy? Jiang Zhuing looked around but did not see Zhang Hai. At this time, loud rumbling sounds came from inside the survival base, and a military green off-road vehicle sped over. V-room. The off-road vehicle stopped in front of the minibus. Zhang Hai stuck his head out of the driver's window excitedly and said, "How is it, brother Jiang, how do you like this car? Dongfeng iron armor. How is it? The look is fierce and tough, right? I saw it in the news before. They said it was specially used for transporting personnel on the battlefield. The protective performance is especially good. This vehicle was probably left by the military when the apocalypse first broke out, either when the army retreated or was destroyed. Some ability user in the survival base found it. Nobody knew whose unlucky ride it originally was, and now Zhang Hai just happened to get it. Too bad the driver is no good. The modifications are average. If I modify it a bit, it can at least block a few waves of zombies." Zhang Hai fondly touched the steering wheel. Jiang Lushi smiled. This scene seemed familiar somehow. Actually, Zhang Hai especially loved cars. When he saw a good car, he immediately couldn't wait to drive it. Unfortunately, his vehicles never lasted long. They were either lost or destroyed. Sure enough, just 2 seconds after Zhang Hai was excited, after glancing at Jiang Lushi, he became dispirited again. No matter how many times I modify it, it's still 1,000 streets away from brother Jiang. I wonder how long this car can last, sigh. Zhang Hai was cool in his heart. Actually, his situation was the normal one, but compared to Jiang Liushi's team and that minibus, there was simply no comparison. Try again, add 2 more layers of steel plate. Jiang Lushi said with a smile. It happened that his vehicle was crowded, so Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan could follow behind in this car. Luo Ming, are you really not coming with us? Jiang Lushi asked again. Luo Ming rolled his eyes and said, "All right, buddy, Beauties, you guys don't delay. If you pass by here again in the future, just come see me. Let's go." Li Yusin gently pulled Jiang Liushi's arm, and the two boarded the minibus. As the minibus door closed, Luo Ming stepped back 2 steps, watching the minibus and the off-road vehicle driving away one after the other. He watched the minibus grow farther and farther away, then suddenly raised his arm and waved vigorously. Jiangning. Before the apocalypse, Jiangning was a famous historical and cultural city and a tourist city, a national high-tech industrial base with a population of more than 14 million, very prosperous. Jiang Lushi once went to Jiangning on a school spring trip. At that time, his understanding of Jiangning was only superficial. But after the apocalypse, when Jiang Lushi came to Jiangning again, he felt a sense of strangeness. Did he really come here before? Su Guangqi, Su Tong, and Li Yusin sat by the window, also with silent expressions. The minibus was driving on the road. On the road were abandoned cars, and the houses on both sides were all empty. There were no living people on the streets, only zombies. The beautiful scenery was now all destroyed by rampant plants. This place no longer had any difference from other ruined cities. Now we still don't know where the safe zone is. Let's find living people first. Jiang Lushi said to Su Guangqi and the others. The total area of Jiangning City reached 8,500 square kilometers. The city center was dense with zombies. They couldn't just wander around randomly. I'll do it. Ran Shiyu's eyes flashed with a peculiar light, and then her gaze seemed to see very far, as if through everything in front of her. Ran Shiyu expanded her mental vision to its farthest limits, ready to search along the way. But just then, she suddenly said, I discovered a mental type ability user. This mental type ability user was also probing outward and happened to collide with her mental vision. Such invisible mental energy could only be sensed by mental type ability users. Shall we go over and take a look? Ran Shiyu asked. She only brushed against the other's mental vision, and the other immediately withdrew their mental force, but she could already determine the approximate direction. Of course. Jiang Lushi nodded. Although they didn't know who the other was, there were not many survivor teams now that could threaten Jiang Lushi. And if there was danger, Ran Shiyu could provide early warning. At this moment, inside a small building on the outskirts of Jiangning City. Ah, a girl suddenly cried out and then opened her eyes wide. This girl was about 20 years old, looked somewhat beautiful, but her clothing was very conservative. Her voice was gentle and delicate, which gave a strong contrast. What's wrong? In the same room were more than a dozen people, among them a girl hugging a rifle and another girl sitting in a corner with a loose coat over a tight t-shirt and jeans, eyes closed resting. She also opened her eyes and asked. The second girl was not young, but her gaze gave a very cold and sharp feeling. I was suddenly sensed by a mental type ability user. The mental type ability user girl said a bit fearfully, patting her chest, causing a wave of energy. Mental type ability user, they should be in a survivor team, right? I don't know if they will come here. But I don't know which nearby teams might have a mental type ability user, another survivor said. They were probing outward to seek help from nearby groups. They had been trapped here for almost a week. The survivors present all showed a hint of hope. Of course they hoped this team would come, maybe they could be freed. But at this time, the girl holding the gun said, even if they will come, they also have a mental type ability user. Wouldn't they sense in advance that there is something here? If they know there is danger here, they would not come. When the girl said this, the survivors instantly became disappointed again. Right, a single level 2 mutated zombie is extremely dangerous to most survivor teams. If they see danger in advance, avoiding it is what normal people would do. How could this team come? Actually, their asking for help was just a gamble on luck. If they met a familiar team, maybe some help would be given, because they often helped other teams they met in this area. Maybe someone would feel sentimental. But even that chance was infinitely close to zero, let alone a stranger team? There is no reason to take risks for them. Thinking of this, the survivors were very despairing. Their team's strength was actually not bad. They had 6 ability users. The rest were ordinary people. Usually everyone moved together, working hard to search for food, medicine, hunted mutated beasts, and survived together as a group. Their team leader was the girl holding the gun, called Wei Feifei. To deal with that level 2 mutated zombie, Wei Feifei had hardly slept, at most just resting with her eyes closed. She was already near her limit. If she fell down, there was no one present who could barely block that level 2 mutated zombie. Everyone would die. I will rest a bit. In a moment I will launch an active attack. At that time, don't worry about me. Everyone escape immediately. Whether you can escape or not depends on your fate. Wei Feifei said, taking a small piece of jerky from her pocket and slowly eating it. She chewed slowly, so she could get a greater feeling of fullness. Being trapped for a week, basically all the food was already eaten. Her physical strength was already exhausted. If she didn't fight now, when her strength was further consumed, there would be no chance to fight. Feifei, the mental type ability user girl, looked at Wei Feifei, her eyes red, and she almost cried. Don't cry. Wasting physical strength and spirit. When you all retreat later, you will need to lead the way to avoid zombie groups. Wei Feifei said coldly. She was clearly younger than the mental type ability user girl, but she had an unquestionable aura. The mental type ability user girl was named Taozi. Wei Feifei's scolding made her sniff immediately. She bit her lip and sat back hugging her knees. The spiritual force from just now was obviously stronger than her own. Taozi regretted that the moment she encountered that spiritual force, she immediately shrank back in fear. Maybe she should have sent out a message asking for help. Trying would have been better than not trying at all. Maybe then Wei Feifei wouldn't have to risk her life. But now after these days, her spiritual force was almost used up. Coupled with the collision just now, her last bit of spiritual force was gone. Taozi silently closed her eyes, hoping to calm down and restore some spiritual force, but she could not calm herself no matter what. I am really useless. Taozi buried her head in her knees, biting her lips so she wouldn't cry out, but tears still fell in big drops. The atmosphere in the room was very heavy. Many people secretly wiped their eyes with their hands. They did not dare look at Wei Feifei, because they really could not help. Time passed second by second. At this time, a wave of spiritual force swept over. Taozi was stunned and immediately looked up. What's wrong? Noticing her movement, a survivor hurriedly asked. Taozi was stunned for a moment and said, they are asking us where we are. So this team knows us? Instantly, the survivors in the room became excited. The other side knew them, and actively contacted them. This was really lucky. Who are they? Wei Feifei asked. I will let him talk to you directly. Taozi said. Very soon, a voice sounded in Wei Feifei's mind. We are from the Tianji squad. We heard your team has been missing for several days. Today we just happened to come to this area. This voice had a somewhat lazy feeling. Yang. A flash of shock passed in Wei Feifei's eyes, and there was also a very complex expression. Wei Feifei knew Yang. Although her small team usually only acted in this area, as leader she needed to go to the largest survivor gathering place in Jiangning City to trade. And there, hundreds of large and small teams gathered. The Tianji squad was one of them. The leader Yang was a very terrifying mental ability user. When they were at the gathering place, Yang had invited Wei Feifei many times, treating her very attentively. But Wei Feifei had always refused. She had heard that Yang Ying's reputation was very bad. He especially liked to target female ability users, especially young and beautiful female ability users. Wei Feifei perfectly met his fantasies. I also just had a sudden thought and used spiritual force to scan. I didn't expect to actually find you. Feifei, you all have managed to hold on until now. That's really not easy. Yang Ying said with a laugh. Wei Feifei replied in her mind, didn't you already detect us before? Before? Yang Ying was stunned for a moment and said, why would I waste spiritual force scanning such a long distance? I only scanned after I just arrived nearby. Is there a strong spirit body near you? Is it a zombie or a mutated beast? Wei Feifei had originally been wondering if the spiritual force earlier was not Yang Ying's, then whose it would be. Hearing Yang Ying's words, she put this matter aside for the moment. Level 2 mutated zombie. Wei Feifei spoke without even bothering to lie to get help. And Yang Ying was shrewd, not easy to fool. Whether Yang Ying really came just by chance to this area or not, Yang Ying was not simple. If one thought he came just to offer help for free, that would be too foolish and naive. TSK, that is indeed very difficult. Although our team is already one of the top 10 teams, dealing with a level 2 mutated zombie is still very hard. Feifei, although I very much want to help, I also cannot let my team take risks for nothing. The personnel and the ammunition consumed would all be losses. Yang Ying said with difficulty. 5 boxes of ammunition, 5 tons of mutated beast meat, for level 1 mutated crystal cores. Wei Feifei lightly exhaled and said in her mind. For their team to give up these was not easy at all. But today Yang Ying came here plainly to make a high demand. If his appetite was not satisfied, he would not take action. Feifei, is the life of the people in your team worth only this much? Yang Ying said with a half smile, half snarl. Or are you treating our Tianji squad like beggars? Yang Ying, I know your Tianji squad is strong, but these things would absolutely be a big order in the market. You say directly, what exactly do you want? Wei Feifei, with a straightforward nature, heard this and immediately frowned. Yang Ying was not embarrassed to be seen through by Wei Feifei. He chuckled and said, Feifei, you really speak frankly. Since you ask directly, I won't beat around the bush. Feifei, I quite admire you, and your team also has a mental type ability user. Although there are too many ordinary people in your team, overall it's not bad. What exactly do you want to say? We will step in to help, but after that your team will merge into our Tianji squad. Yang Ying said. Wei Feifei's face immediately became unpleasant. Merge? So you mean you want me and my whole team to sell ourselves to you? Wei Feifei said coldly. Hee, don't say sell in such ugly terms. Your lives are saved, joining our team is a win-win, and to be accurate it's still your team that gets the benefit. I only have this one condition. You decide for yourselves. Yang Ying said. Wei Feifei did not believe Yang Ying's words at all. If she really agreed, it would definitely not be as simple as merging. Just for merging alone, Yang Ying would not step in. Wei Feifei was silent for a moment and then raised her head and relayed Yang Ying's words to everyone. Merge? But I heard Yang Ying is very overbearing. There is also Fang Xingjin in Yang Ying's team, very strong and very cruel. Anyone who offends him is beaten to death. His methods are terrifying, and he even feeds the corpses to zombies. When Tianji squad was mentioned, the people in the team had also heard of them. But if we refuse Tianji squad? The survivors did not speak. No one wanted to die, but everyone knew Tianji squad's reputation was too bad. Right now, at this time, Yang Ying's voice sounded again in Wei Feifei's mind, you must be thinking of fighting that level 2 mutated zombie and letting the others escape? Feifei, you really are naive. Wei Feifei's eyes turned cold, and her pretty face seemed to frost over. You peeked at my thoughts? Hee, there's no way. I am a mental type ability user. Even if I don't want to peek, some of your thoughts will automatically be transmitted to me, Yang Ying said. You have such courage. Logically I shouldn't douse your courage with cold water. But to be honest, even if you fight desperately, your team still wouldn't escape. Wei Feifei was shocked in her heart. She already thought of a possibility. You are threatening me? How could that be, Feifei? Think about it. Yang Ying said. What Yang Ying said made Wei Feifei feel disgusted. She knew Yang Ying was not a good person, but she did not expect him to be this vicious. If she refused Yang Ying would not only not help, but would instead harm them. With Tianji squad's strength, doing this was too easy. At this time, less than one street away from the small building where Wei Feifei and the others were, several off-road vehicles were parked. Around them, dozens of zombie corpses lay on the ground. These zombies did not have a drop of blood flowing out. Their eyes were wide open, necks twisted until broken. This way they would not attract other zombies, and would not attract the attention of the level 2 mutated zombie. Next to these zombie corpses, stood a big man like a steel door panel. And by the car was a handsome young man with somewhat lewd eyes. Wei Feifei, you are already at a dead end. I just don't believe you won't agree. I, Yang Ying, can't fail to get the woman I want. Yang Ying chewed gum. In the rearview mirror he tidied his hairstyle again. At this time Wei Feifei was already isolated and helpless, like a piece of meat on his chopping board. However, just at this moment, Yang Ying's eyes suddenly paused. He saw in the rearview mirror, at the end of the street, a small white dot suddenly appear. This white small dot was rapidly enlarging. He could vaguely see that it was a minibus. Jiang Lushi and the others, unfamiliar with the roads, therefore took some time to finally get here. Brother Jiang, those people ahead are the ones I just said, the group that just arrived. Ran Shiyu said. I see, Jiang Lushi nodded. He didn't really know any of these people in Jiangning. Whether it was the ones first detected by them, or the new arrivals, to him it made no difference. As long as they could ask for directions, that was enough. Also Brother Jiang, that level 2 mutated zombie is still in front of them. Ran Shiyu continued. A flash of bright light passed in Jiang Liushi's eyes. A level 2 mutated zombie. For the base vehicle to evolve to level 2, it needed 2 level 2 mutated blood cores. The source of those blood cores was level 2 mutated zombies. Compared to encountering living people, encountering a level 2 mutated zombie was truly an unexpected piece of good news. At this time, Yang Ying and the others were already cautiously looking toward this suddenly appearing minibus. Behind the minibus was an armored off-road vehicle. As the minibus drew closer and closer, a somewhat special sound was faintly heard by Yang Ying's ears. This sound sounded somewhat familiar, but it also made Yang Ying suddenly feel a not very good feeling. Could this sound be? Buzz. Damn it. Yang Ying almost burst out swearing. What's wrong with this minibus? The engine is so loud. They were hiding here without alerting the level 2 mutated zombie, but now it's like shouting through a megaphone, there's someone here, inviting the zombie to come over. Watching the speeding minibus and hearing the approaching engine noise, Yang Ying wished he had a rocket launcher to blow it up and shut it down. Buzz. The minibus stopped in front of Yang Ying and his team's vehicle. Their vehicle was blocking the middle of the road, stopping the minibus from passing. Yang Ying and the people in the minibus stared at each other. Suddenly, the minibus honked. F***CK. Yang Ying swore out loud and instinctively flinched, startled by the sudden horn. Honking here? That's not just stupid, that's insane. What kind of survivor team honks in a city? Do they have a death wish? Before Yang Ying could angrily question them, the passenger window rolled down. A woman named Ying stuck her head out, expressionless, and said, "Can you move?" The moment Yang Ying saw Ying, all his rage vanished. He was stunned. Not just him, his subordinates all showed amazed expressions. Yang Ying had been a playboy even before the apocalypse. He was a spoiled rich kid who got even more reckless after gaining psychic powers post-apocalypse, using threats and bribes to get women, even those who were out of his league before. But compared to this woman, all his past conquests paled. She had an icy aura, looked at people like they were air, yet had stunning beauty and a fiery figure. This type of gorgeous and proud woman was exactly the kind Yang Ying wanted to conquer. It was the same with Wei Feifei, he got the thrill of domination from her rejections. The more she resisted, the more he wanted to crush her pride and trample it underfoot. But now that Wei Feifei was basically his attention turned to the woman in the minibus. Pretty lady, I haven't seen you before. Which team are you from? Yang Ying stared at Ying, smiling. He hadn't heard of any team driving a minibus, nor had anyone mentioned such a stunning woman. Ying's face remained expressionless. Except for Jiang Lushi, she had no interest in talking to others. Move. We're in a hurry, she said coldly. Yang Ying glanced at his teammates, grinning. She's got attitude. Then another window rolled down. Jiang Lushi sat in the driver's seat and said coldly, "Didn't you hear? We're in a hurry." Jiang Lushi was also a man. Just by seeing how Yang Ying looked at Ying, he could guess 99 out of 100 dirty thoughts in Yang Ying's head. Which team are you from? I know most teams in Jiangning. Never seen you before. Yang Ying's smile faded slightly. So this kid is the driver, and the one who honked. His suppressed anger flared up again. It was one thing for a beauty to talk like that, but now even this guy dared to speak to him like that? Not surprising you haven't heard of us. This is my first time in Jiangning since the apocalypse, Jiang Lushi said calmly. Yang Ying raised an eyebrow. He thought they were from a top team, turns out they were outsiders. Even better. Though Yang Ying enjoyed tormenting women, he knew his limits, he never messed with teams stronger than his. But outsiders? They were like lambs to the slaughter. Heh, don't say I didn't warn you. There's a level 2 mutated zombie ahead, Yang Ying said slowly. He watched their reactions closely, but to his disappointment, neither showed any emotion, let alone fear. And? Jiang Lushi asked. He already knew about the mutated zombie. That's exactly why he rushed here. Huh? And? Yang Ying was confused. Was this guy stupid or what? You honked just now. That zombie's probably been alerted. If you keep going, it's suicide. Even running might be too late, Yang Ying said with a frown. Instead of fear, Jiang Lucier seemed interested. Yang Ying sounded concerned, but what was his real game? So what's your suggestion? Jiang Lucier asked. Not exactly a suggestion. But you could join us. That zombie isn't easy to deal with. I'm a psychic user, but even I don't have a big advantage against level 2 mutated zombies. You probably haven't heard of the Celestial team, but once you're in Jiangning long enough, you will, Yang Ying said. He wasn't lying, mutated zombies were harder to handle than mutated beasts. And beasts could be eaten or provide crystals, zombies were pure resource drains. Most teams avoided them if they could. Partnering with his team was practically a gift to these newcomers. But then Jiang Lucier asked again, and? Just join them? He suspected there was more to it. Yang Ying was speechless. Are you messing with me? His expression turned cold. Move now, or I'll crash through, Jiang Lucier said, losing patience. The zombie could appear any moment, it'd be a huge problem if it did. F***ck, can't you talk properly? One of Yang Ying's men threw down his cigarette. Yang Ying raised his hand to stop them. Move the car. No use talking sense to the dead. Soon they'd realize how wrong they were. Yang Ying, while cruel, wasn't stupid. He knew who not to mess with. Some Jiangning teams didn't fear level 2 mutated zombies, but even they didn't actively seek them out. Even if Wei Feifei had agreed to everything, he wouldn't fight such a zombie head-on. At most, he'd try to lure it away. If this group was so confident, they were likely strong, but not smart. Yang Ying didn't plan to fight them head-on. If they wanted to die, he'd just wait and take advantage afterward. His men slowly moved their car. One driver glanced at the minibus with disdain, then spat on the ground. Their team ruled Jiangning. And these outsiders had the nerve to talk like that, threaten to ram them? His vehicle was fully armored, with rows of iron spikes welded on like beasts' fangs. Each spike was a 10-centimeter sharp cone. The black stuff on top wasn't rust, it was flesh and blood. In Jiangning, this kind of vehicle was known as a saber-toothed tiger, famous and not easy for most teams to afford. He purposely edged close to the minibus to intimidate it, then began turning. But just then, Jiang Lucier suddenly hit the gas. With a loud roar, the minibus shot forward. Before the other car could react, bang, the minibus rammed its rear. The man inside felt a huge jolt. His car lost control instantly, spun, and crashed hard into a cement planter. Meanwhile, the minibus drove off. Shit! The man jumped out and shouted angrily at the minibus, trying to die, huh? But then he looked at his own car, and his face changed. Damn it, the saber-toothed tiger just lost its teeth. The iron spikes on the rear were nearly all gone. The tail light was smashed and dented. And the front of his car was wrecked from the cement. He kicked his car hard and cursed repeatedly. Yang Ying's gaze was ice cold. These people had no respect for his team at all. Let's follow them. When they're ready to retreat, we can help them, Yang Ying said with a dark tone. These newcomers didn't know who they'd messed with. Even stronger teams than Celestial had been tricked by them before. Old Fang, get in, Yang Ying said. Fang Xingjin had been silent all this time. When Yang Ying called, he walked over like a mountain. Even as team leader, Yang Ying felt a sense of pressure when Fang approached. Fang was a maniac, his powers were terrifying, and looking him in the eye felt like being torn apart. Women who fell into his hands often didn't survive the night. Even Yang Ying found him sick. Old Fang, once you tear that guy apart, any women in his car are yours, Yang Ying said coldly, smiling. Fang got into the car. The whole vehicle shook. Let's go. Follow them. Shiyu, lock onto that level 2 mutated zombie, Jiang Lucier said, stepping on the accelerator and gripping the steering wheel. In progress, Ran Shiyu said, eyes fixed ahead. Her mental vision was expanding outward, searching for the exact position of the level 2 mutated zombie. Suddenly, her pupils contracted slightly. Found it. Ran Shiyu had already shared the position through mental vision with Jiang Lucier. I see it, Jiang Lucier said, spotting the spiritual light blob. In mental vision, the level 2 mutated zombie had nowhere to hide. Even just the spiritual light blob emitted a strong sense of danger, like a prey sensing its predator. Ordinary people would already feel fear facing normal zombies. Facing a level 2 mutated zombie, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to run. Suddenly, the level 2 mutated zombie seemed to notice something. It's coming, Ran Shiyu immediately said. The sound from the minibus had already attracted many zombies moving in this direction, and among them, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted. The roar was like a thunderclap out of nowhere, instantly sending the zombie horde into a frenzy. Roar! Hundreds, even thousands of zombies roared at once, their charging footsteps terrifying the people following behind, including Yang Ying, who all turned pale. Tell Zhang Hai and the others to stay farther back, Jiang Lucier said. Okay. Ran Shiyu immediately relayed the message to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan in the back. Their armored SUV could only handle small groups of zombies. In a small building, Wei Feifei and the others, who had been in despair, had heard the honking earlier but saw nothing. Now, the terrifying noise was coming from the street right below them. Is it Yanging? Taozi and the others looked alarmed and quickly peeked out through the curtain gaps. What they saw shocked them, zombies surging like a tide in one direction. This view from above delivered a powerful visual impact. At the direction of the zombie tide, a minibus was heading straight toward them. Not Yanging, Wei Feifei said. She was familiar with Yang Ying's team. This wasn't his vehicle, and Yang Ying wouldn't drive a minibus around, let alone honk before she submitted, drawing zombies to himself. Then who is it? The survivors were stunned. Not only did the minibus not turn around, it was charging into the zombie tide, clearly suicidal. Compared to the zombie flood, the minibus looked tiny, not to mention the level 2 mutated zombie inside. Shit, these people are suicidal? Even Yang Ying was panicked. The people in the minibus must be crazy, charging in like this, there's no way they're making it back. He had hoped to take advantage of the situation, but now he had to leave quickly to avoid being caught in it. As for Wei Feifei and the others, they might escape during the chaos. Thinking about how this damn minibus ruined his plans, Yang Ying was furious. Fucking idiots. If you want to die, go do it somewhere else, Yang Ying cursed angrily. These people were clearly doomed. Otherwise, he would never let that punk go, Yang Ying thought bitterly. At that moment, the minibus collided with the front of the zombie horde. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Wei Feifei's pupils shrank suddenly, and Taozi and the others froze. They clearly saw a terrifying burst of air shoot out from the front of the minibus, blowing zombies away in its path, blood and flesh flying. The terrifying zombie tide was forcibly split open. Yang Ying, who had just finished cursing, nearly bit his tongue. His eyes widened, nearly popping out. From behind, all they saw was zombies dying or being thrown aside. The minibus didn't slow down at all. Then, the air cannon at the front of the minibus retracted, revealing a fierce ramming device that smashed into the zombies. Gulp. No one knew which survivor made the gulping sound. Yang Ying stared in disbelief. The minibus didn't crash, it was like a meat grinder, unstoppable. Unbelievable. Then, inside the zombie horde, a zombie suddenly jumped. It landed on an abandoned car. The car shook violently, deflated tires collapsing under it. The whole car sank, and the roof caved in. Such terrifying strength. Then, the zombie vanished from the roof. Bang! A loud crash came from the minibus body. Cracks spread across the driver's side window. The speeding minibus veered slightly. Jiang Lushur quickly corrected the direction based on his starseed's feedback. The minibus's superior performance kicked in. With a screech of tires, the minibus braked in time, its tail sweeping a bunch of zombies aside. Mutated zombie. Even Yang Ying and the others broke into cold sweat. This mutated zombie's strength and speed were terrifying. If they had faced it head-on, their car would have been flipped. Yang Ying realized he had underestimated this level 2 mutated zombie. It might be even stronger than most level 2s. Seeing its power, he felt secretly relieved. Good thing that reckless fool went first. Otherwise, Yang Ying might have suffered badly. Still, the minibus's performance was excellent, and the kids' reactions were quick. Lucky him. Especially the team member whose car got hit, he looked regretful. But now, the minibus was surrounded. It was only a matter of time before they were finished. Inside the minibus, Jiang Lushur hit the brakes and jumped out. Ing immediately took over driving. Zombies surged like waves, surrounding the minibus tightly. Outside the windows, zombies pressed in, shaking the whole vehicle. These zombies could tear through metal with just teeth and fingers, but the minibus held firm. Boom! Flames exploded, engulfing the zombies ahead. Sticky gasoline clung to anything flammable, burning for over 10 minutes, while sparks flew, igniting even more zombies. The air around the minibus twisted from the heat. Everyone thought the minibus was done for, then this happened. Wei Feifei and Yang Ying were stunned again. The minibus kept overturning their expectations. What kind of minibus is this? It's a mobile weapons platform. Yang Ying was stunned. Vehicles were crucial to a team's strength in Jiangning. But this one was outrageously strong. Yang Ying swallowed and muttered, but no matter how strong, it still can't hit that level 2 mutated zombie. Fang Xingjin silently nodded beside him. He watched the minibus rampaging through zombies, a rare flicker of emotion appearing on his deadpan face. But that was it. Earlier, the mutated zombie nearly flipped the minibus with one punch. It was like a humanoid mutated beast, more cunning and agile than beasts. And the minibus couldn't even see it to target it. How could they win? Then, a round device rose from the minibus roof. Jiang Lushi appeared in the combat room, holding a sniper rifle. His gaze turned laser-focused. The mutated zombie was invisible to the naked eye, but visible through mental vision. He activated his brain domain ability. Everything around him slowed down. In the distant horde, he scanned with his enhanced vision. Where was the mutated zombie? Wei Feifei saw a sniper emerge and brightened. She was a sniper too. Her ability was also related to sniping. Her skills were the key to her team surviving in Jiangning. A skilled sniper could take down enemies far stronger than themselves. She was well known for it. But being stuck here for a week proved that this mutated zombie couldn't be taken out easily. Still, the minibus had amazed her many times. She wanted to see this sniper's skills. Feifei, all the zombies are focused on the minibus now, a survivor said. They had all noticed, zombies, including the level 2-1, had left the area. Their encirclement was gone. They could quietly slip away. Wei Feifei hesitated. It was the perfect chance to escape. But the minibus had saved them. Without it, their only choices were to be eaten or tortured to death by Yang Ying. You go. I'll stay and help, Wei Feifei decided. She could support the sniper, that would help. Still, she doubted he'd succeed. Even with her help, they might only buy some time. I'm not leaving either, Taozi said. She wouldn't abandon Wei Feifei. And she agreed, it was the minibus that saved them. Running now would be too heartless? Just then, a gunshot rang out. The sniper rifle roared, spitting fire. Wei Feifei froze and looked through her scope. Her pupils shrank, everything became clear. Where was the mutated zombie? She didn't see it. But she did see fresh blood among the horde. Hit? Unbelievable. She hadn't even seen it, and yet the sniper had landed a hit. But was it really the mutated zombie? She wasn't sure. Jiang Lushi was preparing a second shot. The first shot had hit, but only grazed it. Even at peak focus, he only managed to graze. This zombie's reaction speed was insane. Still, a graze would affect its movement. Jiang Lushi pushed his brain domain ability to the limit. He could see even the dust in the air. Suddenly, the mutated zombie appeared in the horde, stepping on other zombies as it charged at the minibus, aiming for the combat room. It was enraged. It's coming. Wei Feifei finally saw it, but couldn't pull the trigger. Too fast. All she saw was a blur left on her retina. There wasn't enough time to fire and hit. It was impossible. Her heart tightened. One blow from it could flatten the roof and crush the sniper inside like a pancake. She felt helpless, she wanted to help, but couldn't even shoot. Watching from afar, Yang Ying's scalp went numb when the mutated zombie appeared. Only he and Fang Xingjin, both with psychic abilities, could detect it. Everyone else just felt overwhelming dread, their bodies screamed to flee. But in the combat room, Jiang Lushi didn't move. Like a rock, he stood firm against the pressure. Bang! The gun fired. At that moment, the mutated zombie appeared in front of the minibus. Everyone saw it, for it had stopped. Its long limbs made it incredibly fast. But now, a graze was on its leg, and a gaping bloody hole in its abdomen. Not even its tough body could withstand a sniper round at close range. Wei Feifei looked up in shock at the figure in the combat room. It had all happened in less than a second. Yang Ying nearly jumped out of his seat. What the hell? The level 2 mutated zombie was hit? For real? In the operations room, Jiang Lushi looked up and let out a breath of relief. It was done. Killing this level 2 mutated zombie wasn't easy for Jiang Lushi. If there had been even a small mistake, the outcome might have been completely different. But with the level 2 mutated blood nucleus obtained, he was one step closer to evolving the base vehicle. Zero leapt out from the car window, swiftly cut out the mutated zombie's blood nucleus with one move, and quickly returned to the car. As soon as the living appeared, the surrounding zombies rushed over madly, but none of them even touched the corner of Zero's clothes. Being able to move through a horde of zombies, Zero's skills were clearly very agile. The zombies didn't catch Zero, and instead swarmed over the corpse of the level 2 mutated zombie. The chilling sound of chewing immediately rang out. At that moment, Zhang Hai and Sun Quan drove up, one driving and the other holding a gun, firing wildly. The previous battle had been too intense for them to join in, so now they wanted to show their worth. Suddenly, another burst of gunfire came from behind the zombie horde. Jiang Lushi looked from the operations room and saw a group of survivors rushing out of a small building, guns in hand. Leading them was a girl about 17 or 18, very agile. She raised her gun and fired while running, hitting a zombie with every shot. Her aim was quite accurate. Earlier, Ran Shiyu had sensed two groups of people here. This must have been the other group. After seeing Jiang Lushi kill the level 2 mutated zombie with one shot, Wei Feifei led her group out of the small building and launched a counterattack on the zombie horde. That Tianji squad just now, they ran away, Ran Shiyu suddenly said. Jiang Lushur turned to look. That group had indeed run off fast, now they were nowhere to be seen. They sure ran decisively, Jiang Lushur sneered. Yang Ying's group had secretly followed them, Jiang Lushur knew exactly what their intentions were. But with the level 2 mutated zombie in front of him, he hadn't bothered to deal with those scheming people. Unexpectedly, the moment the zombie died, they ran off immediately. On another street, Yang Ying was in his car, leading his convoy as they sped away, trying to get as far from that minibus as possible. Fucking hell, this is insane. Yang Ying's face was grim, and he couldn't stop sweating coldly. Things had just gotten big, he had randomly run into a team on the road, and they had actually killed a level 2 mutated zombie right in front of him. The terrifying marksmanship, and that minibus that kept pulling out new weapons, it left Yang Ying stunned. Luckily, though he was shocked, he'd been surviving in the apocalypse for a long time and reacted quickly, ordering the retreat at once. He had also sensed a psychic user inside the minibus. He didn't know if his earlier killing intent had been noticed by them, but when facing someone clearly much stronger, it was best not to have any wishful thinking. "Brother Yang, what do we do now?" a teammate driving Yang Ying's car asked. Yang Ying wasn't the only one looking bad, his teammates were all pale. Hearing the question, Yang Ying came back to his senses and angrily glared at the team member. "What do we do? A powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. In Jiangning, if it's a dragon, it'll coil, if it's a tiger, it'll crouch for me. We go back to Hejiang town. With a team like this showing up, there'll be plenty of people interested in them," Yang Ying said. There were many teams in Jiangning. The few strongest ones definitely wouldn't want to see another competitor threatening their interests. On the street, the fierce battle lasted more than 10 minutes. It only ended once the entire street was filled with corpses. But large numbers of zombies would soon arrive from farther away, so the calm here was only temporary. Wei Feifei panted lightly. The bit of stamina she had just recovered was used up again. Taozi sensed the psychic energy released by Ran Shiyu and immediately confirmed that it was the same force that had collided with her earlier. Although she hadn't even had time to call for help back then, this team had still come to rescue them. "I'm the captain of this small team, Wei Feifei." Wei Feifei walked over to the minibus and said loudly. Taozi followed, bowing gratefully. "Thank you for saving us and chasing off Yang Ying's group. Otherwise, they would have definitely done something bad to us, or we would have been trapped by that zombie." Just thinking about it made Taozi feel scared. No matter which outcome, it would have been terrible. She couldn't even say which one was worse. Jiang Lushur opened the window and looked at the two girls and the survivors behind them. "I didn't save you on purpose," Jiang Lushur said. "Still, we should thank your team," Wei Feifei insisted. Jiang Lushur didn't say more. What the other girl said wasn't wrong, Zhuing's squad had indeed saved them unintentionally, and he had no problem accepting that bow. "Actually, I'd like to ask you something," Jiang Lushur said after thinking. "What is it?" A hint of expectation and surprise showed on Wei Feifei's usually cold face. She thought Jiang Lushur's team was too strong, and her own team had nothing to offer that would interest them. A team that could kill a level 2 mutated zombie had far higher standards than trash like Yang Ying. They wouldn't care about a little mutated beast meat. So no matter how she thought about it, she didn't know how to repay them. Now that Jiang Lushur asked something first, she was happy. Whatever he asked, she'd tell him everything she knew. "Where's the military safe zone here? And where's the survivor trading area?" Jiang Lushur asked. Jiangning had some special materials companies, but Zhuing's squad alone might not be able to find all the materials needed to upgrade the base vehicle. Trading would be much more efficient. The military safe zone isn't in Jiangning City, it takes over an hour to get there. The trading place, that would be Hejiang Town, on the outskirts. "We can take you there. If you're going to the safe zone, the best route also passes through Hejiang Town," Wei Feifei offered to be their guide. Jiang Lushur turned to ask Professors Su Guangqi and Su Tong for their opinion. "Should we go to Hejiang Town first?" Su Tong smiled and said, "No need to consider us. Just go wherever is most convenient." "All right," Jiang Lushur nodded and said to Wei Feifei, "Then we'll trouble you." "No trouble at all," Wei Feifei replied. "By the way, what's your team called?" "Zhuing Squad." "I'm Jiang Lushur said. "Okay. Jiang Lushur." Wei Feifei silently memorized the name. His figure when he fired the shot had burned into her memory. If she had marksmanship like his, none of this would have happened today. She wouldn't have been so powerless when Yang Ying threatened her. "Feifei, hurry up, let's get the car." Taozi ran up, pulled Wei Feifei, and waved at Jiang Lushur. "I'm Taozi, by the way." Then she lowered her head in embarrassment and dragged Wei Feifei off. Their vehicle was still parked under the small building. Though surrounded by zombies for days, it was still functional. Jiang Lushur had a good impression of Wei Feifei's group. They could have taken the opportunity to sneak away while the minibus was surrounded, but they came down to fight. Just for that, Jiang Lushi found them reliable and agreed to let them lead the way. Brother Jiang, here. Zero handed Jiang Lushi a blood-red crystal. Jiang Lushi took it and immediately felt like he was holding a beating heart. It gave a strange feeling, as if his own heartbeat was syncing with the level 2 mutated crystal. Only after putting it in his pocket did the feeling fade. Feifei, that Jiang Lushi is so young. I think he's way more handsome than Yang Ying, Taozi said, holding Wei Feifei's arm, glancing back at the minibus with admiration. Though she'd been scared when facing Jiang Lushi, she had seen him shoot with her own eyes. He seemed about her age. How could he be so strong? And so cold and calm. He didn't show the usual perverted look most men had when seeing her and Feifei. Taozi thought Jiang Lushi was really cool. What are you going on about? Wei Feifei frowned, seeing Taozi's eyes sparkling, and said helplessly, fangirl. Taozi just smiled, not bothered at all. You'd better wake up, Wei Feifei said. In the apocalypse, strong ability users never lacked women. Even many arrogant women from before now threw themselves at them. Wei Feifei didn't want to see her own people act the same way. Taozi pouted, yes, can I even say anything? You're too serious, Feifei, you'll never get married like this. It's the apocalypse. I never plan to get married. If I'm strong enough, I don't need to rely on anyone, Wei Feifei said coldly. Oh my god, you're only 17, how can you be so cold? Besides, didn't we just rely on someone else today, MMPH? Taozi couldn't finish because Wei Feifei had already covered her mouth coldly and dragged her into a car. Drive to Hejiang Town. Captain Jiang, Hejiang Town is right ahead. Taozi's voice was transmitted to Jiang Lushi through Ran Xiyu. This psychic user named Taozi was far weaker in spiritual strength than Ran Xiyu. Her skill was not mental voice transmission, so to pass messages, she had to go through Ran Xiyu. Jiang Lushi looked into the distance. At the end of the highway, a group of buildings was vaguely visible, and from far away many vehicles could be seen. It was already sunset, the temperature starting to drop, and the sky turning gray and hazy. The heavy clouds looked like they were going to press down on the buildings, making the town seem a bit dark, like a ferocious beast lying dormant. Ahead of Jiang Liushi's group, some convoys were also driving toward Hejiang Town. According to Taozi's explanation, these convoys were either survivor teams from other areas of Jiangning coming to trade, or teams returning from hunting or scavenging supplies. Hejiang Town was not only a trading market, but also a place where some powerful survivor teams lived, along with smaller squads attached to them. The entire Hejiang Town market was also supervised and maintained by these powerful teams. The military safe zone is just north of Hejiang Town, Taozi sent the message. Jiang Lushi looked at the distant town and nodded. Understood. It was already late today, so they couldn't make it to the military safe zone. When Jiang Liushi's group reached the town, before the vehicle even stopped, they saw some people gathering around. Most of these people were women, dressed very revealingly. In sugary voices they asked, "Are you here to trade? Do you need market information for today and tomorrow?" But as soon as Wei Feifei got off the vehicle, her cold aura immediately made the women surrounding her vehicle hurry and disperse. Captain Jiang. Wei Feifei came in front of the minibus. The vehicle door opened, and Jiang Lushi appeared in the doorway. What are these people doing? Jiang Lushi asked. They are residents of Hejiang Town. The goods and purchasing information at the trading market change every day, and they organize this information and sell it to teams that come to trade. Also many teams men like to have women accompany them. If the price is right, they won't refuse to do other transactions with men. If the price is even higher, buying them outright isn't impossible either, Wei Feifei said. Jiang Lushi listened as Wei Feifei discussed these colored transactions casually with him. He, a grown man, felt somewhat uncomfortable. This Wei Feifei looked like a minor girl, so talking about this with her was not very appropriate. Call one over. We don't have much time, and a guide would be good, Jiang Lushi cleared his throat and said. At this, some of the women who had heard Jiang Lushi immediately gathered around. Jiang Lushi looked good and was very young, far better than those obviously cruel or desperate big men. These women all rushed to choose Jiang Lushi as this quality client. Handsome guy, choose me. The information I get is always first-hand. Captain, I feel we have strong fate. One heavily made-up woman pushed to the front and winked at Jiang Lushi. You say that to everyone, isn't that old-fashioned? Choose me, I'm good value, another said more bluntly. Seeing these women crowded in front of him, Jiang Lushi momentarily felt like when stepping out of a train station or bus terminal, with a bunch of women holding signs rushing up, asking eat. Need lodging? Taxi? You. Jiang Lushi felt a headache from being surrounded by their noise. His eyes swept over and stopped on a young woman pushed to the back by the others. She seemed like she also wanted to sell herself like the others but hesitated. The young woman was stunned and seemed a bit unsure that Jiang Lushi was calling her. Don't look around. It's you. What's your price? Jiang Lushi asked. He guessed this woman had just joined this line of work and looked honest. Half a caddy of rice. The young woman hesitated again, then answered in a voice like a mosquito buzzing. If not for Jiang Lushi's sharp hearing, he might not have heard it clearly. Then it's you, Jiang Lushi said. When the young woman saw that Jiang Lushi really chose her, her eyes lit up and her face showed happiness. Half a caddy of rice was nothing for a survivor team, but for ordinary people it was a day or two of food. But these people didn't necessarily get business every day, and without business they would likely be hungry. When the other women heard Jiang Lushi had made a decision, they disappointedly dispersed to wait for other arriving survivor teams. The young woman quickly walked up to Jiang Lushi. Up close she seemed just over 20, roughly college age, dressed fairly clean, face and hair washed clean. Though she wasn't wearing makeup, she had made herself as presentable as she could. Boss, my name is Lin Jie, the young woman introduced herself timidly. No need for formalities. If someone asks you later, just tell them, Jiang Lushi interrupted her. Lin Jie nodded and quickly added, thank you, boss. You don't have to call me boss. Call me Captain Jiang, Jiang Lushi said, feeling uncomfortable with boss. Ah, sorry, got it, Captain Jiang, Lin Jie said timidly. Oh right Captain Jiang, there is an entrance fee to enter the town, Lin Jie said. Why do we have to pay an entrance fee? There wasn't this rule before, Wei Feifei frowned and said. Lin Jie quickly explained, this is a new rule implemented half a month ago. Half a month? I haven't been to Hejiang town for half a month, but people come to Hejiang town to trade so the town can be prosperous. How can they charge us an entrance fee? It's unreasonable, Wei Feifei said angrily. Well, this is what those big shots decided, I'm just passing it on, Lin Jie said nervously. You don't need to be afraid. I'm not targeting you. How much is the entrance fee? Jiang Lushi asked. One team is 5 caddies of rice, Lin Jie said. Then we'll count as one team and give them 5 caddies of rice, Jiang Lushi said. Jiang Lushi wanted to use the Hejiang town trading market and didn't want trouble. 5 caddies of rice was nothing to him. Rice now was only occasionally used to change flavor, not a staple. I'll pay then. Wei Feifei insisted, and Jiang Lushi agreed. She took 5.5 caddies of rice and gave it to Lin Jie to hand over to the guards at the town entrance. Lin Jie's wages were paid in advance. Receiving her own half caddies of rice, Lin Jie was extremely happy. She carefully placed the rice into a canvas bag she carried, then gratefully said to Jiang Lushi and Wei Feifei, thank you both. No need to thank us. Isn't this what you deserve? Jiang Lushi said. Actually, doing this work has no guarantees, because we are weak. Some people say they won't pay and then don't, and we can't do anything. Some customers also have bad intentions, Lin Jie said, head lowered. It was clear she was very afraid of that kind of thing. But even afraid, she could only do guide work, or she would truly starve to death. Go pay the entrance fee, Jiang Lushi said. After the fee was paid, the vehicles could be driven into the town parking lot. Those unwilling to pay could only gather outside the town. Jiang Lushi looked and saw that outside the town were mostly those who couldn't or didn't want to pay the fee. The things they had for sale were very limited and did not include what he needed. The survivors with stalls were mostly ordinary people, wrapped in thick cotton coats or down jackets, squatting on the ground or beside some vehicles. The parking lot was less than 200 meters into the town. From the parking lot, many roadside stalls had already been set up. Though it was close to night, in this safe zone the stalls would stay open late. There are many little items at these roadside stalls, but if Captain Jiang wants to do big business, there's no need to waste time at these roadside stalls, Lin Jie said, becoming more confident and fluent after getting her pay in advance and finding Jiang Lushi easy to talk to. Wei Feifei only brought Taozi, and Jiang Lushi only brought Jiang Zhuing, Ran Qiyu, and Ying. The others stayed in the minibus. Although this place seemed peaceful, Jiang Lushi would not let his guard down. Professor Su were safer under the minibus's protection. Jiang Lushi listened to Lin Jie's introduction and nodded. Just then he felt his pocket move. Jiang Lushi immediately looked around alertly and grabbed his pocket. What was going on? Even Ran Qiyu didn't notice anything? But once he pressed his hand in, he knew what it was. In his pocket came a chirp sound. Luo Luo, that guy somehow crawled into his clothing pocket. When Jiang Lushi opened the pocket, he saw a little furry head buried in it, a pair of long ears flapping. Jiang Lushi was exasperated. Did it think that if it buried its head he wouldn't see it? Over there is the biggest market. Every day some big deals are made there. Teams with strength go into trade, Lin Jie said as she led Jiang Liusher's group to a building that looked like a restaurant. Today, what's being traded here are guns and ammunition, some grenades, explosives and other hot weapons, cleared zombie territory, information on mutated beast areas, and female slaves. When she said the last word, Lin Jie's expression became a bit complicated. She was reluctant to mention this kind of trade information. However, in Hejiang town, female slave trading was very prosperous and not something encountered every day. All this information is sold too? Then maybe we can even buy information about level 2 mutated zombies. By the way, are special metals also traded here? Jiang Liusher asked. Special metals? I don't know much about that, but if Captain Jiang is interested, you can post a purchase request at the trading fair. Generally, as long as the purchase request isn't too troublesome, someone will take it, Lin Jie said. Good, Jiang Liusher nodded, about to enter, when suddenly someone hurriedly walked over with a fierce and hostile face, coming straight toward them. Jiang Liusher looked calmly at the dark-skinned burly man approaching. Beside him, Wei Feifei had already placed her hand on the gun at her waist, her eyes filled with vigilance. However, this strong man wasn't coming for Jiang Liusher and the others. Jiang Liusher noticed that Lin Jie, who had been standing beside him, showed a frightened expression and stepped back to hide behind him. The strong man walked straight to Lin Jie and said in a muffled voice, "Good timing, come with me." Lin Jie trembled all over and said in a low voice, "Captain Jiang, I have something to deal with. Please wait for me a moment." Then Lin Jie timidly followed the burly man to the side. "You haven't handed in your cut these past few days." As soon as the man spoke, Lin Jie quickly replied, "I haven't had any business lately." "But you just got some business today, didn't you?" the man said, glancing toward Jiang Liusher and the others. "Hand it over," he said. Lin Jie looked distressed and clutched her bag. "Brother Yan, could you give me a few more days? My younger sister is only 12, still growing." "Cut the crap, hurry up." Brother Yan impatiently reached out, grabbed Lin Jie's bag, opened it, and his expression darkened. "Just this much?" There was only half a caddy of rice in the bag, clearly too little. Watching Brother Yan hold the tiny amount of rice with a look of displeasure, and seeing the rice almost spill from the unsealed bag, Lin Jie looked heartbroken. That little rice meant nothing to Brother Yan, but it meant a lot to her. "Brother Yan, how about letting me keep this bit for now? I promise to hand in more in a few days," Lin Jie pleaded. "Go tell that to Sister Qian, not me. And if you really want your sister to eat more, you better please the client." "Just selling information doesn't earn much," Brother Yan said with a sly tone, making Lin Jie's face change slightly. She wasn't a child, she knew exactly what he meant. "Or you can accompany me instead," Brother Yan laughed lewdly, scanning Lin Jie from head to toe. He had been eyeing her for a long time. Seeing Lin Jie take a step back in resistance, the smile on Brother Yan's face disappeared. He said coldly, "Where are those clients you brought from? That man looks unfamiliar. Try to steer him toward that kind of business." Lin Jie's face changed drastically. She knew what kind of business he meant, Yan and his people's own business, high-profit scams. If people resisted, they had no problem killing. It was basically robbery. But they were selective. If the targets were well-known survivor teams, they wouldn't dare make a move to avoid trouble. Someone unfamiliar like Jiang Liusher was perfect. "I'm not good at that kind of thing," Lin Jie shook her head desperately. "Not good? You're such a useless piece of trash, why even feed your sister? Just send her out to work, she might be better than you." "Young girls are in high demand these days," Brother Yan said with a disgusting smile. Lin Jie lowered her head, trembling all over. Her sister was only 12 years old, and Brother Yan dared to say that in front of her. "Brother Yan, you've gone too far. My sister is still a child," Lin Jie said in a low voice. "Too far?" Brother Yan's gaze darkened. Lin Jie shivered inside. Brother Yan was always vicious. People like her didn't even dare breathe loudly in front of him. "Bitch, you don't know your place? You need a good beating." Saying that, Brother Yan raised his hand and slapped hard toward Lin Jie. Lin Jie trembled but didn't dare dodge. Dodging would only make it worse. She closed her eyes, body tensed, bracing to take the hit. With Brother Yan's big hand, one slap on her pale, thin face would be horrible. But the slap didn't land. Lin Jie opened her eyes and saw that Jiang Liusher had somehow appeared beside her and caught Brother Yan's wrist. Though Brother Yan was just an ordinary ability user, he was strong. But Jiang Liusher, who showed no energy fluctuations and had no bulging muscles, easily caught him with one hand. His fingers clamped down like iron, making Brother Yan's wrist feel like it was about to break. "What do you think you're doing?" Brother Yan's expression changed. Luckily, Jiang Liusher soon let go of his wrist. "Can you handle your matters in private?" "I'm in a hurry," Jiang Liusher said calmly. This brother Yen was likely a manager of sorts, overseeing guides like Lin Jie. So that's how it is. Brother Yan's face had been dark, but he forced a smile. You hear that, Lin Jie? Hurry and take the client inside. There's a great deal going on in VIP Hall 1. He might be interested. He shot a cold glare at Lin Jie, signaling her to hurry. I am a bit interested. I came from far away to make a big deal. Why don't you take me in yourself? Jiang Lucier said with a slight smile. Brother Yen froze for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Sure thing. You don't look like an ordinary guy. Regular men don't have such stunning beauties with them. He winked at Jiang Lucier, looking jealous of his good fortune. Jiang Lucier gave a faint cold smile but said nothing. Brother Yen led the way eagerly. Lin Jie followed behind Jiang Lucier and the others, her face pale. She wanted to say something but didn't dare while Brother Yen was there. Wei Feifei, you all don't know much about the trade fair here? Jiang Lucier asked, realizing Wei Feifei's group didn't seem to frequent Hejiang town. We're mostly self-sufficient. And I'm young, people always try to take advantage when I come to trade. So we rarely come, Wei Feifei said. In fact, they didn't have much to trade. She was leading a group of ordinary people, just feeding everyone was hard. Even if they did trade, it was usually with the roadside stalls outside. I see. Maybe we'll see something interesting later, Jiang Lucier said. Wei Feifei didn't quite get what he meant, but Jiang Lucier looked completely calm, like he was just here to browse a market. By then, Brother Yen had already led them into the trade fair. The first floor looked like a big market, not with stalls but tables displaying guns and ammunition, surrounded by small groups of survivors. On one table, there were even 2 freshly hunted mutated beasts. These survivors were regulars. Seeing Brother Yen smiling and leading in a group of strangers, they immediately guessed what was going on. This way, please. Don't worry, what's in VIP Hall 1 will definitely satisfy you, Brother Yen said. Really? That's great, Jiang Lucier said with a slight smile. Seeing Jiang Lucier's group follow Brother Yen upstairs, many people in the hall shook their heads. Some even looked gleeful, ready to watch a good show. The trade fair had several VIP halls. VIP Hall 1 was long-term reserved by Brother Yan's gang. They didn't only do shady business, sometimes there were legitimate deals, but those had nothing to do with Jiang Lucier and his group today. At the door, Brother Yen gave a signal to the guard. The man understood, opened the door for them, then left. Jiang Lucier heard the guard's footsteps quickly fade away. He and the others casually sat down on the sofa. Please wait a moment, Brother Yen said, sitting opposite. No rush, Jiang Lucier replied. Ing handed him a can of Coke. Jiang Lucier opened it with a crisp pop and drank it happily. Brother Yan's eyelid twitched, served by a beauty and sipping soda? This kid really knew how to enjoy himself. But at the same time, Brother Yen sneered inwardly. The more relaxed someone was, the fatter the sheep. All the better to fleece. Soon, more footsteps approached. The previous guard opened the door again and bowed respectfully as a fierce-looking man walked in with a group. These people all had strong ability fluctuations. Their bodies were bulging, obviously carrying weapons. In the apocalypse, that was normal. No one said anything. The fierce man immediately locked his eyes on Jiang Lucier and the others. But after glancing at Jiang Lucier, he looked away, his eyes lingering on the 3 women. As soon as the fierce man arrived, Brother Yen went over and whispered a few words. Not bad, the fierce man said in a low voice, then sat opposite Jiang Lucier. I'm Wei Tiger. What are you looking to buy or sell, he said. His eyes were cold and sharp like a real tiger, ready to devour. I want to buy quite a few things, mostly special metals. Do you have any? Also, I need a level 2 mutated blood nucleus, it comes from the heart of a level 2 mutated zombie, Jiang Lucier said casually from the sofa. Wei Tiger was stunned. Special metals were one thing, but a level 2 mutated blood nucleus? Who would want that? If you want it, of course we can get it. But what's your offer? Wei Tiger asked. Do you know how hard it is to get a level 2 mutated blood nucleus? You agreed that easily? Jiang Lucier countered. Of course I know. But as long as you pay enough, we'll do it. We won't ask for advance payment, but you'll need to leave enough assets with us. Once it's done, we'll complete the deal, Wei Tiger said. This was Wei Tiger probing Jiang Lucier. They wouldn't kill openly in the market. If he could be tricked into trading peacefully, that was best. If not, once they knew his worth, they'd rob him. If Jiang Lucier really prepaid, there would be no turning back. And refunds? That was entirely up to them. Jiang Lucier looked at Wei Laohu and suddenly smiled faintly. Really? But why do I feel like you don't even know how hard it is to obtain a level 2 mutated blood nucleus? As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Laohu's vision suddenly blurred. However, both Wei Laohu and the people behind him reacted quickly. With a low growl, Wei Laohu pounced like a leopard, while the others behind him all drew their weapons. But in that instant, Jiang Lushi had already drawn his gun and fired. The muzzle flashed brightly, and the loud gunfire was like a thunderstorm descending in the VIP room. Bang bang bang. Wei Laohu's men didn't even have time to react before being shot one after another. As for Wei Laohu, just as he lunged forward, his movement suddenly froze mid-air. Right in front of his eyeballs, a cold blade was held steadily in place. He didn't even dare to blink. The one holding the knife was a woman in a tight outfit with a ponytail. There was no fluctuation of any power from her, she was entirely an ordinary person. But when she struck, it was unexpectedly fast, accurate, and ruthless. Jiang Lushi casually held the pistol, looked at Wei Laohu who was pinned on the coffee table, and said indifferently, "Understand now? You and your people are too weak. You better understand where you are, ah." Wei Laohu tried to warn. Before he finished speaking, the triangular military dagger in the woman's hand suddenly stabbed downward. The blade left a gruesome bloody cut on Wei Laohu's face and then plunged into his palm, nailing him firmly to the coffee table. Even though he was a superpowered being, the pain of having his hand nailed down and blood gushing out made Wei Laohu scream in agony, cold sweat pouring down instantly. The wound caused by the dagger kept bleeding, quickly soaking the entire coffee table. At this moment, Wei Laohu still didn't dare to move, because Jiang Lushi's gun was right in front of his eyes. "With someone like you still want to kill a level 2 mutated zombie?" Jiang Lushi mocked. Taoyao didn't dare to breathe beside him. Jiang Lushi and the woman in black moved so quickly and ruthlessly, they didn't even blink. Lin Jia was dumbfounded. She had just been worried about Jiang Lushi and the others, but in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Wei Laohu endured the pain and said, "I'm not strong enough, I admit defeat. But my boss is Sister Qian. Since you're doing business with us, Sister Qian naturally has ways to kill a level 2 mutated zombie. Then let your Sister Qian come talk to me in person." Jiang Lushi leaned back on the sofa. Behind Wei Laohu, Yan Laolu climbed up from the ground with a pale face. He had been shot in the arm, but he was still alive. When he heard Wei Laohu had been subdued, he originally wanted to stay silent on the ground. But after Jiang Lushi finished speaking, he clearly felt a cold chill covering his body. If he didn't get up now, he might lose his life. "Go, bring your Sister Qian here," Jiang Lushi said. Yan Laolu hesitated, but after glancing at Jiang Lushi and his gun, he felt a jolt down his spine. "I'll go now." Yan Laolu trembled as he walked out the door. By this time, someone in the trading market had already heard the gunfire. Firing a gun here? That was a big deal. At that moment, a group of people had just come downstairs and also heard the noise. Seeing this group, the survivors downstairs all made way. Leading the group was a graceful woman around 30 years old, wearing a white deep V floor-length dress that showed off her perfect curves. Behind her were at least 20 bodyguards, all superpowered. Just 2 steps behind her were 2 people exuding powerful energy fluctuations. But none of them stood out as much as the man escorting the elegant woman. This man had dark skin, a tall and muscular build, and his clothes bulged with muscle. Just walking forward, he gave survivors the feeling of a ferocious beast approaching, making it hard to breathe. "Is that He Junhong?" A survivor who had been in Hejiang town for some time asked. It was his first time seeing He Junhong. "Shoo, lower your voice. If Brother Hong hears you talking about him, you're finished," another survivor who knew him quickly warned. "Brother Hong's team is the strongest in Hejiang town, that's for sure. He controls a third of the trading market. A portion of all profits and transaction commissions must go to Brother Hong. That seductive woman is Sister Qian, Brother Hong's woman. She usually helps him manage business. Brother Hong always assigns people to protect her. No one dares to mess with her." Sister Qian was an ordinary person, but no one dared to treat her like an ordinary woman, all because of He Junhong's influence. "Didn't expect Brother Hong to be here today too. Maybe he's accompanying Sister Qian." No idea what the gunfire was about just now. But since this place was under Brother Hong's control, no one thought someone would dare cause trouble here. In Hejiang town, the strongest teams were the most powerful, and He Junhong was the top. Who wouldn't give him face? "Why is there gunfire?" He Junhong paused slightly and asked. Sister Qian looked upstairs and smiled charmingly, "Probably nothing serious. Aren't you busy? You go ahead, I'll handle this." He Junhong gave her a look, then sneakily pinched her waist. "Didn't you always complain that I never kept you company? Now you're rushing me away? Don't miss me anymore." Sister Qian snorted playfully, rolled her eyes. "What's the use of missing you? I know you, so many women, you don't need me. They're just for fun, how can they compare to you?" He Junhong said. Sister Qian smiled and leaned closer to him. A hint of satisfaction flashed in He Juinhong's eyes. This was what he liked about her, she knew her place. Of course, the women who didn't know their place were already killed. He wouldn't keep them around to be eyesores. Maybe it was Yen Laolio's group that fired? That bunch of fat sheep was probably slaughtered, a survivor muttered, and He Junhong overheard. What fat sheep? He Junhong swept his gaze over, asking. That survivor tensed up, but then showed a flattered expression and quickly stepped forward to describe Jiang Lushi and his group, embellishing the details. A man with 5 beauties? That's impressive, Sister Qian chuckled with hidden meaning. To go out with that many beauties, he better be strong, or he'd be eaten alive already, He Junhong said grimly. Then he glanced at Sister Qian. Doing such robbery at a trading fair, and in public view, would have a bad impact. But since it was his woman doing it, and she had brought in plenty of resources, keeping his power growing, He Junhong had no complaints. As for the impact, no one else had the strength to build another market. If they wanted to trade, they had to come here. If a new market was ever set up, it would just be crushed. Who's handling this? He Junhong asked. Someone behind Sister Qian replied, it's Wei Laohu. Wei Laohu? He Junhong thought for a moment and said, send someone to check it out. No matter what, with gunshots involved, it couldn't have gone smoothly. Don't kill those women. Don't mess up their faces, Sister Qian added. Don't worry, Sister Qian. The brothers know what to do. Sister Qian smiled sweetly. She didn't care how many women He Junhong had. She even helped him find women, so long as her position was secure. Even if He Junhong wasn't interested, beautiful women were precious, hot commodities. In the apocalypse, they could fetch a high price. Just then, Yen Laolu came down the stairs. Seeing him, the survivor trying to flatter He Junhong smiled and said, Yan's here. Looks like it's settled. No need for Brother Hong or anyone else to get involved. He Junhong also stopped the men he was about to send, looked at Yen Laolu, and said calmly, next time, don't make such a big fuss. If someone doesn't know the rules, just deal with them. So many survivors were watching, but He Junhong scolded people openly without hiding it. One casual, doesn't know the rules, from his mouth could mean anything. Many survivors at the scene felt chills down their backs. Luckily, they were low-key and had nothing that could attract He Junhong's interest. They also sighed inwardly, this was what strength brought. No matter how dark or unfair, no one dared say a word. That guy dead? What about the women? Take us up to see. After saying that, He Junhong saw Yen Laolu just standing there stunned. He frowned, just about to scold, when Yen Laolio's face lit up with surprise and he rushed forward. Brother Hong. Didn't expect you to be here today. You came at the perfect time. Yen Laolu had been terrified earlier. He hadn't expected the seemingly dumb Jiang Lushi to act so decisively and ruthlessly. Luckily, Jiang Lushi was arrogant enough to tell him to go get Sister Qian. And it just so happened that He Junhong was here today. Yen Laolu had been shot, his arm broken, scared half to death. Of course he wanted revenge. Seeing Yan's soaked black jacket, clearly drenched in blood, one could see why the previous survivor immediately shut up. He had flattered the wrong person. The survivors in the hall looked at He Junhong with shocked expressions, ready for drama. Yen Laolu then explained everything. He Junhong glanced at his gunshot wound, his face growing darker. He's waiting for me upstairs? In that case, I'll go meet him myself. Something like this happened on his own turf. How He Junhong would deal with those people, there was no need to even think about it. In the VIP room, Wei Laohu's face turned pale from pain. He looked at the calm-faced Jiang Lushi in front of him and said, Bro, it's not too late to let me go now. You probably don't know who our Sister Qian is, behind her is Brother Hong. I just arrived in Jiangning today. The Sister Qian and Brother Hong you're talking about, I don't know either of them, and I'm not interested, Jiang Lushi said. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a group of people entered from outside. So you don't know me, and you're not interested in me? A dark-skinned man walked over and sat boldly on the sofa across from Jiang Lushi, as if he didn't see the corpses on the ground or Wei Laohu nailed to the coffee table in front of him. The people he brought stood around him, clearly imposing. A seductive woman in a white floor-length dress sat beside him. After scanning the room with her eyes, her gaze curiously settled on Jiang Lushi. She had thought that the one who did all this must be some fierce character. I heard you asked for me by name? I'm Sister Qian, she said with a smile. That's right, your men invited me here to talk business. Since it's business, there's no point talking to clueless errand boys. The boss coming out personally shows sincerity, Jiang Lushi said calmly. The whole room was filled with He Junhong's people. In comparison, Jiang Liushi's side had very few people. Lin Jia had never seen such a scene before. Her palms were already sweaty from nervousness. Even Taoyao was uneasy, secretly reaching out to pinch Wei Feifei's sleeve beside her. But Jiang Lushi remained indifferent. Even Ran Xiyu and Jiang Zhuing, sitting next to him, didn't show any signs of nervousness, as if they didn't take the current situation seriously at all. Business? Killing and injuring my men, how is that doing business? Sister Qian still smiled, as if she were chatting casually and not questioning him. If they seek death, of course they die. Dead people shouldn't blame others, Jiang Lushi said. Sister Qian's expression paused slightly, while He Junhong beside her chuckled. This kid still dared to talk like that in this situation? He Junhong's smile suddenly faded, and he said coldly, "Kid, you dare to break my rules, then today, you're the one looking for death. Here, my words and my people are the rules." He didn't even realize where he was or what the situation was. Rules? What the hell are you? You think you're worthy to talk about rules? Jiang Lushi sneered. He Junhong knew Jiang Lushi had to have something backing him to be this arrogant, but he was also confident in his own strength. Jiang Lushi had stepped all over his face so openly, if he backed down now, then He Junhong had no place left in this town. Kid, now that you're here, you're not walking out that door alive. He Junhong suddenly shouted, "Kill him." Several of He Junhong's superpowered followers immediately looked maliciously at Jiang Lushi. Among them, two erupted with a surge of powerful energy. These two were second only to He Junhong in strength among his men, his right-hand enforcers, their hands stained with blood from countless kills. Having them both take on Jiang Lushi showed how seriously He Junhong was taking this. As their bodies began to swell, one transformed like a brown bear, fur like steel needles, bones crackling. The other quickly grew to nearly 3 meters tall, like a giant, and his massive hand slapped down toward Jiang Lushi. He wanted to flatten Jiang Lushi with one palm. The howling wind and terrifying force enveloped him like a mountain. The bear-like man roared and lunged forward with arms wide open. His arms were thicker than others' thighs. He loved to hug people and crush them to death, until even their eyeballs popped out. These two attacked simultaneously. He Junhong waited on the side. Wei Feifei and the others turned pale. Wei Feifei immediately reached for her gun, and Taoyao couldn't help but cry out, "Captain Jiang, dodge." These two were nearly level 2 superpowered beings, facing them head-on at this close range was dangerous. But the girls had no time to help Jiang Lushi because the rest of the superpowered men pounced toward them. When it came to women, He Junhong showed no mercy, whether to torture or sell them, he had to subdue them first. Sister Qian clung to He Junhong, smiling sweetly, clearly used to such scenes. At that moment, Jiang Lushi also smiled faintly. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed before everyone's eyes, turning their vision into a field of silver white. Even Wei Feifei froze. Those superpowered men lunging at them were covered by an electric net in front of them, convulsing and screaming miserably. The electricity also caused the two strong superpowered men to freeze up. Then, a flash of lightning-imbued blade light slashed down toward their heads. The blade struck, blood splattered. He Junhong's expression changed drastically. Even he felt his whole body go numb, unable to react in time. Ah! Sister Qian screamed and was shoved aside by He Junhong. He Junhong roared, muscles bulging, but at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck him. Don't move. He looked at the girl standing beside Jiang Lushi. Her hand and the long knife she held sparkled with lightning. Thin electric currents danced between her fair, delicate fingers like swimming fish. A level 2 superpowered being? He Junhong was in disbelief. This girl was actually a level 2 superpowered being? So you know what a level 2 superpowered being is? I guess you've seen one before. Jiang Zhuing said with a giggle. He Junhong's heart sank completely. A level 2 superpowered being, he was close, but still not quite there. The difference was huge. And up until now, Jiang Lushi and the quiet girl beside him hadn't even made a move. He no longer thought the girl lacked strength. Jiang Lushi wasn't just a guy with a bunch of delicate beauties, he was dangerous, and every one of those women was a thorny rose. And now, only he barely had the power to fight. The people he brought, dead or severely wounded. He never expected such a reversal in just a few seconds. Sister Qian, who had just been shocked unconscious, now woke up again. But seeing the scene before her, she nearly fainted once more. She looked at He Junhong. He was her support, she never took anyone else seriously with him around. Captain Jiang, this was all a misunderstanding just now, He Junhong's voice trembled from the electrocution. If not for his tough body, he would probably be dead already. Even now, his skin was torn all over. Facing such a powerful threat, He Junhong immediately lowered his head. Is that so? Now you know what rules are? Jiang Lushi smiled and glanced at Yen Laolu in the corner. When Jiang Zhuing made her move earlier, she had deliberately spared Yen Laolu. Yen Laolio's face instantly turned pale. At that moment, Junhong also turned and looked at him. He immediately understood and walked toward Yen Laolu. Yen Laolu trembled violently. Though Junhong looked battered, his strength was still there. Seeing him approach, Yen Laolu had a faint idea. Overwhelming fear gripped his heart. Brother Hong. Brother Hong. I've followed Sister Qian for so long, you can't just sell me out to save yourself. Who would still dare follow you then? His voice cut off abruptly. Junhong grabbed his neck and twisted it sharply. With a crack, Yen Laolio's eyes bulged, mouth wide open, and Junhong tossed him to the floor. Junhong walked back to Jiang Lushi and said, would this be acceptable to Brother Jiang? Seeing Jiang Lushi looking at him playfully, Junhong's expression didn't change, and he said seriously, Captain Jiang is strong, but not familiar with Jiangning. There must be things I can help with. Instead of killing me, wouldn't it be better to let me work for you? And besides, we have no personal grudges. You've already killed dozens of my people, and you haven't suffered any loss. Would Captain Jiang consider my proposal? Junhong was a local tyrant, once a big boss. Though he knew he might die, he didn't grovel. He'd killed many himself and knew begging was useless. Only showing value might change the outcome. Jiang Lushi smiled. All right. I'll give you a list. If you can get everything on it, I'll spare your life, Jiang Lushi said. Junhong turned to Sister Qian, go get pen and paper. Sister Qian froze for a second and quickly stood up. But due to fear and the aftereffects of the electrocution, her legs were trembling badly. She barely managed to reach the door and had someone fetch writing materials. Soon, the paper and pen were brought in. Sister Qian carefully placed them in front of Jiang Lushi. She didn't even dare look him in the eye. Since even Junhong was bowing his head, she, just an ordinary person, felt like an ant, afraid to breathe. Jiang Lushi looked at the material requirements listed on the starseed panel and wrote them down one by one, then tossed the list on the coffee table. Sister Qian hurried to pick it up carefully, but Junhong snatched it from her hands. After glancing at it, Junhong said, I'll send people to find the metal materials at the factories. But a level 2 mutated zombie core, that's tough. I'll ask around about level 2 zombies and try to buy one. Jiang Lushi said nothing. Junhong also stopped talking. He knew if any material was missing, he wouldn't survive. As for running, would Jiang Lushi give him that chance? Not even worth thinking about. Junhong noted down the list, then handed it to Sister Qian, have your people ask around too. Don't do anything else for now, just focus fully on Captain Jiang's matter. Sister Qian also understood the importance of the matter. She quickly took the list and carefully kept it on her person. Even now, her whole body still felt weak. That's all then. Jiang Lushi stood up from the sofa. I'll have someone arrange accommodation for Captain Jiang and your friends, Junhong said. Jiang Lushi was already walking out, no need. Then he stopped and added, actually, arrange a few rooms. Unlike Jiang Lushi, Wei Feifei and the others didn't find sleeping in the car very comfortable. Just now, Jiang Lushi had seen Wei Feifei ready to take action. Although she hadn't had a chance to do anything, he was still quite satisfied with her attitude. So, the rooms were something he asked for on behalf of Wei Feifei. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Sister Qian immediately put on a smile and offered. Wei Feifei and Taoyao were still in a bit of a daze. When they saw Jiang Lushi and his group already leaving the room, Wei Feifei tugged at Taoyao, and the two of them quickly followed. Lin Jie looked at the corpses in the room and felt dizzy. She hadn't brought guests today, but rather a group of terrifying reapers. However, when she saw Yen Laolu die just now, she also felt a wave of satisfaction. And Sister Qian, who used to act so high and mighty, and the arrogant Junhong, both had to bow their heads and looked pale. When faced with someone stronger, they were no different from ordinary people. Although this matter had nothing to do with Lin Jie, seeing it unfold still made her happy inside. Sister Qian suddenly looked at her and said, go arrange rooms for Captain Jiang and his people. Make sure they're the best ones. If anyone says anything, just say it was me, no, say it was Brother Hong who said so. Okay. Lin Jie quickly snapped out of it and nodded hurriedly. Once Lin Jie also left the room, only Sister Qian and Junhong were left. Wei Laohu, who had been nailed to the coffee table, was electrocuted to death earlier. His corpse was still in the same position. Sister Qian's legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the sofa. Junhong, on the other hand, looked gloomy. He faintly felt that even though Jiang Lushi and his group had left the room, he was still being watched. By the way, Brother Hong, Fan Yitong and his group are coming back early tomorrow, Sister Qian suddenly remembered and hesitantly broke the silence. Them? Junhong frowned. Then something clicked in his mind. He said, perfect. Captain Jiang needs to acquire supplies. We can ask them. But isn't Fan Yitong not on good terms with us? Sister Qian said worriedly. In this trade fair, and the entire Hejiang town market, He Junhong controlled 1/3. The remaining 2/3 were split between two other teams, one of them being Fan Yitong. Fan Yitong was quite resourceful. The other team now followed his lead. Together, they were gradually trying to swallow up He Junhong's interests. So what if we're not on good terms? I'm not the one buying from him. Would he dare not sell? He Junhong said coldly. I'll go find them early tomorrow to discuss the purchase. Shiyu, keep an eye on this He Junhong over the next few days. Make sure he doesn't try anything, Jiang Lushur said to Ran Shiyu after leaving the room. Ran Shiyu nodded lightly. Back at the minibus, as soon as Jiang Lushur opened the door, he smelled the aroma of grilled meat. Whoosh! A ball of white fur darted out of Jiang Lushur's pocket and rushed toward the kitchen like lightning. However, halfway there, Luo was grabbed by Ling. No going into the kitchen. Ling looked at Jiang Lushur, her baby face still expressionless. A strong smell of blood. Jiang Lushur smiled, something happened, but now we don't need to buy the supplies ourselves, we've found a local to handle it. Professor Su, Jiang Lushur came over to Su Guangqi and Su Tong and said, there's been a change in plans. We can't take you to the military zone right away. You'll need to stay here for a few days. If he were to send Su Guangqi and Su Tong to the military zone, the minibus would have to leave. While some members of the Zhuing squad could hold down He Junhong, Jiang Zhuing certainly, and maybe Ling, Jiang Lushur still didn't feel at ease leaving anyone behind. Being separated from the vehicle also made him feel unsafe. So, after thinking it over, Jiang Lushur decided to delay sending them to the military zone. No problem. As long as you don't mind us staying on the bus and making it crowded, Su Tong said with a smile. Su Guangqi also nodded. He spent most of his time reading, studying materials, or researching Luo. He never got bored. The next morning, as soon as Jiang Lushur got up, someone was already waiting respectfully outside the minibus. Hello Brother Jiang, I'm Xiaoyu. Brother Hong sent me to invite you. The man was lean and looked capable. But facing Jiang Lushur, he was extremely respectful. He'd already heard everything that had happened in the VIP room yesterday. He had expected a fearsome brute, but seeing Jiang Lushur in person, he was actually a young man, not looking dangerous, but with a very unique aura. After observing Jiang Lushur briefly, Xiaoyu didn't dare look again. Someone who could make Brother Hong bow his head, he couldn't afford to offend. Invite me? Has he already acquired the items? Jiang Lushur was surprised. If that was true, He Junhong was acting very fast. Please come with me, Brother Jiang, Xiaoyu said. All right. This time, Jiang Lushur didn't walk, he drove the minibus over. The rule in Hejiang town was that vehicles weren't allowed to move freely within the town, but those rules no longer applied to Jiang Lushur. However, this meeting wasn't at yesterday's trade fair, but at another restaurant. The restaurant had been abandoned for a while after the apocalypse. After Hejiang town's market was established, it was reopened. Now, only important and influential people could dine there. Ordinary survivor teams couldn't enter. At the restaurant entrance, He Junhong stood with Sister Qian and several subordinates. Beside him was another group of people. One of them was extremely short, squinting, with legs like radishes, short and thick. At first glance, he looked like a roly-poly. But anyone who thought his personality matched his comical appearance would be dead wrong. Fan Yitong, he had climbed to his current position with ruthless means and had killed many. Heh, Brother Hong, the guest you mentioned must be those folks from yesterday? I heard you had quite the talk with them, Fan Yitong said with a grin. Today is business, Fan Yitong, don't stir up trouble, He Junhong cut him off coldly. Tisk, I'm just curious. I'd like to know what kind of person could make our Brother Hong bow and beg, Fan Yitong said. He Junhong's face darkened. Helping Jiang Lushur get supplies was a matter of life or death for him, He Junhong had to endure it. Seeing this reaction, Fan Yitong found it even funnier. Fan Yitong, you said you have what I need. You're not bluffing, are you? He Junhong suddenly asked. Fan Yitong was extremely cunning. He Junhong had suffered losses from him multiple times, both openly and secretly. He worried that Fan Yitong was just boasting. He came to buy the materials on Jiang Lushur's list. Unexpectedly, Fan Yitong glanced at the list and said he had the items. He Junhong immediately had someone call Jiang Lushur over, but now he worried he might have acted too hastily. If Fan Yitong was lying, he wouldn't be able to explain to Jiang Lushur. Brother Hong, look at what you're saying. I, Fan Yitong, always deal fairly. With a flick of his fat hand, a crystal-clear blood crystal appeared in his palm, pulsating like a miniature heart. A mutated zombie blood nucleus. The energy sensed was indeed level 2. Seeing the blood core, He Junhong's eyes lit up. It seemed Fan Yitong wasn't bluffing this time. The hardest thing to find was that level 2 mutated blood core, and Fan Yitong actually had one. At this moment, the sound of an engine came from afar, and a minibus appeared at the other end of the street. Captain Jang is here. As soon as the minibus stopped, Junhong and Sister Qian immediately came forward to greet him. As soon as Jiang Lushur got out of the car, he noticed that short, chubby man sizing him up. "You called me over, does that mean you've already found the materials?" Jiang Lushur asked Junhong. "Yes, I've already found one level 2 mutated blood nucleus." Jiang Lushur's eyes lit up. With the one already in his hand, he now had 2 level 2 mutated blood nuclei, halfway to fulfilling the evolution conditions for the base vehicle. Captain Jiang. Before Junhong could speak, Fan Yitong had already walked over with a smile. "This must be Captain Jiang?" Fan Yitong smiled and glanced meaningfully at Junhong beside him. To think that Junhong would be taken down by such a youngster. He used to think that although Junhong was being slowly eaten away, he still had some strength left. But now, Fan Yitong no longer thought so. He's just a defeated dog now, running errands just to save his own skin. Jiang Lushur glanced at Junhong and, seeing his unpleasant expression, had already guessed about 80 to 90% of Fan Yitong's identity. This was Junhong's rival. "I heard Captain Jiang wants to buy a level 2 mutated blood nucleus, what a coincidence," Fan Yitong said. As he spoke, he flipped his hand, and a mutated blood nucleus appeared in his palm. As Jiang Lushur's gaze swept across the blood nucleus, the starseed gave a prompt. Level 2 mutated energy detected. Jiang Lushur's expression didn't change, but he felt a bit more at ease inside. Since it was indeed a level 2 mutated blood nucleus, then things would go more smoothly. "Captain Jiang, shall we go in and talk?" "Have some tea," Fan Yitong said. "Please, Captain Jiang," Junhong offered, taking the lead. He had already arranged for the tea and everything else. After passing through the restaurant's main hall, they arrived at the back courtyard. Here there were small bridges and flowing water. In the center stood a pavilion with a table and chairs inside. Several neatly dressed girls stood nearby. When they saw Jiang Lushur's group arrive, they quietly walked over, pulled out chairs for them, and served tea once they were seated. Holding the warm teacup, Jiang Lushur glanced at the clear tea and said, "Name your price." "Haha, Captain Jiang is really straightforward," Fan Yitong laughed heartily. He sat in his chair, his toes barely touching the ground, looking a bit comical, but a girl nearby immediately knelt down beside him, offering her frail back as a footrest. The girl kept her head down, silent, with no expression on her face. With one foot on her back, Fan Yitong tapped the table and said, "This thing wasn't easy to get. I lost 5 men and a vehicle to get it. I'm sure Captain Jiang knows, no survivor team specifically hunts level 2 mutated zombies. Even if Brother Hong spreads the word, without a big enough reward, no one would be tempted. What's more, not to brag, but there are only a few teams in Jiangning capable of hunting level 2 mutated zombies. Mine is one of them." Fan Yitong spoke leisurely. "You people holding on to this level 2 blood nucleus is meaningless. Since it's useless to you, just name a reasonable price." "You're saying all this just to raise the price?" Jiang Zhuing frowned. Fan Yitong's attitude was irritating to her, and his tone even more so. "Pretty lady, that's not right. As long as there's demand for an item, it has value. As for raising the price? I'll be honest, this thing was hard to get, so it won't come cheap. If you're not interested in my goods, you're welcome to send out your own message and see if any team is willing to take your job," Fan Yitong said confidently. "Pa!" Fan Yitong was momentarily stunned, watching as Jiang Lushur slapped something onto the table. "What's that?" Fan Yitong immediately became alert, staring closely at Jiang Lushur's every move. Jiang Lushur lifted his hand, revealing a mutated blood nucleus lying on the table. Fan Yitong's heart skipped a beat. He quickly reached for his pocket. It wasn't his blood nucleus, his was still there. Fan Yitong looked oddly at the one Jiang Lushur had just placed. This one clearly held even stronger energy than his own. "This is from a level 2 mutated zombie I killed just yesterday," Jiang Lushur said, his tone calm and relaxed, as if describing what he had for dinner last night. Junhong's eyes narrowed slightly. If he had known that Jiang Lushur's team had this level of strength, he would have entered the room yesterday not to make accusations, but to apologize sincerely. Fan Yitong's expression stiffened. This guy also had a mutated blood nucleus? He gave Jiang Lushur another look and updated his estimate of his team's strength. "Mutated blood nuclei aren't that hard to get," Jiang Lushur said mildly, then calmly put the blood nucleus away under everyone's gaze. Fan Yitong was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, "Captain Jiang is really impressive. But buying and selling is a mutual agreement. In fact, there's another buyer coming today, should be here soon. Another buyer? Jiang Lushi frowned. Who else would be interested in a mutated blood nucleus? He looked at He Junhong. He Junhong's face also changed. Originally, when he saw Jiang Lushi take out the blood nucleus, he thought Fan Yitong would back down. He didn't expect he had another buyer lined up. No wonder he was so relaxed. Captain Jiang, I didn't know, He Junhong said quietly. Fan Yitong, that schemer, had already arranged for another buyer and didn't tell him. This displeased Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi understood that Fan Yitong was waiting for the highest bidder. Just then, a rumbling of engines came from outside the gate. From the sound, there were 3 vehicles, 1 small car and 2 larger ones. Oh? Speak of the devil. Captain Jiang, please wait a moment. Fan Yitong stood up with a grin and walked out of the pavilion. Soon, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Jiang Lushi looked up, his hand holding the teacup pausing slightly. The group approaching was armed with live ammunition, dressed in camouflage, backs straight, with cold eyes, clearly different from the other survivors around the pavilion. The difference between regular army and ragtag militia. The officer leading them walked with power and confidence. He looked about 40, exuding a fierce aura. So it's the military, Jiang Lushi realized. Besides himself, the only ones interested in mutated blood nuclei would be the military. These soldiers must be from the Jiangning safe zone. Jiang Lushi had originally planned to go to the safe zone in a few days. He didn't expect to meet people from the Jiangning military district so soon. And in this manner, no less. It's Lu Tianyu. He Junhong's expression changed. You know him? Jiang Lushi asked. He Junhong nodded. The Jiangning safe zone is very closed off, but their military still comes out to carry out missions and trade with us. Among them, this regiment commander Lu Tianyu is the most well-known. His Wolf Fang regiment has over 2,000 men, and he's very strong himself. It's said that he once tore apart a level 2 mutated beast with his bare hands, completely unscathed. As he spoke, a trace of dread flashed in He Junhong's eyes. If Lu Tianyu is here on behalf of the army to purchase a level 2 mutated blood nucleus, Captain Jiang, this doesn't look good. To the military, even teams of superpowered people are just survivors. They're not even on the same level. What He Junhong was saying was also to shift the blame. If they failed to obtain the level 2 blood nucleus, it shouldn't be blamed on him. The Jiangning military is extremely intimidating to most survivors. Normal survivors can't even get through the gates of the safe zone. If a superpowered team wants to join the safe zone, they must go through multiple rounds of review and completely obey military orders, essentially becoming auxiliary units under military control. This is very different from other safe zones. Both Zhonghai and Xiaoyuan safe zones operate in cooperation with superpowered teams. Since superpowered individuals gained abilities beyond imagination, few are willing to be restrained in such a way. That's why the Hejiang town market exists, and many survivors live scattered in other corners of Jiangning. Commander Lu, I just brewed a pot of fine tea, waiting for your arrival. Please, come sit. Fan Yitong greeted him with a smile. Lu Tianyu was tall and sturdy, and beside him, Fan Yitong looked even shorter. Lu Tianyu's face was cold. He only gave a small nod. A female attendant brought over tea to Lu Tianyu's seat. Lu Tianyu picked up the cup and downed it like it was alcohol, then slammed it heavily on the table. Well? I wonder if Commander Lu is satisfied. Fan Yitong asked with a smile. I didn't come here to chat with you, Lu Tianyu said expressionlessly. To him, these survivors weren't worth paying attention to. They gain a bit of power and instantly swell with pride. But in Lu Tianyu's eyes, their power was just a wild path, not worth mentioning. Fan Yitong didn't mind and laughed it off. He saw Lu Tianyu glance at Jiang Lushi and quickly said, Captain Jiang, this is Commander Lu from our Jiangning safe zone. Just like you, he's here for the level 2 mutated blood nucleus. Lu Tianyu looked at Jiang Lushi with surprise, then sneered and said, Fan Yitong, no need to play tricks. These stunts just make you look ridiculous. He assumed Jiang Lushi was a shill invited by Fan Yitong. Currently, mutated blood nuclei have no effect on superpowered beings. Why would any of them want to buy one? Commander Lu, you don't have to doubt it. Captain Jiang is truly here to buy the blood nucleus. As for who ends up with it, I can't say, Fan Yitong chuckled. Lu Tianyu sneered coldly, clearly not believing Fan Yitong. He didn't even bother to glance at Jiang Lushi again. He just wanted to see how Fan Yitong planned to act this out. You. Jiang Zhuing was annoyed, but Jiang Lushi stopped her. Jiang Lushi just smiled, not even interested in arguing. He hadn't come here to convince Lu Tianyu. Being held back by Jiang Lushi, Jiang Zhuing still felt upset and muttered, You're the fake. Lu Tianyu caught her words with his sharp ears. He looked at Jiang Zhuing, and his expression changed slightly. A level 2 superpowered being. Right now, Jiang Zhuing hadn't reached the level of Lu Changfei, able to completely hide her energy. So, anyone with comparable power could sense her strength. And Jiang Zhuing's ability was clearly at level 2. There's actually a real level 2 superpowered person in Hejiang town? And Fan Yitong got her to show up? Lu Tianyu took Jiang Zhuing seriously. Clearly, Fan Yitong really wanted to hike up the price, and even brought in a level 2 superpowered being to sit in. But just one level 2 superpowered person couldn't stand up to his entire Wolf Fang regiment. That was absolutely impossible. Lu Tianyu alone had enough confidence to go head-to-head with Jiang Zhuing. Since both of you are in a hurry, let's not beat around the bush. The level 2 mutated blood nucleus will go to the highest bidder. Please make your offers, he said. Lu Tianyu glanced at Jiang Zhuing. Seeing that neither she nor Jiang Lushur spoke, he said in a low voice, 5 rifles, 2,000 rounds of ammo. That's already a high price. Commander Lu, even a level 2 mutated crystal is worth more than that. Fan Yitong shook his head. Before Fan Yitong could finish, Jiang Lushur spoke, 5 rifles, 5,000 rounds of ammo, plus 5 tons of mutated beast meat. In his storage space, he had plenty of guns collected and a lot of beast meat too. Lu Tianyu raised an eyebrow, and his fierce aura suddenly exploded. He held his teacup and tapped it on the table. Immediately, a circular dent was left in the marble tabletop. The cup in his hand shattered into powder the moment he let go. Fan Yitong, just say your price. Don't play games, Lu Tianyu said calmly. Jiang Lushur glanced at the dent and smiled slightly. This display was clearly meant to intimidate him and Fan Yitong. Fan Yitong smiled. After all, this was his turf, and the military couldn't just rob or forcibly buy. In that case, I'll be honest. Compared to weapons and such, what I really want is an evolution crystal, Fan Yitong said with a grin. Lu Tianyu snorted. Evolution crystals, something the military rarely distributed. This Fan Yitong really had ambition. Jiang Lushur frowned. You messing with me? He'd just made a higher offer, yet Fan Yitong was now asking for evolution crystals. Captain Jiang, you're being unfair. This is business, I'm simply stating my terms. If you don't have what I want, is that my problem? Fan Yitong replied with his usual smile. Survivor teams generally had no way to obtain evolution crystals. Heh! Jiang Lushur gave a cold chuckle. He stretched out one hand and slowly opened it. In his palm lay several crystal-clear crystals, radiating powerful energy. Fan Yitong was instantly dazzled. He stared at those crystals without blinking. Even Lu Tianyu was stunned. Evolution crystals? Ordinary survivor teams couldn't produce them, but Jiang Lushur's base vehicle had an energy extraction lab that could produce evolution crystals anytime. These few evolution crystals were produced in the past few days, and he hadn't distributed them to his team yet. Now turned out to be the perfect time to use them. Fan Yitong found it hard to believe. Something like an evolution crystal, Jiang Lushur said, take it, and just took it out? And it wasn't just one. He Junhong and Sister Qian also stood by dumbfounded, not knowing what else Captain Jiang didn't have. A level 2 mutated blood core, even an evolution crystal, he actually had them. Jiang Zhuing's face showed a trace of pride, looking at Fan Yitong with disdain. How could this person know her brother's abilities? Although Jiang Zhuing also did not know how this evolution crystal came about, there were already many secrets about her brother. She was not interested in knowing these secrets. As long as her brother got stronger and stronger, she was satisfied. Fan Yitong looked at these evolution crystals with burning envy, then glanced at Lu Tianyu. Haha, Captain Jiang truly has abundant assets. How about it, Commander Lu? Captain Jiang has already taken out evolution crystals. Fan Yitong's fat face was about to bloom into a smile. Lu Tianyu withdrew his surprised gaze and said in a deep voice, I'll offer 1 evolution crystal. Although level 2 mutated blood cores were rare in number, for the army they were only used for research. But evolution crystals were different. There were many empowered in the army, and evolution crystals were far from enough, so how could they be easily taken outside to trade with these survivors? Then what about Captain Jiang? Fan Yitong rubbed his hands and smiled at Jiang Lushur, like a hungry ghost seeing fat meat. He had already seen that Jiang Lushur, for some reason, was determined to obtain this level 2 mutated blood core. Jiang Lushur looked at Fan Yitong and said coldly, I'll give you 2. Fan Yitong's eyes turned, and he asked Lu Tianyu, Commander Lu, if you're not generous, these mutated blood cores will belong to Captain Jiang. Lu Tianyu's cold face showed nothing, and he did not speak. 2 evolution crystals already exceeded the army's budget, so Lu Tianyu naturally withdrew. Seeing this, Fan Yitong showed a satisfied smile and said warmly to Jiang Lushur, all right, deal. Since Captain Jiang is so straightforward, then I, Fan, certainly must be happy about it too. Ha ha ha. Fan Yitong couldn't help laughing. He Junhong watched from the side, feeling blocked in his heart. 2 evolution crystals, this time Fan Yitong was extremely delighted. Lu Tianyu watched coldly. These level 2 mutated blood cores were basically useless to the survivors. He did not know why Jiang Lushur spent such a high price to buy them. Captain Jiang, then let's quickly complete the deal. Fan Yitong said impatiently. Slap. 2 evolution crystals were thrown onto the table. Fan Yitong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly reached out to grab them. Wait, where's the mutated blood core? Jiang Zhuing spoke up unceremoniously, reaching out. Haha, this is for Captain Jiang, here you go. Fan Yitong took out the level 2 mutated blood cores and handed them to Jiang Zhuing. Jiang Zhuing gave him a contemptuous glance, took the mutated blood core, then like offering a treasure gave it to Jiang Lushur, brother, for you. Once the mutated blood core was in hand, the star seed immediately began scanning. Detected level 2 mutated energy. Jiang Lushur's heart was certain, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. With 2 level 2 mutated blood cores in hand, the hardest part had already been prepared. The evolution of the base vehicle was imminent. Fan Yitong anxiously grabbed the 2 evolution crystals and actually felt the energy contained within them. Fan Yitong's eyes narrowed into slits as he laughed. Captain Jiang, pleasant transaction, pleasant transaction. Fan Yitong held the 2 evolution crystals, but his gaze couldn't help glancing at Jiang Lushur's palm. In Jiang Lushur's hand, there were still several evolution crystals. Now that Lu Tianyu was present, Fan Yitong only glanced once and then nonchalantly withdrew his gaze. Lu Tianyu watched from the side, shaking his head slightly. This Jiang Lushur had survived in the apocalypse for so long, yet he did not know that wealth should not be exposed. I have something to ask you. Lu Tianyu suddenly opened his mouth and asked Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur looked at him, somewhat surprised. What did this Commander Lu want to ask him? Where did you get so many evolution crystals? From where did you come? Lu Tianyu asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lushur had no reaction yet, but Fan Yitong's heart skipped a beat. He actually also suspected the origin of these evolution crystals. It was very difficult for a survivors team to obtain so many evolution crystals. Of course it was not impossible, but because the quantity was very small, after obtaining them people typically consumed them. How could one accumulate so many? Now that Lu Tianyu suddenly raised this question, if these evolution crystals really came from an improper source. Fan Yitong was not worried about being affected, since he had already handed over money and goods. The evolution crystals in his hand would never be taken out again, but those left in Jiang Lushur's hand, could he not lay a finger on them? Jiang Lushur's expression was calm and unperturbed. There's no necessity to tell you how my evolution crystals came about, right? Exactly. Why should my brother tell you? Jiang Zhuing also frowned. Someone actually wanted to investigate Jiang Lushur's secrets. Jiang Zhuing was very wary of this. Lu Tianyu's expression changed. He suspected that these evolution crystals of Jiang Lushur were stolen from a safe zone, or maybe robbed, but he also felt that with the army's strict guard, the possibility of such a thing was too small, which was why he didn't raise the question right away. But he didn't expect Jiang Lushur to be so disrespectful in his words. These survivors' teams, in Lu Tianyu's eyes, were always a motley crew. He could not stand these survivors' teams causing chaos in Hejiang town. Lu Tianyu simply looked down on these survivors' teams, so how could he tolerate Jiang Lushur's arrogance? As for that little girl, Lu Tianyu would not hold a grudge against a young girl. Seeing Lu Tianyu about to flare up, Fan Yitong hurriedly smoothed things over in the middle. Commander Lu, once something is in hand, it's your own. Why ask about its origin? All safe zones are one entity. If it really has something to do with another safe zone, I won't sit idly by. Lu Tianyu looked at Jiang Lushur, his voice deep. Fan Yitong coughed and said, Commander Lu, after all this is Hejiang town, a place built and managed by people like us. Commander Lu, though you have omnipotent abilities, it's not appropriate to interfere in the internal matters of Hejiang town, right? You mean I can't interfere in your Hejiang town matters? Lu Tianyu asked harshly. Fan Yitong smiled, and didn't continue speaking. Clearly he tacitly agreed with Lu Tianyu's words. Lu Tianyu sneered coldly, all right. He looked at Jiang Lushur, but was glared at by Jiang Zhuing. What are you still looking at? Didn't you hear what he said? Jiang Zhuing said rudely. Fan Yitong also felt depressed. He had already insulted Lu Tianyu's face, and this girl added fuel to the fire, as if afraid he hadn't offended him enough. He had already secretly decided that the losses this girl brought him would have to be repaid to him. Judging by this appearance, she could definitely be sold at a high price. Many empowered were strangely obsessed with powerful and beautiful female empowered. At this time, Jiang Lushur spoke. He toyed with the evolution crystal in his hand and said, "Since that's the case, then I can be at ease." Fan Yitong smiled smugly in his heart, thinking this guy was still too young. Just because he managed to silence Lu Tianyu with words, Jiang Lushur really felt at ease. Such a person, if you don't stab them in the back, Fan Yitong felt it would be an insult to himself. Captain Jiang is now my guest. Captain Jiang, if there's anything you need, just say it. I definitely won't treat you poorly. Fan Yitong said with a false smile. Jiang Lushur looked up at him, then I really have one thing I need. Hee, go ahead, Captain Jiang. Jiang Lushur's gaze suddenly turned cold. Your head. Fan Yitong's face immediately changed. At the same time, Jiang Lushur's other hand had suddenly produced a handgun, the dark muzzle aimed right at his head. You're looking for death. Fan Yitong shouted, but his reaction was not slow. He flipped the marble tabletop in front of him over, using it as a shield between him and Jiang Lushur. The tabletop hit the ground heavily with a loud noise, and Jiang Lushur had already leapt back to dodge. Ah! Amid the sharp screams of the female waitresses, Fan Yitong's men raised their guns and began shooting. What is this? Lu Tianyu reacted instantly, leading his people to take cover, watching the gunfight between Jiang Lushur's group and Fan Yitong's group. Hong Jia also screamed in fright and was quickly pulled aside by He Junhong. He watched this scene in shock. He didn't expect Jiang Lushur to directly take action. Jiang Zhuing hid behind a pillar. She didn't need a gun, she raised her hand and lines of electric current appeared in her palm. This electric current darted wildly among the crowd. Anyone touched by it screamed and fell to the ground convulsing. Very strong. Lu Tianyu's brow twitched. He previously thought this girl was the backbone of Fan Yitong. Now his guess was wrong, but it just shifted from Fan Yitong's backbone to Jiang Lushur's backbone. With such a sister, no wonder Jiang Lushur was so arrogant. However, at this moment, Lu Tianyu's gaze swept past Jiang Lushur, and he was stunned. Jiang Lushur stood in the pavilion, using the pillar as cover while shooting. To Lu Tianyu, Jiang Lushur seemed to be moving his body at a very slight angle casually, his line of sight didn't even lock onto the enemy. Yet every casual shot from Jiang Lushur inevitably put a muzzle on someone's head, and that person would fall limply to the ground. Within a very short time, Jiang Lushur had fired continuously. The people he killed were actually more than Jiang Zhuing. Although Jiang Zhuing was a level 2 empowered, her strength could not truly manifest in a place lacking cover. No matter how strong, her body couldn't stop bullets. Lu Tianyu was surprised. Jiang Lushur only had faint empowered fluctuations, yet his marksmanship was so terrifying, it was as if he could see where others were going to move. When he fired, the enemy seemed to actively walk into his muzzle. Damn! Fan Yitong hid in a corner, cursing in his heart. He brought so many people, but as soon as they engaged, they were suppressed by the other side's 2 people. It was like seeing a ghost. And one side's marksmanship was unusually good, the other's electric current touched and killed, his side's empowered didn't even have a chance to act. But this restaurant was his territory. He was always cunning, how could he only bring this few people? Bang bang bang. Bullets splashed in front of the pavilion, and bricks and tiles above suddenly began to fall. Jiang Lushur quickly looked up and saw more than a dozen figures at the upstairs window. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly leapt out of the window, landing on top of the pavilion like agile apes, then swung their fists down heavily. Boom! Bricks and tiles fell wildly, and from the debris 2 empowered burst out. Still want to sneak attack? Jiang Zhuing reached out and grabbed them, an electric net instantly wrapped around the 2. Crackling electric light made Fan Yitong and others outside feel their scalps go numb. Taking advantage of this, Jiang Lushur raised his gun and fired upward. Several figures immediately fell from the windowsill, blood splattering on the glass. One sneak attack not only failed, but several of them were killed. Hold on a bit, soon someone will come to support us. Fan Yitong yelled. Hejiang town was so small, the gunfire here would soon attract his allies. And although Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing were fierce, they were pinned inside the pavilion and could not get out. At this rate, neither side could do anything to the other. Thinking of black eating black, it's not that easy. Lu Tianyu looked at Jiang Lushur, shaking his head. He now knew what Jiang Lushur's words, "then I can be at ease," meant. Since the army would stand by and watch, he could confidently take action. But this Jiang Lushur was overly confident, 2 people trying to kill dozens of Fan Yitong's people. Once the bullets ran out, Jiang Lushur would lose combat ability. This point Fan Yitong clearly understood very well. Although the earlier sneak attack failed, the number of targets Jiang Zhuing and Jiang Lushur had to dodge and shoot had increased, leaving even less space to dodge. At this rate, the situation would sooner or later reverse. At this time, Fan Yitong's ears suddenly twitched. He turned to look at the wall behind him. Did he hear some sound? At the same time, a huge sense of danger suddenly struck. Simultaneously, Lu Tianyu also sensed something and abruptly looked up toward the wall behind Fan Yitong's group. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly rang out. With this explosion, bricks and stones flew, and the wall seemed to be forcefully pushed inward by a great force. And this force instantly pierced through the closest of Fan Yitong's men behind the wall. They were thrown like sacks of cloth, crashing onto their own companions. These people didn't even have time to let out a scream before they became pools of flesh. On the ground, there appeared a track as if plowed through by a giant beast. Lu Tianyu's expression drastically changed. He looked in disbelief at the white object that appeared behind the collapsed wall. As the dust cleared, the white object revealed its true appearance. The front of a mid-size bus, coldly facing into this courtyard. Fan Yitong fell to the ground groaning, dazed by this sudden attack. He looked at that midbus. Isn't this Jiang Liushir's vehicle? This very vehicle caused such a big commotion? If he hadn't experienced it himself, Fan Yitong really wouldn't dare to believe it. Lu Tianyu looked at Jiang Liushir in surprise. When he thought Jiang Liushir's trump card was having a level 2 ability sister, that sister showed her strength. When Lu Tianyu acknowledged Jiang Liushir's shooting skills, yet another vehicle appeared. A survivor team actually brought him so many surprises. He clearly saw that on the front of this midbus, a cannon tube was slowly retracting. And the terrifying attack just now was a terrifying airflow. Although he stood in a safe place, he still felt that airflow. If it hit head-on, he wasn't confident he could completely dodge, and if it touched him even slightly, Fan Yitong's end would be sealed. Fan Yitong looked like a leaking blood bag, his whole body stained red with blood, his internal organs seeming to have shifted places. At this time, the figures upstairs suddenly let out miserable screams. Behind them, a figure appeared like a ghost, and a bright dagger instantly slid across the back of their necks. Bang bang bang. A burst of dense gunfire rang out. Soon, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, holding guns, stuck their heads out of the window and shouted downward, "Brother Jiang, it's done. These bastards think hiding here makes them safe." Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan's abilities could both be used to climb walls. And Ling had directly infiltrated, moving even faster than them. Hearing the sounds from upstairs, Fan Yitong's expression completely darkened. He watched Jiang Liushir and Jiang Zhuing walk over. "You guys are ruthless, ah!" Fan Yitong's wrist was suddenly stepped on fiercely by Jiang Liushir. In severe pain, his fingers involuntarily opened and twitched, and the 2 evolution crystals rolled out. In Fan Yitong's sight, Jiang Liushir picked up those 2 evolution crystals. Jiang Liushir looked at Fan Yitong and sneered, "Wanting a lion's share, don't even see if you have the ability." Fan Yitong was too greedy, even without Ran Shiyu sensing it. Jiang Liushir could see greed in his eyes. For this kind of person taking action, Jiang Liushir felt nothing at all. "You Jiang, you. Brother, I'll finish him off." Jiang Zhuing directly interrupted Fan Yitong. Seeing the electric current appear on Jiang Zhuing's palm, Fan Yitong struggled desperately and crawled backward, fear showing on his face. Sizzle. Ah! At this moment, Jiang Liushir turned and looked at Lu Tianyu and the others. Lu Tianyu had already put away his look of surprise. Seeing Jiang Liushir, he said lightly, "I won't care about the trivial matters of you survivor teams." After he finished speaking, Lu Tianyu waved his hand, ready to take his soldiers and leave here. "Wait." But Jiang Liushir spoke. Lu Tianyu frowned. What else was there to say to Jiang Liushir? "Just happened to have something to ask you. To enter your military district, what is needed?" Jiang Liushir asked. Earlier in Star City Base City, because he didn't understand the local warlord divided situation, an accident occurred. With that experience, after thinking, Jiang Liushir did not directly bring up the matter of the 2 Professor Su, but instead raised this question to Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu was stunned, then said, "I thought you wanted to do something. You want to join the safe zone?" "Sort of." Lu Tianyu's mouth twitched, and he said, "Safe zone management is strict, not anyone can get in. The army is not a place to hide filth. People who think they can come in just because they have some ability, there were quite a few before, and they all failed. Don't waste your effort." Jiang Liushir had acted decisively and ruthlessly just now. Lu Tianyu did not think there was any problem with him dealing with black on black. This was common between survivor teams. However, precisely because of that, Lu Tianyu looked down even more on survivor teams. Truly able to join the army survivor teams were extremely few. Although Jiang Liushir had some strength, wanting to join the army was not that easy. One must know that within the army, like Lu Tianyu, many were dissatisfied with survivor teams, otherwise how could Jiangning's safe zone be so closed? So you mean at least you can apply? That is fine. As for whether I can join or not, you don't have to worry too much about that. Jiang Lushi nodded. Jiang Lushi only needed an opportunity to enter the safe zone to see the situation. But hearing Jiang Lushi say this, Lu Tianyu felt even more dissatisfied with him. It seemed that Jiang Lushi completely didn't take his words seriously, really thinking the safe zone was a place you could enter just by wanting to. Too young, only knowing not how high the sky is. Just submitting an application is still far from entering the safe zone. Lu Tianyu said coldly. Retreat. Lu Tianyu took his soldiers and strode away. Whether we want to go to the safe zone, what does it have to do with him? The safe zone isn't his alone. Jiang Zhuing walked to Jiang Liushi's side, annoyed, and made a face at Lu Tianyu's retreating back as she said. Alright, our main thing is to safely send the two professors in. Jiang Lushi said. What Jiang Zhuing just said was actually quite right. The safe zone wasn't Lu Tianyu's, so Jiang Lushi didn't care much about this Commander Lu's attitude. Captain Jiang. He Junhong and Sister Qian came over together. At this moment, He Junhong was truly fully convinced of Jiang Lushi, wholeheartedly. He now had no other thoughts. Captain Jiang, you dealt with that dog Fanitong. Next, just make Luo Feng submit obediently, then in Hejiang town, whatever Captain Jiang says goes. In the future I am willing to serve under Captain Jiang however I can. He Junhong said excitedly. He had been suppressed by Fanitong and Luo Feng for a long time, now seeing them unlucky, he felt very pleased. And clinging to Jiang Liushi's thigh surely only had benefits and no harm. Not only He Junhong, even Sister Qian's eyes were shining as she looked at Jiang Lushi, and she unintentionally moved closer to in front of Jiang Lushi, showing off her white cleavage, swaying before Jiang Lushi. You got it wrong. Jiang Lushi frowned and said, I'm not interested in Hejiang town. He Junhong was stunned. Could it be that Jiang Lushi really wanted to enter the safe zone? But this was not something he had the qualification to ask about. I will quickly gather the materials for Captain Jiang. I've already spread the word. He Junhong said. Of course he would subsidize part of it himself. Only in this way could everything be gathered quickly. Good. Jiang Lushi nodded. By the way. Jiang Lushi suddenly thought of someone. But then he said casually, nothing. Take good care of those two girls who were with me before, and their team. Jiang Lushi still quite appreciated Wei Feifei. He Junhong hurriedly nodded, Captain Jiang rest assured. In the future in Hejiang town, they can live wherever they want, no need to pay any tribute or entrance fee. I will always reserve the best houses for their accommodation. Since they were girls by Jiang Liushi's side, how could He Junhong dare to neglect them? No need. I prefer lighter taste. And as for food, I'm more used to eating what we make ourselves. Jiang Lushi said. Haha, that's true, our food definitely can't compare to Captain Jiang's. He Junhong laughed. Sister Qian's eyes showed a trace of disappointment. At this time, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had already carried the guns from upstairs down. Once in the courtyard, seeing them, they eagerly began to rub their fists and palms. Hurry, put the things away, the broken ones don't bother with. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, like seeing two great beauties, went straight for the guns scattered on the ground. They didn't even let Fanny Tong's corpse be, they searched him thoroughly. From this deal, Jiang Lushi not only came out without spending anything, but ended up with a pile of guns and ammunition, and one most important level 2 mutated blood core. If Fanny Tong heard this, he would be so angry he'd come back to life. Brother. Jiang Zhuing walked beside Jiang Lushi toward the midbus and said mysteriously, I think that Sister Qian is very interested in you, as if she can't wait to throw herself into your arms. As for that He Junhong, I think he's also quite willing. Jiang Zhuing was young, and she plainly saw all this clearly. What's up, who wants to throw themselves into Brother Zhang's arms? Li Yusen stood at the bus door and asked curiously. Nothing, it's all just Zhuing talking nonsense. Small person with a big ghost. Jiang Lushi said grouchily. I'm not small. Jiang Zhuing immediately protested. Ran Shiyu's figure quietly appeared beside them. Her gray eyes, as if seeing into Jiang Liushi's eyes' depths, she said lightly, Zhuing isn't speaking nonsense. That woman really did want to throw herself into your arms. Not only that, she wanted to invite you to eat and drink, and then while drunk, with you. At this point, Ran Shiyu's face was shy, and she couldn't continue speaking, turning and returning to inside the vehicle. Jiang Lushi felt embarrassed. Even he didn't know Sister Qian's mind was so detailed. It seemed he needed to discuss with Ran Shiyu. This mental sensing, maybe shouldn't be used all the time. Li Yusen also listened shyly, her face red. I'll go help Zhang Hai and the others take things, looks like there's a lot of stuff. Jiang Lushi was even more embarrassed. No matter what, he was innocent, he hadn't done anything. The next morning early, the midbus left Hejiang town and drove toward the Jiangning safe zone. The SUV followed behind. The two vehicles, one in front and one behind, drove steadily. Collecting materials still needed some time, and the Jiangning safe zone was not too far from Hejiang town. Hejiang town was considered a suburb, while the Jiangning safe zone was within the city area. In less than an hour, the two vehicles had entered near the Jiangning safe zone. Upon arriving here, they immediately felt different from Hejiang town. The atmosphere was harsher, the tall buildings on both sides were quiet, and on the street, except for abandoned vehicles pushed to the roadside, nothing else could be seen. Not even zombies, only bloodstains on the walls. At this moment, a tall cement wall suddenly appeared on the road ahead. This cement wall seemed to separate two worlds. On one side was the post-apocalyptic ruins, and on the other was a safe zone gathering many human survivors. The tall cement wall was still being constructed outward, scaffolding could be seen in the distance. The gray-white cement wall was almost covered in bloodstains. Two entrances were opened in the city wall, with heavy iron gates. There were many fire positions on the cement wall. Through those square small holes, Jiang Lucier felt many gun barrels aiming at them. Above the wall were gun muzzles. As their two vehicles gradually approached the gate, those muzzles moved with them. "Stop the car, what are you here for?" a voice from behind the gate asked. Learning about joining the safe zone, Jiang Lucier answered from inside the vehicle. Through the windshield, he observed the thick cement wall. Many shell casings lay scattered at the base of the wall, and the ground was covered with a layer of congealed blood, obscuring its original color. Wait a moment. After a while, another large gate opened heavily. Once the midbus and SUV drove in, several soldiers inspected the vehicles, counted the personnel, then waved their hands to let them in. After the vehicle drove in, Jiang Lucier found that what they had reached was just a parking lot. Here were only parked cars, mostly military vehicles. Many soldiers were busy here, fixing vehicles, unloading cargo, preparing to depart. Behind the parking lot was an even higher cement wall. Behind that wall were buildings, that was the real safe zone. The security here is quite high. In the place where they parked, there were also some miscellaneous vehicles. Seeing people standing or sitting beside the cars, Jiang Lucier guessed that these people might also be teams wanting to join the safe zone. Except for the teams that had already established themselves in Hejiang town, other survivor teams' lives should have been ordinary, and joining the army was also a survival choice. A female officer, leading a group of soldiers, was talking with these teams. That officer also saw the newly arrived Shuriing squad, and she made a gesture indicating the Shuriing squad should park and wait first. At this time, Jiang Lucier suddenly raised his eyebrow. Unexpectedly, he met someone he knew here. What bad luck! When the midbus drove into the parking lot, one person casually glanced over, and immediately his expression changed. How could he meet him here? He had already escaped all the way here. This person was Yang Qiu. When Jiang Lucier first came to Jiangning and hunted that level 2 mutated zombie, he had encountered Yang Qiu and his subordinate Tianji squad. Yang Qiu originally wanted to wait until Jiang Lucier's team was beaten by the level 2 mutated zombie and then loot them, but he did not expect Shuriing squad's combat power to be so terrible, scaring him to turn around and run on the spot. He ran back to Hejiang town in one breath, but thinking about it, he still felt uneasy, so he simply escaped to the safe zone. He knew that for someone like Yang Qiu, joining the army was such a painful decision. Once entering the army, his previous days of acting high and mighty would be over. But just thinking about how Jiang Lucier decisively killed a level 2 mutated zombie, Yang Qiu was scared and restless, and finally made this difficult decision. Yet it was useless, because here he actually met Jiang Lucier again. This was really like seeing a ghost, he wouldn't leave him alone. With such strong strength, couldn't he be a local boss outside? Why had he to follow him into the safe zone? Yang Qiu was going crazy. What's wrong? The female officer saw Yang Qiu's face turn pale, frowned, and asked. Yang Qiu had already been here a day. When he talked, it was one story after another, yet she had never seen him show such a mouse sees cat expression. Was he very afraid of these new people? Major Wan, the newly arrived team, I know them. Yang Qiu thought for a moment and said, it's like this, the day before yesterday I met that team. At that time they were blocking another survivor team in a small building. And the captain of that team looked refined and scholarly, but actually was a big pervert. Look at his car, it's full of beauties he collected. After staying here one day, Yang Qiu, also a mental type ability user, had already figured out the personality of Major Wan Lan who was responsible for the new teams. Yang Qiu's eyes turned, and he vividly put the wrongdoing he did onto Jiang Lucier. As for himself, he said it was righteous bravery, and then being hated and hunted by Jiang Lushi. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, the many details couldn't be spoken so smoothly. He didn't need Wan Lan to fully believe it, as long as she believed some of it, he would be safe. Sure enough, Wan Lan's expression grew increasingly ugly as she listened. You stay here, don't have any ideas, Wan Lan said coldly. She didn't truly believe Yang Qiu's words, but in her area of responsibility, no one was allowed to cause trouble. Then Major Wan Lan walked to the front of the midbus and asked, "Who is the captain?" Jiang Lushi opened the car window. "I am." "Here, you better put away those habits of yours from survivor teams of yelling and fighting," Major Wan Lan said. Jiang Lushi's gaze turned cold. "I don't know what you heard." It's best not to easily believe one-sided words from others. Jiang Lushi could guess without thinking, it should be what Yang Qiu said. He regarded Yang Qiu as a fly. Seeing it, he didn't immediately swat it. But things like flies, even if ignored, still flit around in front of you, making noise and causing disgust. "I'm giving an order, not discussing with you, and I don't need your explanation," Wan Lan said with a dark expression. She didn't want to know what actually happened between these survivor teams. But once inside the safe zone, you had to behave. "I haven't joined the safe zone yet. Why are you ordering me?" Jiang Lushi said calmly. "You entered the safe zone and came before me, you are within my jurisdiction. One last warning, don't cause trouble," Wan Lan said coldly. Jiang Lushi's attitude made her dislike him even more. Those other survivors, who wasn't softer in attitude and obedient? Wanting to join the safe zone, with this kind of temper? And thinking of Yang Qiu's fearful reaction, that was definitely not fake. What he said about Jiang Lushi's cruel personality, now it seemed that even if not completely true, there was some part. "Why are you warning my brother?" Jiang Zhuing opened the car window and asked a bit angrily. The female major looked down on them as if looking at some bully, making Jiang Zhuing very unhappy. Major Wan Lan glanced at her and snorted in displeasure. Through the car window, she really saw several pretty women. The looks and temperament of these girls, she felt even she could not compare. Such beauties all concentrated in this one vehicle, and the car's interior looked luxurious. It was a recreational vehicle. In Wan Lan's heart, she immediately associated this with many bad things. She more strongly felt that Yang Qiu had not completely spoken nonsense. "You can get out of the car," Wan Lan said. In her mind, her first impression of Jiang Lushi was very bad. In these 2 days, 4 teams had come. Besides Wan Lan, there were 2 other officers responsible for review. "What's wrong, Lan Lan? Why do you look so unhappy? Who upset you?" One officer saw Wan Lan angrily walking from the direction of the midbus, and asked with a smile. "It's those survivor teams. I really don't understand why we have to accept survivor teams," Wan Lan said speechlessly. "Well then, if I see someone I don't like later, I'll help you review them well," that officer said, patting his chest to guarantee. "Everything must follow the rules. You can't decide just because you don't like someone," another officer said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this officer speak, the other officer immediately sheepishly lowered his hand. This officer was about 30 years old, wearing a thin camouflage uniform. The muscles under the clothes couldn't be covered. His copper-colored skin looked like iron poured, filled with scars. He was actually the main person in charge of this review. "Commander G is right. After all," the higher UPS also said, "it's the trend. In the future, even survivor teams not accepted into the army must eventually be included in the safe zone. Humans can't keep hiding like this forever. Sooner or later we must rebuild civilization," the officer said with feeling. Wan Lan pursed her lips, looked at Ji Xiangming, and said, "I'm not saying to deliberately mess with him. I just think that person's attitude is bad, very hard to manage. If he doesn't obey orders, entering the army would harm everyone, right? These survivors value the strong ruling the weak. As long as you make them feel convinced, they will naturally obey orders. Commander G, later beat them hard, don't be afraid they won't behave," that officer said. Commander G is the strongest in the First Army. Not those wild ones can compare, Wan Lan also said with a smile. Don't underestimate these survivors. They survived in the apocalypse and accumulated a lot of life-or-death combat experience. Underestimating them will only let you suffer, Ji Xiangming said coldly. How could that be? Commander Ji, I trust you. Wan Lan blurted out. Seeing the solid muscles on Ji Xiangming's chest, Wan Lan couldn't help lowering her head, her face turning a bit red. There's nothing impossible. Also, Major Wan, don't bring personal emotions into your work. We are only responsible for reviewing these people. Ji Xiangming looked at Wan Lan and frowned. He vaguely guessed what happened. This was not the first time. It was just that this time the survivor did not buy into Wan Lan's account. he didn't obediently lower his head and submit as she expected. I understand now. Wan Lan's face turned pale. She didn't dare lose her temper in front of Ji Xiangming. Wan Lan turned her head to look at the midbus. Jiang Lushi and the others had just gotten out. Once seeing Jiang Lushi, Wan Lan's eyes turned cold again. Unexpectedly, because of Jiang Lushi, she was reprimanded by Ji Xiangming. How could he possibly compare to Commander Ji? Ji Xiangming was also a top 10 figure in the army's personal combat competition. Not to mention ordinary ability users, even very strong ones might not be able to defeat Ji Xiangming. Ji Xiangming received professional special forces training. Combined with his own ability, his strength was terrifying. Originally Wan Lan just disliked Jiang Lushi. Now, she was eager to see Jiang Lushi receive a lesson. Hee, what a coincidence, we meet again. Yang Qiu saw Jiang Lushi and the others walking over and said with a smile. Some people are really stupid. They offend others as soon as they arrive. How are they supposed to survive here? Don't you think so? Yang Qiu and his followers spoke mockingly. Just as Yang Qiu finished speaking, he saw Jiang Liushi's gaze sweeping over. That cold look made Yang Qiu instantly think of the level 2 mutated zombie that had been killed, and he felt a chill in his heart. His expression changed slightly, and his body trembled involuntarily. But he soon came back to his senses and said, "What, you want to make a move?" Yang Qiu felt both angry and ashamed. Was he still afraid of Jiang Lushi in this place? Jiang Lushi had offended people as soon as he arrived. Even if he could enter the safe zone, he would still be suppressed by him, and sooner or later he would deal with him. Afraid of what? How pitiful, using a dog to lean on human power. Jiang Zhuing said faintly. Jiang Lushi only glanced at him and said, "The place you desperately want to get into, I might not care about. Don't use your little thoughts to guess me. Foolish." Seeing Jiang Lushi so calm, Yang Qiu felt a bit nervous inside. But seeing Wan Lan and the others, he gained confidence again. Here, Jiang Lushi dared not make a move. Wan Lan also heard the words, using a dog to lean on human power, and instantly became furious. These people spoke too wildly. During the upcoming review, she hoped that Jiang Lushi would definitely be beaten badly, otherwise he did not know how high and deep the sky was. At this time, the gate made a heavy sound, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Then, a convoy of steel giants of vehicles drove through the gate in an orderly fashion. There were over 100 vehicles, including tanks and armored vehicles. All these vehicles were stained with blood. Inside the compartments were mutated beasts. Their fierce teeth and huge bodies made people shudder at first glance. General Zhang is back. Wan Lan immediately showed a delighted expression. With the return of this army, Jiang Lushi was nothing special. Ji Xiangming's eyes also brightened. He immediately dropped these survivor teams and strode toward that army. Jiang Lushi and the others watched from the side. The bodies of the convoy vehicles were full of dents and pits. The people on board were sunburnt dark, dusty and tired, and their military uniforms were soaked with blood. And a general personally leading the army. For some reason, Jiang Lushi suddenly thought of the distant scaffolding. Before coming here, he thought this Jiangning safe zone was a small place, but now it seemed to be built vigorously and guarded strictly. Su Guangqi and Su Tong chose this place, not only because this was where their hometown was. But they naturally would not deliberately hide things from Jiang Lushi. They just knew very little and could not be sure about anything. After all, they were scientists, not politicians or soldiers. They could not know truly hidden information. At this time, the soldiers had already jumped down from the trucks. From the armored vehicle at the front, a general in a neat uniform got down. This old general took off his hat. His hair was completely silver white, but he still looked vigorous. Ji Xiangming came before the old general and immediately gave a straight military salute. "Haha, little Ji, what's this, reviewing the new survivor teams?" Old General Zhang asked with a laugh. Reporting to the old commander, "Yes." Ji Xiangming answered. "Then I'll go over and have a look. Just came back, need to relax my mood. Every day dealing with those mutated beasts and zombies makes my mood heavy." Old General Zhang said. As this old general walked over with Ji Xiangming, Wan Lan immediately showed a bit of nervousness. She was only a logistics officer, while old General Zhang was high-ranked and powerful. In terms of identity, status, and ability, he was respected. Seeing the old general coming over, Wan Lan immediately cast a warning look at Jiang Lushi and the others. "The general is here. You'd better behave yourselves." She especially looked at Jiang Lushi. Seeing Wan Lan's disgusted look, Jiang Lushi frowned. He did not bother arguing with this female officer, but now she became more and more excessive. The way she looked at him was like looking at something dirty. "Working hard to please someone, I see." Jiang Lushi said calmly. What did you just say? Wan Lan's eyes widened and she asked angrily. Jiang Lushi was openly mocking her. Unorganized and undisciplined, you survivor teams, you just gain some ability and then act unlawfully, you. At this moment, Jiang Lushi pointed behind her. Wan Lan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately closed her mouth and turned around quickly. She looked uncomfortably at Ji Xiangming and old General Zhang, who were not far behind her. What's this shouting about as soon as you come over? Who is unorganized and undisciplined and acting unlawfully? Old General Zhang asked with a laugh. At this time, old General Zhang's gaze turned toward the survivors. When he saw Jiang Lushi, old General Zhang was stunned for a moment, and then showed an expression of unbelievable shock. When Jiang Lushi clearly saw this old General Zhang, he was also very surprised. This was really such a coincidence. At this time, Wan Lan had already given a military salute and pointed at Jiang Lushi, saying, Old General Zhang, this person intended to make trouble in the safe zone and ignored my warning. I think this kind of person is not suitable to stay in our safe zone. Jiang Lushi came back to his senses. He looked at Wan Lan, his gaze cold. I intended to make trouble? When? Raising objections to your unfounded warning is making trouble? Do you represent the safe zone? Or do you think you represent authority? Jiang Lushi asked. Wan Lan's face looked even worse. In front of old General Zhang, he actually dared to speak to her like this. You still want to deny it? You clearly intended to make trouble. Wan Lan hurriedly said, a person like you could never bring help to the army. You will only become a rotten egg that ruins the whole pot. So, you think this team will not bring any positive effect to the army, and therefore you oppose them joining the safe zone? Old General Zhang, having heard clearly, asked. Wan Lan hesitated a moment, then no longer hesitated and nodded, yes. She was already infuriated. Yang Qiu watched from the side with gloating eyes. Jiang Lushi was just too arrogant in his speech, not knowing how to soften his stance, and offended this woman. Now finally he was going to be kicked out. But Wan Lan's personality was truly too bad. She thought everyone should naturally listen to her words, could not be questioned, and could not allow anyone to say bad things about her. Of course, someone like this woman was easy for Yang Qiu to deal with. He felt even luckier to have met such a person in charge of reviewing new teams. Now that Jiang Lushi was eliminated, he would no longer threaten him. Instead, he would stay in the safe zone and grow stronger. Later, when Jiang Lushi saw him, he would have to go around. If he had the chance, he would still deal with Lushi and remove future troubles. But this team did help me a lot. Old General Zhang walked to Jiang Lushi with a smile and reached out his hand. Little Jiang, we meet again. Old General Zhang. Hey! Old General Zhang frowned slightly. Old Zhang. Jiang Lushi smiled and spoke again. Only then did old General Zhang reveal a hearty smile and laugh. The world is so chaotic. I didn't expect you and I to meet again. I haven't properly thanked you for your help back then. Those scientists were safely sent to Star City only thanks to you. No need to thank me. Jiang Lushi said. This old General Zhang had cooperated with him in the Zhonghai safe zone, and Jiang Lushi had a good impression of him. After leaving the Zhonghai safe zone, he had heard that old General Zhang personally led the army to conquer a beast's nest and was seriously injured. Judging by old General Zhang's current state, the injury should be healed. He just did not know why he came to the Jiangning safe zone. Jiang Lushi thought those from the Zhonghai safe zone all evacuated to the Shayuan safe zone. Seeing the scene of Jiang Lushi and old General Zhang reminiscing, Wan Lan was completely petrified on the side. Yang Qiu also froze. He widened his eyes, and once again a thought rose in his heart. Really, damn ghostly. At this moment, Jiang Lushi turned his head and looked at Yang Qiu. You and this major should have collaborated to trash me quite well, right? Jiang Lushi said calmly, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Yang Qiu felt a thump in his heart and quickly said, what do you want to do? In this safe zone, you still want to start killing people? Even if you know the general, you still can't act so recklessly, right? Ji Xiangming, expel them from the safe zone. Old General Zhang said. Ji Xiangming's expression changed, but he could not disobey old General Zhang's words. Wan Lan's face also turned very ugly. She did not expect old General Zhang to value Jiang Lushi so much. Captain Jiang has made considerable contributions to humanity in the apocalypse. Just because he once rescued and escorted scientists, he has already passed all reviews. Old General Zhang's tone contained hidden anger. Yang Qiu's face turned pale. But leaving the safe zone was fine, he would immediately escape far away, even leave Jiangning. At this time, not far behind Jiang Lushi, that minibus suddenly made a roaring sound. Yang Qiu was extremely horrified. Was it going to directly chase and kill him? Now his legs completely went weak. He had seen with his own eyes how terrifying that minibus was. But if he did not leave, Jiang Lucia was right in front of him. General, doing this isn't very good, right? A team like this, we also can't accept them into the army. Ji Xiangming said to old General Zhang. Old General Zhang shook his head, you don't understand. Even if Yang Qiu's team joined the army, it still couldn't stop Jiang Lucia from killing him. Back then, Commissioner Chu hid in the core area of the Zhonghai safe zone, but he ended up dying violently after being on Jiang Liusher's blacklist. Get lost. Jiang Lucia looked at Yang Qiu and said calmly. Yang Qiu's expression was panic-stricken, and suddenly a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He roared, Old Fang. His number one enforcer, Fang Xingjin, suddenly lunged toward Jiang Lucia. Fang Xingjin was tall and strong, and his attack was like thunder. His two hands, like giant claws, reached for Jiang Liusher's head, trying to rip his head off. Jiang Lucia was prepared. He lightly dodged to the side and raised his gun without even looking. He fired 2 shots aimed at Fang Xingjin's legs. Blood splashed. Fang Xingjin let out a muffled groan and knelt heavily on the ground. Yang Qiu didn't even look at the fight between Fang Xingjin and Jiang Lucia. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and he directly rushed at the closest person, Wan Lan. Wan Lan felt a sudden dizziness and stood there stupidly without moving. At this moment, Yang Qiu suddenly let out a miserable scream. His eyes went blank, and he collapsed to the ground holding his head. Wan Lan was also knocked to the ground by Yang Qiu. After a sharp scream, she came to. She looked at the scene before her in disbelief, pain coming from all over her body and her head feeling dazed. At this time, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had already come over. Each of them pressed the muzzle of a gun against the heads of Yang Qiu and Fang Xingjin. Yang Qiu's followers, one by one, had ashen faces. These people attacked first inside the safe zone. If we take them out to deal with them, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Jiang Lucia asked. Just now Ji Xiangming saw how quickly and decisively Jiang Lucia acted. In his team, there was also a mental-type ability user who firmly suppressed Yang Qiu. Yang Qiu and the others were not people of the safe zone. As long as they did not kill people within the safe zone, Ji Xiangming had nothing to say. Come on, little Jiang, today we need to have a good talk. Old General Zhang said. And you, apologize to little Jiang for your words a moment ago. Old General Zhang looked at Wan Lan with displeasure. Wan Lan trembled all over and looked at Ji Xiangming for help. Ji Xiangming sighed inwardly. He knew very well what Wan Lan was usually like. I'm sorry. Wan Lan lowered her head and said. This job isn't very suitable for her. Transfer her to another position. Old General Zhang continued. Wan Lan's body shook, and her face became extremely pale. Jiang Lucia sat in old General Zhang's vehicle, a plain military SUV. The vehicle drove through the safe zone gate, followed by the SUV carrying Jiang Lucia and the others. Inside that SUV sat the 2 Professors Su, as well as Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin. So this time you came to our Jiangning safe zone again to escort scientists. Old General Zhang said. Really need to thank you. The importance of the 2 Professors Su could not be denied. No matter which safe zone they were in, they were extremely valuable. Old General Zhang also felt that his decision earlier was correct. Otherwise, Jiang Lucia probably would not have been able to get the 2 Professors Su out safely. It's not really escorting. Jiang Lucia shook his head. If he was really honest, it was more like he took them out from the Shaoyuan safe zone by force. So you are not here to join the safe zone? Old General Zhang asked. After getting a definite answer, Old General Zhang showed a trace of disappointment. What a pity. But little Jiang, joining the safe zone in the future is a big trend. This future might not be very far off. Old General Zhang said. Jiang Liusher's heart stirred. Is the Jiangning safe zone different from other safe zones? He had also seen from inside the vehicle that all along the roads were construction sites. The green belts before the apocalypse were opened into fields. Many survivors were planting vegetables, fertilizing, and turning the soil. It's not just the Jiangning safe zone. Many safe zones we can contact are doing this. Construction. Build the safe zones located within a city into larger zones that can accommodate more survivors. Gain more living space for humanity. Old General Zhang said with expectation. Larger zones? How large? Jiang Lucia asked. A super metropolis, or even a whole province, and finally all of Huaxia. Old General Zhang's voice was firm. Jiang Lucia showed a surprised expression. When he was in the Zhonghai safe zone, he already knew Zhonghai wanted to counterattack the cities. And in the Shaoyuan safe zone, this had already been realized, though crises happened in that process. But for the entire safe zone network, that crisis was not fatal. Now it seemed all the safe zones were continuously expanding. Humanity really is going to counterattack. Old General Zhang said with feeling. I came to the Jiangning safe zone because I obeyed orders. Humanity can't always take hits. We need to rebuild civilized cities and regions, restore schools and production, and let ordinary people enter a normal life order. This process may be difficult, but it's definitely better than not trying. I am already old. In my lifetime, I do not know if I can see the end of the apocalypse and everything return to normal. Jiang Lushur did not speak. Old General Zhang laughed on his own, haha, joking. Returning to normal is impossible. The mutation of beasts and plants, and the mutation of human survivors, had already become irreversible. After hearing these, Jiang Lushur just nodded slightly. He did not disbelieve old General Zhang's words. It was just that after seeing the zombies and mutated beasts in the apocalypse, the powerful ones among them were already very difficult to deal with, and those were only the ones discovered by humans. In the central areas of big cities, in oceans and rivers, and in deep mountains, there might be even stronger mutated zombies and monsters whose horror was unimaginable. But human ability users were also constantly evolving. Whether they could build large zones or not, as long as Jiang Lushur had his star seed and the base vehicle, he would always have a foothold. But old Zhang, what did you mean by obeying orders? Jiang Lushur asked in confusion. In his impression, after the apocalypse there was no unified government anymore, only local safe zone governments and armies. Whoever had soldiers had power. Without soldiers, one at most had an empty name and could not hold real power. Although the Zhonghai safe zone fell, with old General Zhang's prestige, he should still have considerable military power. Who could order him? You still don't know. But it's normal. I received the order not long ago. This news hasn't spread to all safe zones yet. But it should be soon. Old General Zhang said, actually the first large zone has already been established. Jiang Lushur was stunned, the first large zone was already completed? This large zone is located near the pre-apocalypse capital. The Huaxiao large zone. Jiang Lushur had been active in the Jiangnan region. It seemed he still knew too little. The capital was located in the north. Before the apocalypse, from Jiangbei it took only 1 or 2 hours by plane, and only 5 or 6 hours by high-speed rail. But after the apocalypse, it was extremely far. He did not expect that in the north, the first human large zone was already established. Yes. Jiangning's progress is relatively slow. Among the major safe zones, the Shunan safe zone's construction speed is the fastest. Dianyun and Xiayuan are also quite good. Although the Zhonghai safe zone fell, it still has a chance to be rebuilt. After rebuilding, it may become a new large zone. It will include Jiangning, Xiayuan, and Star City Base City. These details were not hidden. Old General Zhang described a grand blueprint with excitement on his aged face. Jiang Lushur also had a bit of expectation toward these blueprints. But what he was more curious about was the Huaxiao large zone. Even Ran Shiyu showed a surprised and puzzled look, unable to imagine what a large zone would be like. But the Huaxiao large zone was too far. Jiang Lushur would not risk going there out of curiosity. It seems human safe zones are all developing rapidly. The base vehicle should also speed up its evolution. Jiang Lushur thought secretly. By the way, when I saw you I thought of your ability, mechanical modification. Old General Zhang suddenly said. In the construction of large zones, we really need high-performance vehicles with excellent defense and attack capabilities. But our vehicles still can't compare to yours. This time the Huaxiao large zone sent a group of people here. Just right, let you meet them too. My modification ability, Jiang Lushur frowned. His ability actually was not really any special ability and naturally could not help others modify vehicles. It doesn't matter. Just meet them. They want to understand what our survivors are like. And you probably also want to know about the Huaxiao large zone, right? Old General Zhang asked. Thank you, General, but there really is no need to specifically communicate with me. Jiang Lushur thought for a moment, but still refused old General Zhang's suggestion. He had no idea what the situation was like in the Huaxiao region, to what extent the ability users inside had evolved, and after all the other side was not old General Zhang, and was interested in his non-existent, modified ability, so it was better not to make contact lightly. Right now, with the strength of the minibus and the Shuriing squad, it was not enough to fight the army head-on. Haha, of course this is mainly your personal choice. Old General Zhang was somewhat disappointed, but did not force his opinion on Jiang Lushur. Then you can first settle down in the safe zone with peace of mind. Although it's a bit boring and dull here, at least it's safe. If you have any needs or questions here, just feel free to find me, there's no need to have any concerns. Old General Zhang said with a smile. Settle down? Jiang Lushur did not intend to reside permanently in the Jiangning safe zone. Now that he had entrusted the two Professor Sus to old General Zhang, he was at ease, but as for permanent residence, he gave up on that. Even the human region was being built intensively. How could he just live here and waste his days? But there really is one thing I want to ask old General Zhang for help with. Jiang Lushur said. Go ahead. Old General Zhang said immediately. Jiang Lushur had sent the two Professor Sus over. The Jiangning safe zone was currently lacking such intellectual elites. Old General Zhang wanted to thank Jiang Lushur, and if he could be of help to Jiang Lushur, all the better. I remember there is an airport in Jiangning, right? I want to find some materials on an airplane. I just don't know how far it is from here to Jiangbei Airport. Just provide the route and the situation to me. Jiang Lushur said. In the list of materials he gave to He Junhong, several kinds of composite materials were relatively difficult to find. Although He Junhong had done his best to find them, Jiang Lushur still felt he should prepare two plans. Since he encountered old General Zhang, he just brought this up. These composite materials were widely used on airplanes. As long as you found one airplane, it was equivalent to having a lot of material. Now this was the second evolution. For future evolution upgrades he would need more materials. Jiang Lushur felt his storage space also needed to be replenished. This time collecting materials was so difficult. Materials would only become more scarce in the future, so one should prepare early. When passing by Jiangbei, Jiang Lushur considered going to Jiangbei Airport, but gave up because of the distance. Jiangbei Airport and Jiangning were in opposite directions. Now he was already in Jiangning. He might as well go to Jiangning Airport to take a look. You said Jiangning Airport? Old General Zhang was stunned for a moment, showing a bit of a difficult expression. Jiang Lushur's heart moved, and he asked, could it be that Jiangning Airport is in use? After the apocalypse, most cities instantly became hell. Airports naturally lost their functions. Jiangning Airport was actually restored to use? Not completely, but almost. Old General Zhang said. Then old General Zhang explained the situation to Jiang Lushur. Now to build the region, the first step was naturally to strengthen the connections between major safe zones. Previously the broadcasts were too single, and not every safe zone would publish the real situation and all information on the broadcasts. Now they used airplanes to directly exchange personnel, and also could transport large numbers of survivors. The latter, because of aviation fuel and safety reasons, was only a concept for now. But just transporting some personnel was no longer a problem. Jiangning Airport had already been occupied by the army and was being repaired. Moreover, Jiangning Airport was originally not a large airport, and aviation control had already begun before the apocalypse, so there were not many airplanes remaining at Jiangning Airport. And now nowhere had the ability to make airplanes, so of course the airplanes inside were not to be touched. Jiang Lushur nodded to show understanding, feeling a little disappointed. This made the difficulty of gathering materials even higher. As for Jiangbei, we will soon start to retake it as well. This day will not be far off. Unfortunately, because we cannot provide enough electricity, the high-speed rail between Jiangning and Jiangbei cannot be restored. Old General Zhang said. In the apocalypse, transportation was a big problem, otherwise old General Zhang would not have been concerned about Jiang Lushur's modified ability. If this ability could be used in army construction, that would be great. Unfortunately Jiang Lushur had already made it clear he refused, regardless of whether he was unwilling or truly could not modify other vehicles. So Jiangbei will also belong to this region in the future. Li Yusen said in surprise. This was normal. Jiangbei was also a medium city with a lot of facilities and industry. And many survivors. By the way, when the army retakes Jiangbei in the future, I hope you can look after a friend I know. Jiang Lushur remembered something. He described the situation of that small settlement he encountered when passing Jiangbei, and mentioned Luo Ming's name. This was all he could do to help Luo Ming. Luo Ming. I've noted it, don't worry. Old General Zhang said earnestly. Old General Zhang was a man of his word. Hearing him say this, Jiang Lushur felt at ease. That way when the regions merged in the future, Luo Ming could live a bit better. In the apocalypse, ordinary people having such lives was already very good. Also, although I can't help you with the airport matter, if you just want to find airplanes, I can give you one piece of news. Old General Zhang changed his tone and said. A moment later, Jiang Lushur and Ran Xiyu left the Jiangning Safe Zone headquarters holding a map of the Jiangning area. The two Professor Sus were personally sent to the Biological Science Research Institute by old General Zhang, and Li Yusen also followed. In Jiangning there was more than one research institute, various kinds of research institutes, all located at the back of the headquarters, under the protection of the army garrison. In this way Jiang Lushur also felt assured about safety. In the Jiangning safe zone, there were almost guard posts everywhere and patrol teams constantly. Apart from that, those coming and going were ordinary survivors engaged in cleaning the streets, clearing the ruins and houses. There were also people sorting clothes, taking the clothes out of the mall warehouses, selecting the clean ones, dividing by gender and size, and putting them aside. As for brands, they were not selected. Clothes worth thousands or clothes worth tens were piled together equally. In the Jiangning safe zone, apart from the sickly old and children without labor ability, everyone else could not be idle, and had to join the construction work. When passing by those sorting clothes, Jiang Lushur glanced at Ran Shiyu's expression and stopped. "Is this scarf for sale?" Jiang Lushur asked someone who looked like an organizer. "It's generally distributed." The organizer shook his head and said. Jiang Lushur thought for a moment and took a piece of chocolate out of his pocket. "For sale?" The organizer's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Sell, sell." It seemed that even in this relatively complete safe zone, food like chocolate was still rare. Even if it was only a small piece. In the apocalypse, clothes may not be valuable, but compared to food they were. Especially now it was winter. Warm and clean winter clothes were not so easy to get. One still had to risk going into dangerous zones to search and transport them back. But this piece of chocolate could still buy several pieces of clothing, including that scarf. Jiang Lushur picked out several sweaters, found a bag, and put them into Ran Shiyu's arms. "When Yusin comes back you can pick the colors you like yourselves," Jiang Lushur said. Ran Shiyu hugged the big bag like she was hugging a big bear, making her body look even more petite. Jiang Lushur wrapped that white scarf around Ran Shiyu's neck. The soft scarf wrapped her fair neck, covering her small ears, making her face look smaller. Ran Shiyu quietly looked at Jiang Lushur. "Thank you. We don't need to be polite with each other." Jiang Lushur smiled slightly and said. Ran Shiyu felt her ears get a little warm. She had only looked at that scarf once, and Jiang Lushur had found a way to buy it for her and even wrapped it on her himself. A faint flutter lingered in Ran Shiyu's heart. "But, by the way," Ran Shiyu suddenly asked, "on the map old General Zhang gave you, is there anything?" "Oh, it's this." Jiang Lushur unfolded the map to show Ran Shiyu. On the map a place was circled. "In this place 2 helicopters crashed, and the wreckage should be in this area," Jiang Lushur said. The rotor blades of the helicopters were made of composite materials. Although it felt like a size drop from the imagined large airliner to helicopters, finding materials was better than none. And according to what old General Zhang said, both helicopters were flying at low altitude at the time, so the preservation should still be relatively intact. "Is this place very dangerous?" Ran Shiyu asked. 2 helicopters crashing at once, no matter how you think about it, it was not a safe area. "It's not exactly very dangerous," Jiang Lushur said. That place was in the urban area, but not yet the city center. As for zombies, riding in the minibus would not be a problem. The minibus had been upgraded so many times, and Jiang Lushur still had confidence in its safety. "We also won't stay in Jiangning too long. Since there are 2 helicopters ready for us to pick up, let's not miss it." Jiang Lushur smiled. Ran Shiyu nodded lightly. Since Jiang Lushur said so, she naturally would not raise any objections. She also trusted Jiang Lushur. The 2 slowly walked on the road in the Jiangning safe zone, just like strolling down a street before the apocalypse. Ran Shiyu hugged the clothes, and Jiang Lushur walked beside her. He couldn't help but feel a faint sense of warmth in his heart. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. "So it really is you." There were quite a few people on the street. Neither Jiang Lushur nor Ran Shiyu paid attention to who was in front or behind them, and they did not expect a voice to suddenly come out. "From far away I thought I was mistaken, I didn't expect it really is you, Ran Shiyu." A young woman ran in front of Ran Shiyu and said emotionally. She reached out and grabbed Ran Shiyu's hands, looking at her in disbelief. This woman looked 2 or 3 years older than Ran Shiyu and Jiang Lushur. Her features were pretty good, she was a beauty, but she was wearing bulky clothes and an apron. Ran Shiyu was startled. She collected herself and looked at this woman in front of her, and immediately said in surprise, "How could it be you?" "Shiyu, do you know her?" Jiang Lushur asked. "She is the daughter of my dad's friend, Jiang Xiaochu," Ran Shiyu said. Jiang Lushur understood. Ran Shiyu was the apple of the Ran family's eye, a real wealthy family princess. Her father's friend was definitely rich or noble, so this woman in front of them was naturally a rich and beautiful woman. Ran Shiyu was really surprised. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Xiaochu's father was the CEO of an internet company, and that company was very famous before the apocalypse. Logically, her family should have been protected and moved in advance, but looking at Jiang Xiaochu now, there were many women dressed like Jiang Xiaochu in the shops by the roadside, all busy working, such as those picking and cleaning clothes when they bought clothes earlier. Ran Shiyu, I really didn't expect to see you here. It looks like you are doing well, that's great. You are even more beautiful than before. Jiang Xiaochu said with slightly red eyes. Were you moved to the Jiangning safe zone at that time? Why am I only seeing you now? Jiang Xiaochu asked in confusion. A hint of sadness flashed in Ran Shiyu's eyes. No, something happened to my family. Then she shook her head and said, let's not talk about that. I have now joined a survivor team. A survivor team? Jiang Xiaochu was a little surprised. In her impression, Ran Shiyu was still that delicate favored daughter of heaven. How could she join a survivor team that risked their lives every day? Those teams went into dangerous areas every day and fought with zombies and mutated beasts. For ordinary people, they were both terrifying and fearsome. Even the Jiangning safe zone survivor teams, ordinary people did not dare to contact them. Of course, those survivor teams usually ignored ordinary people. Jiang Xiaochu looked at Ran Shiyu with concern. She was so pretty. Wouldn't she be bullied in the survivor team? Yes, that's right. Ran Shiyu nodded, showing a rare slight smile. Jiang Xiaochu looked at Zhang Lushir and asked, so is he your boyfriend? Ah? Ran Shiyu was stunned for a moment, hurriedly looked at Zhang Lushir, shook her head and said, no, he is the captain of our Shuriying squad, called Zhang Lushir. Zhang Lushir found it a bit funny to see Ran Shiyu's flustered reaction. Normally Ran Shiyu looked indifferent. He did not expect she had this side. So the captain is your boyfriend, now I understand. Jiang Xiaochu looked relieved. By the way, your family, what happened? What about your uncle and aunt? Ran Shiyu blushed and changed the subject. My parents are both alive, living nearby. Jiang Xiaochu said. That's good, then I should go see your uncle and aunt. But in that case, you are? Ran Shiyu felt a bit relieved, then asked in confusion. Since her parents were there, Jiang Xiaochu should still have elite treatment, right? It's nothing, I have hands and feet too. Going out to earn my own food is fine. You have joined a survivor team, it's much harder than me. You risk your life. I only use my strength to work. Jiang Xiaochu said. By the way, do you remember Zhang Haojing? Jiang Xiaochu asked. I remember. Ran Shiyu frowned and asked back, why are you asking about him? Nothing, it's just that he is also in the Jiangning safe zone. Be careful not to run into him. I have to go back to work. You must come again. I have a lot to tell you. Also, this is for you, keep it a secret. Ran Shiyu felt her pocket get heavier, then Jiang Xiaochu hurriedly ran back. Ran Shiyu watched Jiang Xiaochu run back into a shop, then picked up a bag of dry food with dirty packaging and began cleaning the outside. The dirt did not seem to be known what it was, even from far away a slight smell could be smelled. Close up it should be unbearable. Jiang Lushir glanced at Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu freed one hand, reached into her coat pocket, and took out a small bag of gummies. It should have been secretly taken out by Jiang Xiaochu after seeing her, then given to her. Her own life was so hard, yet she still gave her candy? Maybe she thought her life in the survivor team was not easy? If it was an ordinary survivor team, a fragile girl like her indeed had a hard time. But she was no longer that powerless Ran Shiyu from before, and she did not join an ordinary survivor team. Brother Jiang, can I take some of the mutated beast meat and food from my share? Ran Shiyu turned and asked. Of course. Jiang Lushir nodded. Uncle took good care of me back then. Our families were close. Things really have changed. Ran Shiyu couldn't help but sigh. But being alive is already good. Don't worry, I just want to show some intention. After all, we won't stay here for a few days before we leave. They have to rely on themselves later. Ran Shiyu said. That Zhang, who is Zhang Haojing? Jiang Lushir suddenly asked. Just now seeing Ran Shiyu's reaction, it seemed to have some unhappy memory with this Zhang Haojing. He is a relative brother of Jiang Xiaochu, nothing much. Ran Shiyu didn't seem willing to mention this person, said casually and did not talk further. Jiang Lushir did not continue to ask. But a relative and parents alive, something had happened to Jiang Xiaochu. But as Ran Shiyu said, being alive in the apocalypse was already good. Jiang Lushir would not take the initiative to help. Ran Shiyu giving some food already showed friendship. This world really is small. After the regions merge, the world will be even smaller. In such a small world, I really don't know how many people I knew back then are still alive. Ran Shiyu sighed lightly. To be precise, the human survival range was compressed to be this small. Let's go back and prepare. I plan to go pick up the airplane. Jiang Lushir said. In 2 days, He Junhong should have prepared the materials. After returning from the helicopter crash site, they would go to Hejiang town. Thinking about the minibus about to be upgraded, Jiang Lushir felt excited. Maybe for ordinary people the world was small, but as long as the minibus continued to get stronger, the world was big, and Jiang Lushi could go anywhere. Old General Zhang had already given the orders to prepare a place for Jiang Lushi and the others to stay. On the way, someone found Jiang Lushi and Ran Xiyu and then took them to a residential community. Before the end of the world, this community was a mid-range community in Jiangning. The environment was very good. The room assigned to them was a fully renovated 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, with electricity. For cooking and heating they used coal briquettes. The furniture and everything else were very clean. I didn't expect after so many years to still see honeycomb coal. When Zhang Hai saw these coal briquettes, he couldn't help but sigh. Jiangning had coal mines. After the end of the world, energy was scarce, so they started using coal briquettes again. For dinner, Ran Xiyu made extra food, packed it in boxes, and also brought a bag of rice. Then she went out with Jiang Lushi. But when they came to the place they passed during the day, a different group of female workers was already there. "We work in shifts, the daytime people have already finished their work," the person in charge said. "Can you tell me Jiang Xiaochu's address?" Ran Xiyu asked. The address of an ordinary person wasn't something that needed to be kept secret. Jiang Lushi gave the person in charge a cigarette, and he smoothly got the address. The person in charge held the cigarette but didn't want to smoke it, carefully clipping it on his ear. If he knew that this loose cigarette was completely useless to Jiang Lushi, who could take out a bunch at any time, he wouldn't know how he would feel. Even though it was just a trade, Jiang Lushi didn't bother taking out cigarettes to make a deal, the value was too small. Following the address given by the person in charge, Ran Xiyu and Jiang Lushi arrived at a rather remote residential area. The farther they went, the more different the environment felt. The electric lights started to decrease, the houses on both sides became older, and it was closer to the construction site and the place where the city walls were being built. Even the street became dirty, and a hard-to-describe strange smell lingered in the air. Ran Xiyu looked at the house numbers and finally came downstairs to a building. "Who is it?" After knocking on the door, a woman's voice came from inside. "I am a friend of Jiang Xiaochu," Ran Xiyu said. Then a woman opened the door. She looked about 27 or 28 years old, wearing lipstick. Her dressing was still pretty good for the apocalypse. She looked Ran Xiyu up and down and frowned. "Are you looking for Jiang Xiaochu?" the woman asked. "Yes, is Jiang Xiaochu here?" "No." "What about Uncle Jiang and Aunt?" Ran Xiyu continued to ask. "They aren't here," the woman said impatiently. At this moment, another voice came from inside. "What's all this noise about?" A man about 30 years old walked out. He was wearing a uniform and looked a bit slick. At first he seemed annoyed, but when he saw Ran Xiyu at a glance, his expression changed. Isn't this Xiyu? Zhang Haojing? Why are you here?" Ran Xiyu was stunned. "This is my home," Zhang Haojing said. "Come in, Xiyu, quickly come in, don't stand outside," Zhang Haojing said warmly. Ran Xiyu frowned slightly. "Where are Jiang Xiaochu and uncle and aunt? Isn't this their residence?" "Oh, I took them in. At this time, they're working at the coal yard making briquettes," Zhang Haojing said casually. Working at a coal yard making briquettes. Ran Xiyu had never done that kind of work, but Jiang Lushi knew something about it. That was really dirty and tiring physical labor. According to what Ran Xiyu said, Jiang Xiaochu's parents were probably in their 50s. They were working late at night. And Jiang Xiaochu worked during the day and then worked at night, non-stop. How could uncle and aunt be like this? Weren't they supposed to be protected in advance? Ran Xiyu asked. That was in the past. Now that we are in Jiangning, there's no such treatment anymore. Now I am the one supporting the family. Xiyu, we rarely meet, come in and eat a meal. What are you standing there for? Go cook, Zhang Haojing said to the woman. No need to cook. We have already eaten, Ran Xiyu said. The woman glared at Zhang Haojing with some resentment, but then she saw the lunch boxes Ran Xiyu was carrying. Why are you bringing stuff? So polite? These things are for Jiang Xiaochu and uncle and aunt, Ran Xiyu said. Actually no need, in terms of food, I haven't mistreated Jiang Xiaochu and them, Zhang Haojing said with a smile. At this moment, the sound of someone climbing the stairs came from behind, and then Jiang Xiaochu and Mr. and Mrs. Jiang appeared. Xiyu? Mr. Jiang? When Jiang Xiaochu saw Ran Xiyu and Jiang Lushi standing at the door, she was stunned for a moment. Ran Xiyu, who had been expressionless before, immediately showed a slight smile. Xiaochu, hello uncle and aunt. Since the end of the world, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang looked much older, their faces full of fatigue, but their temperament was still good. When they saw Ran Xiyu, they were also full of surprise. Jiang Xiaochu must have already told them about Ran Xiyu's situation, so they didn't mention anything about Ran Xiyu's relatives. They only asked about Ran Xiyu's living situation. Shiyu, how could you join a survivor team? Survivor teams have no future. You should join the military or government, then you'll have real stability and prospects. As a girl, as long as you are stable, that's enough. I think you should leave the team and live with us. I'll arrange a good job for you. Zhang Haojing said from the side. Ran Shiyu didn't even look at him. She instead handed what she had to Jiang Xiaochu and Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. These are my small token. This is. Don't refuse. Ran Shiyu said. Jiang Xiaochu had to accept. When she opened the box, she was stunned. Inside the box was roasted mutated beast meat, and a tempting aroma immediately came. Zhang Haojing and his woman were dumbfounded. Mutated beast meat. He was now also an ability user and worked for the government, but the amount of mutated beast meat he could get each month was limited. And this was not ordinary mutated beast meat. It was clearly the richer part, fresh mutated beast meat carefully cooked, not dried jerky. But after all, it was a survivor team. They had to hunt mutated beasts, so taking out some mutated beast meat was not strange. But giving it to ordinary people to eat was too wasteful. This was just the first layer. When they opened the second layer, inside was a layer of vegetables, fresh vegetables dripping with green. Now Zhang Haojing's eyes widened. In the apocalypse, the thing most lacking was not meat, but vegetables and fruit. Fresh vegetables and fruit were not impossible to grow now. Plants had mutated but were still edible. But the land was too little. The small amount of vegetables and fruit grown was given first to the scientists, and even high-ranking military leaders had to fall behind. At his level, he didn't even know how far back in line he was. For ordinary people, being able to eat a bit of dried vegetable soup was already good. Eating fresh vegetables? That was something they didn't even dare to think about. Jiang Xiaochu and Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were also in disbelief. And this. Jiang Lushur handed the rice to Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were still in shock. They hurriedly tried to refuse, but Ran Shiyu forcefully put it into their hands. 50 jin of rice, this is too much, they worked every day, and the food they could get was not much. This 50 jin of rice was already their food for more than a month. And, Ran Shiyu took off the small backpack from behind her. These things were things the Shuriing squad collected along the way, such as honey and canned fruit. These things all had expiration dates, and it would be a pity if they expired. Ran Shiyu wanted to give Jiang Xiaochu some things, so she thought of these. There were many similar things in Jiang Liushur's warehouse. In many places ordinary people could not go, with the minibus they could go easily, and naturally they collected more things. Seeing that Jiang Lushur and Ran Shiyu took out so many things, both Zhang Haojing and his woman were stunned. This was too generous. Come, Xiaochu, I'll help carry it. Oh Shiyu, you really spent a lot. Zhang Haojing came to his senses and hurriedly reached out to help carry. At the same time, the woman also hurried to grab the lunchbox Jiang Xiaochu was holding. But at this moment, the woman suddenly swayed, looking confused. Don't touch. Ran Shiyu said. Her voice seemed like an order to this woman. She nodded blankly and then slowly walked aside, standing there obediently. I don't dare touch, I don't dare touch. The woman murmured. Zhang Haojing was stunned. He never expected that Ran Shiyu was such a strange ability user. And it looked like her power was definitely not weak. What are you doing? Zhang Haojing said. Ran Shiyu's temperament became cold again. She looked at Zhang Haojing and said, these things are all given to Jiang Xiaochu and uncle and aunt by me. If you dare to touch them, I will not spare you. Also, if I find out you treat Jiang Xiaochu and uncle and aunt badly, I will not let you off. And don't call me Shiyu, we are not that familiar. Just hearing Zhang Haojing affectionately call her Shiyu made Ran Shiyu very uncomfortable. She had always been very proud in character. Zhang Haojing was stunned. Looking into Ran Shiyu's eyes, he even felt like nodding immediately. But then he suddenly reacted, and angrily said, Ran Shiyu, why do you lecture me? Before the end of the world you were always so arrogant. After the end of the world do you think you are still the high and mighty princess of the Ran family? I'll tell you, times are not the same as before. You in front of me are only... But he couldn't finish his words. Because without seeing clearly, the young man beside Ran Shiyu had already put a gun to his forehead. He didn't know how it happened, as if the gun was there all along. A chilling feeling immediately ran up his spine. If this person wanted to kill him, would he even have a chance to react? You, what are you doing? You can't kill people here, Zhang Haojing said. I don't mind. Jiang Lushur said calmly. Zhang Haojing felt that Jiang Lushur was not lying. His eyes were cold and calm. He really would pull the trigger. Who the hell was this person? Someone in the safe zone dared to ignore the deterrence of the army and say the word, kill? Ran Shiyu, no, Miss Ran, I understand, I will listen to you. Tell your friend to calm down. Zhang Haojing's Adam's apple moved as he hurriedly said. He gave in. He felt that Jiang Lushi really would kill him casually. Ran Shiyu looked at him coldly, then glanced at Jiang Lushi, and softly said, "Brother Jiang, let him go." Zhang Haojing, you are right, times are different now. Before I only disliked you and couldn't do anything to you. But now, if you do something that makes me dislike you again, I won't spare you even without Brother Jiang stepping in. Ran Shiyu said coldly to Zhang Haojing. Xiao Chu, let's go. If anything happens, come find us here. Ran Shiyu told Jiang Xiaochu their residence. Listening beside him, Zhang Haojing was even more terrified inside. Those who lived there were all elites of the safe zone, living in a protected community. Although it was not the real core area of the safe zone, it was not a place someone like him could live. He originally thought that after the end of the world, he was of a higher level than Ran Shiyu, and finally he could make this favored daughter of heaven bow in front of him. But he did not expect. Ran Shiyu was still so many levels above him. And she still looked down on him. Her boyfriend who came with her was also far stronger than him. After Ran Shiyu and Jiang Lushi left, Zhang Haojing finally breathed a sigh of relief. His woman suddenly came back to her senses, her face showing a bit of panic. What just happened? She had been conscious just now, but she was not in control of herself. The feeling was really frightening. That girl looked so weak, but thinking back on her eyes, this woman felt a chill run down her spine. At this moment, Jiang Xiaochu looked at her, carrying the box, and walked past this woman with Mr. and Mrs. Jiang and went inside. Hey, you! This woman widened her eyes and wanted to say something, but was grabbed by Zhang Haojing. Zhang Haojing, didn't you see the look Jiang Xiaochu gave them? Does she think someone is backing her up? Who exactly are those two people just now? Why were they so arrogant? This woman shouted. She still had some looks. Before the end of the world she was a minor model. With that edge she had gotten together with Zhang Haojing. Although compared to her life before the end of the world it was far worse, in the apocalypse she was living quite well. But today Ran Shiyu's attitude toward her made her feel despised. Even Jiang Xiaochu, who usually lowered her head and followed along, actually dared to look at her with that kind of expression. And the things they held were clearly not something they wanted to hand over. Does Jiang Xiaochu think she can turn the world upside down in the future? Are we just going to let them bully us like this? All right, shut up. Zhang Haojing said irritably. He also felt very wronged. In the Jiangning safe zone, he had never seen Ran Shiyu before, nor the young man beside her. If they were some kind of powerful people, Zhang Haojing would not be unaware. But Zhang Haojing was still cautious. After all, the place they lived was not somewhere ordinary people could live. I'll go find out what their background is. Zhang Haojing said, looking dejected. He had been somewhat interested in Ran Shiyu before. Meeting Ran Shiyu today should have made him overjoyed, but instead things turned out so unlucky. After Ran Shiyu and Jiang Lushi left the building, she stood downstairs for a minute before saying, let's go. She stayed to make sure Zhang Haojing did not try to take the things she had given to Jiang Xiaochu's family. What kind of person is that Zhang Haojing? Jiang Lushi asked. It was clear that Ran Shiyu seemed to really dislike him. Back then he was a worthless playboy in our social circle. Ran Shiyu said. At that time Zhang Haojing had always been pursuing her. He was one of many suitors. But Ran Shiyu never paid him any attention. This Zhang Haojing had a bad reputation and no real ability. He just loafed around in the Jiang family's company, using the Jiang family's fame to show off. At first when Uncle Jiang and the others were transferred early as elites, they must have kindly brought Zhang Haojing along. After all, Zhang Haojing is the son of Jiang Xiaochu's maternal uncle. Ran Shiyu said. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Jiang Xiaochu and the others must have cared for Zhang Haojing. Zhang Haojing awakened an ability during the apocalypse, but even now his ability could not be considered strong. Naturally, it couldn't be said that he used his ability to protect Jiang Xiaochu's family. From the situation just now, Zhang Haojing was actually ungrateful and was exploiting Jiang Xiaochu's family. Ran Shiyu originally knew Zhang Haojing's character very well, and now with mental ability, it was not hard to make this judgment. We should mention this matter to Professor Su and the others later. Jiang Lushi said. Jiang Xiaochu's father was originally a network expert. Although the network was still not in use, as the region recovered, the restoration of the network might also enter the agenda. The Jiangning safe zone should not refuse such an expert. There was no need to talk about giving them much preferential treatment. Just arranging some technical work and a separate housing unit would already allow them to live much better than now. Ran Shiyu nodded. Her own relatives were all gone except for her sister. Being able to help someone she used to be close to made Ran Shiyu happy inside. After a night of rest at the Jiangning safe zone residence, Jiang Lushi slept very comfortably. The Jiangning safe zone was very quiet, and people no longer slept crowded together. He could vaguely hear the light, even breathing of Ran Qiyu and the others. Without realizing it, Jiang Lushi fell asleep in the night. However, in the morning, he suddenly sat up from the bed, his face showing a bit of shock. Jiang Lushi felt his heart pounding and cold sweat on his back. Star Seed, Jiang Lushi held his head. He summoned out the Star Seed, and the projection of his information appeared on its panel. Everything else on the panel was normal. But Jiang Lushi remembered that just now in his dream, he heard a message coming from the Star Seed. Warning, dangerous signal detected, danger level, highest alert. This highest alert, Jiang Lushi had never heard before, but just from the words it was clear it was a strong life threat. The Star Seed had never before detected and alerted a dangerous signal. At most it detected special energy and such. What exactly was this danger signal? Star Seed, what danger was detected? Jiang Lushi asked. Soon, the Star Seed's mechanical voice sounded, cannot disclose. Then at least tell me what kind of threat it is? Is it zombies? Mutated beasts? Mother beasts? Or some plants? Jiang Lushi guessed, maybe a large insect hive? Not that. Currently detected danger source is targeting the Star Seed itself, the Star Seed responded. Targeting the Star Seed itself? Jiang Lushi was instantly shocked. It could be said that being able to survive in the apocalypse and continue to survive in the future, Jiang Lushi's reliance was the Star Seed and the base vehicle. Now hearing that even the Star Seed was in danger, Jiang Lushi could hardly believe it. The Star Seed was in his brain, already bound to him. If the Star Seed was in danger, it was the same as he, the host, being in danger. What exactly is the danger source? Where is it located? Jiang Lushi hurriedly asked. Accurate information is still being detected, temporarily unable to disclose, the Star Seed still replied coldly. Bang! Jiang Lushi punched the bed. After a whole night, he was awakened by such a message. Jiang Lushi felt vigilant and uneasy inside. But gradually, Jiang Lushi calmed down. Since the Star Seed still could not detect the accurate source of danger, this meant the danger would not arrive in the next moment. I don't yet know what the danger is, but I have grown a lot. Zhuing is already a level 2 ability user, and the other team members are also strong, even Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan have made great progress. Jiang Lushi's gaze gradually became firm. His improvement, and the improvement of the base vehicle, were his means of self-protection. Instead of worrying, I should hurry and raise the base vehicle to level 2. Jiang Lushi thought. When the base vehicle was raised to level 2, its combat power would go up another level. Then no matter what threat came, Jiang Lushi would have confidence to fight. Jiang Lushi stopped thinking and jumped out of bed, efficiently putting on clothes. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Brother Jiang, are you awake? Ying asked. As soon as the voice fell, Ying pushed the door and walked in. Ying's body and appearance were both perfectly customized by Jiang Lushi, just perfect, but her face never showed any expression. Even when she pushed the door and saw Jiang Lushi was not fully dressed, she remained expressionless. Brother Jiang, the Star Seed sensed danger. You already know, right? Ying asked. As the base vehicle's housekeeper, she of course also learned this news. Jiang Lushi nodded. He holding up his pants, looked at Ying awkwardly. Can you go outside for a moment? Okay. Ying obediently said. Only she still looked at Jiang Lushi calmly, then stepped back. Seeing her like this, Jiang Lushi felt his concern was rather pointless. Forget it, you can just close the door. Jiang Lushi said. I will handle the Star Seed matter. By the way, do you know if the Star Seed ever encountered a similar situation before? Jiang Lushi asked. Before he obtained the Star Seed, how the Star Seed came was something Jiang Lushi had no clue about. I don't know either. Ying shook her head. Alright, so you came to me just for this matter? Jiang Lushi and Ying had a tacit understanding. He felt Ying still had something to say. There is someone outside looking for you. Ying said. Jiang Lushi. Someone looking for him, and she only said so when he asked. This person looking for him was really unlucky to meet Ying answering the door. Who is it? Jiang Lushi asked. People wearing military uniforms. Ying said. Jiang Lushi came to the door and slightly frowned. Zhang Haojing. There were more than a dozen people standing at his door. Among them was the Zhang Haojing seen last night. Zhang Haojing was wearing a military uniform, and the others were the same. There was even an officer among them, all exuding a fierce aura. Are you looking for trouble? Jiang Lushi asked calmly. Last night Zhang Haojing heard where they lived. Unexpectedly he came early this morning. Although there were so many people at the door, Jiang Lushi was not nervous. Inside, Jiang Zhuing and the others also heard the movement and came out of the room. Seeing Jiang Liusher's reaction, Zhang Haojing cursed inwardly. The military officer beside Zhang Haojing then spoke, "So it's true, very arrogant. Speaking like that in the safe zone, you are looking for trouble, right?" They came with more than 10 people, but Jiang Liusher not only was not intimidated, he calmly responded like this, making them feel underestimated. Of course they did not feel comfortable. "Haha, Captain Guan, maybe it's a misunderstanding," Zhang Haojing hurriedly said. He looked at Jiang Liusher and said, "Captain Jiang Liusher, right? You really misunderstood. I came today actually following Captain Guan." This Captain Guan was a colonel rank, and only in his early 20s. "Orders from above say you are to search for the helicopter, right? We need to recover some information inside the helicopter, so we need to go with you," Captain Guan said coldly, very formally. After receiving this order, Zhang Haojing took the initiative to tell him about Jiang Liusher and the others. According to Zhang Haojing, this Jiang Liusher was somewhat capable, but his personality was not good, and he was rather arrogant. But it was understandable, young, in the apocalypse, with such a confident state. With a car full of beauties, being surrounded on left and right. When Captain Guan came to see, sure enough, the ones who woke him were all beautiful women. And Jiang Liusher was clearly just getting dressed. Also, Jiang Liusher's attitude was exactly as Zhang Haojing described. Going with such a team, Captain Guan was very depressed inside. Together? Fine. But only acting together, forget cooperation, Jiang Liusher said. He also saw that Captain Guan's personality was very arrogant. He would definitely want to dominate him, and Jiang Liusher was not about to let that happen. The reason Jiang Liusher agreed was because of the face of old General Zhang providing him this information. Captain Guan frowned. This Jiang Liusher even refused cooperation? He thought they really wanted to cooperate with him? "Fine, don't come asking us for help later," Captain Guan said coldly. "We depart in 1 hour." After Captain Guan spoke, he left. With the strength of his team, they didn't need to go with any ability user team. He knew the order from above was meant to have them give Jiang Liusher a guide. The mighty Black Panther team actually had to guide a survivor team, unbelievable. And Jiang Liusher had the nerve to refuse, perfect. "Captain Guan, this mission should be easy for the Black Panther team, right?" Zhang Haojing walked beside Captain Guan smiling, asking. The Black Panther team was a special team. With Captain Guan leading, their future was bright. Zhang Haojing naturally wanted to stay in good relations. If it's just a recovery mission, of course it's simple. But there's also another detection task to carry out. We also plan to retake that area, Captain Guan said. Besides the Black Panther team, there were 2 more teams operating in that area. After recovering the information, he would go and meet up and cooperate with those 2 teams. So with Jiang Liusher and the others, it was enough to just go together. This matter, Captain Guan thought he could bear it. If we finish detection quickly and can retake it a day earlier, that would be meritorious, Zhang Haojing said smiling. He would also go on this mission. If he could earn merit, of course it would elevate his status. Zhang Haojing was willing to go partly because the task was simple, and partly because of Jiang Liusher and the others. Ran Shiyu is actually a mental ability user, mental type is rare. If I can find a chance to persuade her, I'll have a good card in hand. Zhang Haojing turned and looked at the residential building, thinking to himself. After Ran Shiyu and the others left last night, he carefully questioned that woman and finally concluded that Ran Shiyu was a mental ability user. Mental ability users are the rarest of all ability types. A mental ability user might create very high tactical value. And Ran Shiyu's mental ability was clearly very strong. Before departure, Li Yusin also came back. "Good thing I hurried back this morning, otherwise you all would have left and I'd be the only one here," Li Yusin said a bit wronged. When she came back, Jiang Liusher and the others were already gathered downstairs. "You don't have to go if you don't want to," Jiang Liusher said with a smile. "That won't work, I'm also a member of the team," Li Yusin said as she got into the vehicle and sat steadily on the seat. Last night she helped settle her grandfather and mother. The conditions in the Jiangning safe zone were not worse than the Zhonghai safe zone and Xiaoyuan safe zone used to be, just not as good as the Huaxia region and other regions nearly ready to be built. But in the future the Jiangning safe zone would also be a region. With the 2 Professor Sus staying here, their personal safety and life were guaranteed. Jiang Liusher smiled slightly. As he boarded the minibus, a strange look flashed in his eyes. That crisis targeting the star seed, he didn't know when it would arrive. "Let's go." Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also drove the Dongfeng iron armor and followed behind, heading with the minibus toward the safe zone gate. In the parking lot at the safe zone gate, 5 or 6 military trucks were already parked, and 2 off-road vehicles. All the vehicles were painted with a black cheetah chasing prey. Captain Guan, Zhang Haojing and the others were standing by the vehicles. When the minibus and the Dongfang iron armor arrived, they all turned to look. I heard this minibus is very powerful, Zhang Haojing said. He had already investigated as much as he could about Jiang Lushi and his group. What happened in this parking lot yesterday had long since spread. Jiang Lushi and his vehicle were very valued by old General Zhang. But I think it's just average. Compared to our vehicles, there's nothing special. As he spoke, Zhang Haojing reached out and patted the side of the military truck next to him. The truck bed was reinforced with thick steel plates and rebar, with a layer of anti-collision material. Even if hit by a mutated beast, it would be fine. The engine was also specially modified, so it could accelerate very fast. Even in the Jiangning safe zone, not every team could equip vehicles like this. The minibus looked ordinary, nothing about it seemed powerful. Our vehicle has nothing special. That minibus must have some weird feature. Captain Guan said this, and his pupils suddenly contracted slightly, but the truly powerful one is that vehicle. Rumble, a low roar came. Jiang Lushi couldn't help turning to look. A striking red-painted truck was driving over. On both sides of the front were two chimney-like things. On the back looked like it carried a missile. Smoke was rising from the chimneys and thick black smoke from the missile tail. What kind of vehicle is that? Jiang Lushi was surprised. He had never seen this kind of vehicle before. I think I've heard of it. This should be a shockwave truck, Ling suddenly said. A shockwave truck uses 3 airplane engines, and it can reach over 600 kilometers per hour. Jiang Lushi was shocked in his heart. Over 600 kilometers per hour? How much fuel could this truck carry? A full tank might burn out in just over 10 minutes. No, Ran Xiyu shook her head. I saw a real shockwave truck at an air show. That truck was used to compare acceleration with airplanes. This truck is probably just modified to look like it. So that was it. Jiang Lushi nodded. If it were a real shockwave truck, it really would only be useful for performance. 600 kilometers per hour was terrifying. Jiang Lushi did become somewhat interested in the real shockwave truck. Talking about speed, before the apocalypse some supercars could reach 400 kilometers per hour, but supercars were useless in the apocalypse. For a minibus or truck to reach such speed, that would be terrifying. Brother Jiang, only one shockwave truck was ever produced. It debuted in 1984, and later modifications were all based on that one. Ran Xiyu, noticing Jiang Liushi's thoughts, smiled and said. Only one. Jiang Lushi was a bit disappointed. It would be very difficult to get that shockwave truck. It was hard even before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, who knew where that vehicle had gone? Jiang Lushi looked at that knockoff red truck. The one who modified this truck was probably also thinking about the real shockwave truck. That imitation red truck made a big exaggerated turn, and stopped with Zhang Haojing and the others watching in amazement. Then the truck door opened, and 2 people jumped out. The drivers looked surprised people. He wore glasses, looked very gentle and refined, totally mismatched with the truck. The other person jumped down and casually scanned the surroundings. A weapon was strapped to his back, wrapped in cloth, shaped like a big blade. His gaze was sharp, the kind shaped by life and death battles. Strong ability fluctuations, Jiang Zhuing said. Even Jiang Zhuing felt them strong. These 2 were not yet level 2 ability users, but they were at least nearly level 2. Just didn't know who they were. Captain Bai, Mr. Min. Zhang Haojing immediately recognized them, walking up with a face full of amazement. This is the Roarer, right? These 2 ability users from the Huaxia region specifically brought the Roarer here. The Roarer was a vehicle personally modified by Captain Bai. And because of him, Huaxia region's planes could safely reach various safe zones. After arriving at the Jiangning safe zone, Zhang Haojing, although he already knew these 2 from early inquiries, had never seen the famous Roarer in person. Bai Jiayan and Min Chang were not soldiers. They were ability users. But in the Huaxia region, ability users and the military cooperated. Yes, this is the Roarer. Bai Jiayan smiled. He had seen shock on many faces before. Bai Jiayan wore glasses and looked easy to talk to. Captain Guan, I heard you're going to the urban area to perform a detection task. We haven't been to the city center to understand Jiangning's situation, so we'll go with you, Bai Jiayan said. Captain Guan was stunned. Bai Jiayan asked, is there a problem? The Jiangning safe zone said they will cooperate with our task. Don't worry, we won't affect your work. It's not that. Captain Guan said, glancing at the minibus, there is a survivor team here. We need to go with them first to recover 2 crashed helicopters. I see, that shouldn't be a problem, Bai Jiayan said. But driving a minibus, that was rare. Even in the Huaxia region he had never seen a survivor team driving a minibus. Speaking of which, Captain Zhang's ability has something to do with vehicle modification. That minibus is said to be very tough, just not sure if it can compare with the roarer. Zhang Haojing suddenly said with a smile. Bai Jiayan's ability was also said to relate to the roarer. Zhang Haojing brought it up on purpose to see Bai Jiayan's reaction. He was still looking for a way to have Ran Xiyu leave the Shuriing squad, making her disappointed in Jiang Liushi's strength, one possible way. Really? Then I'm a bit curious. Bai Jiayan smiled. But he only glanced at the minibus. Bai Jiayan was very confident about the roarer. Even if the minibus was powerful, it couldn't compare to the roarer. Let's go, departure! Captain Guan shouted, waving his hand. All the Black Panther team members immediately boarded the vehicles. Captain Guan himself got into an off-road vehicle, and Zhang Haojing climbed into another vehicle. Boom! The gate opened, and one vehicle after another exited the safe zone, heading toward Jiangning City. They are people from the Huaxia region? Brother Jiang, even though you didn't want to contact the Huaxia region people, you still did. Ran Qiyu said. Previously old General Zhang had suggested that Jiang Lushi meet the Huaxia region people, but Jiang Lushi refused. However, the Huaxia region sent a group of people, and these two were just two of them. From their reactions, they had never heard of Jiang Lushi. Old General Zhang didn't mention me to them. Anyway, we're just traveling together. It's fine. Jiang Lushi said. Arranging a team to also guide him was old General Zhang's good intention. The roarer truck took the lead, its speed faster than the military off-road. The thick black smoke sprayed on the empty street added to the apocalypse atmosphere. Jiang Liushi's minibus drove at the back. The central city was not too far, and Jiang Lushi didn't rush. He constantly paid attention to the star seed. But after giving a warning in the morning, the star seed had no further abnormality. Zhang Hai. Jiang Lushi rolled down the window and said to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan in the Dongfeng iron armor, once we recover the helicopters, we will immediately head to Hejiang town. He Junhong should have collected all the materials they could. With the helicopter materials they recovered, the materials needed to upgrade the minibus should be almost complete. Got it. Zhang Hai responded loudly inside the vehicle. Be careful. Jiang Lushi said. Although the convoy was not small, it made a lot of noise. As they gradually left the safe zone, the number of zombies on the road began to rapidly increase. Roar roar. One zombie after another pounced on the convoy. On the leading roarer, a machine gun was set up, continuously firing at the zombies. When zombies leaped onto the truck, Min Chong directly slammed them off. The zombies' speed and strength surpassed human limits, like beasts. But with one slap, Min Chong sent them flying like an adult swatting a small child. He looked very casual, but his strength was shocking, fast, accurate, and ruthless, with no zombie touching him. From the dark gaps in the military truck, gun barrels also stuck out, aiming at zombies outside and pulling the trigger. The convoy roared forward. With constant gunfire and the zombies' howls, blood splattered and zombies fell all along the way. Many zombies were torn to pieces by other zombies before death, right under everyone's eyes.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.